Part 3 is finally here, like this video for more updates. Chapter 142. Just when the cerebral worm stretched out its own limbs to the cloud of black mist given by Chu Hao because of extreme pain, it suddenly felt as if it were resisting death. Although it has gained life until now, it has not found the meaning of its own life. But somehow, it still doesn't want to die like this. As a result, it retracted its own limbs from the front. The pain continues, and this pain is unlike any other creature can perceive. The pain that Chu Hao purifies from the soul fragments of the endless abyss is more like a concept, just like pain itself. Of course, this kind of operation seems to be very high-end. In fact, most of the gods can be copied using their own god fire. For example, in the auction house, there is a lot of death for sale. Death, which is auctioned in the auction house, is actually the same as the pain that Chu Hao uses today. It is a kind of existence similar to the concept. This extreme pain did not act on the other's soul either. Its appearance just puts you into a state of pain. But this kind of pain, in fact, has far surpassed any kind of torture on earth in some respects. Squeak! The brainworm curled up on the ground, twitching non-stop. However, Chu Hao is not worried that this guy's brain will be tortured to madness by pain. After all, the nerves of the Zerg are completely different from humanoids such as humans. The extreme pain that humans cannot bear is actually nothing in front of the Zerg. Finally, after an hour of convulsions, the brainworm lay on the ground weakly. And this guy, Damon, quickly sent 2 brains over to provide some nutrients for the fallen brainworms. After eating several brains in a row, the brainworm finally regained some stamina. He got up tremblingly. I don't understand why I can't face death calmly. Obviously I don't think my own thinking has any value, but I just resist death. The brainworm asked Chu Hao a somewhat childish question. This is the biggest question on his mind after the extreme pain is over. And this question, the brainworm hopes that Chu Hao will answer. And Chu Hao smiled and said calmly, actually, I don't understand that. I'm not a thinker, nor a great person, and I don't understand the ultimate propositions at the philosophical level. The brainworm raised his head and looked at Chu Hao silently with his compound eyes. But don't you think, now that you have the mind, you can't figure it out for yourself? Chu Hao's words appeared lightly in the ears of the brainworm. The pain and confusion you felt before were all caused because you didn't have a long-term goal, but now that you have a goal, do you still feel pain and confusion? The brainworm was stunned. This guy with a high IQ, but his life experience is only equivalent to a young child, he didn't know how to answer Chu Hao's question for a while. But at this time, Damon sent part of his own understanding to the brainworm. After the brainworm communicated with each other for a while, the brainworm nodded. Thank you for answering my doubts for me. But I still don't understand why you gave me life in the first place. Do you want to be my creator? But this position has been grasped by my mother, the will of the worm's nest, and you can't be my creator. Or, you want to compete with my mother for the creator? Chu Hao waved his hand. Little bug, this problem is even simpler. The reason why I was willing to give you thoughts and life back then was just for a purpose that was so simple that it couldn't be more simple. I just treat you as a rare trophy. Providing you with your mind and life is just an unintentional act of mine. Your thinking has no meaning. But the Zerg knowledge in your mind, as well as the meaning of the will of the nest, are very important to me, understand? To put it bluntly, you are an accident. Hearing this, the brainworm nodded. I understand. In fact, brainworms are different from humans. For Chu Hao's answer, it did not have any dissatisfaction, nor any coursing, nor any self-pity. Their thinking is not too complicated. In the evolutionary history of the Zerg, overly complex emotions were the first thing to be eliminated. The emotions of many creatures, in fact, do not apply to the simple Zerg at all. Lord, the brainworm is a very useful existence for the endless abyss. Its value is not only in anatomy. Just when Dimon thought that Chu Hao was going to make the next move, it immediately made a sound, reminding Chu Hao of the value of the brain worm. After all, in his eyes, Chu Hao could break the brain worm in front of him into pieces at any time, and then roughly analyze all its value. I have already analyzed its body structure. As you guessed before, its body structure, except for the brain, is not much different from ordinary Zerg. The reason why it really makes it a cerebral worm is that it has a part of the structure related to the Zerg signal in its brain. Apart from that, its genetic samples are no different from the rest of the Zerg. Any Zerg that looks very peculiar is in fact the result of a separate genetic mutation during the incubation process. Hearing this, Chu Hao blinked. He understood what Dimon meant. That is to say, all the Zerg are actually the same damn bug. Those swarms used for combat, and those used to clean the battlefield, are actually identical twins. The brainworm shook his head very humanely. The Great Abyss Master, your understanding is somewhat biased. Essentially, under the leadership of the will of the swarm, or the will of the worm's nest, all the bugs are indistinguishable from each other. The concept of multiple births in other biological systems does not apply to swarms. You can understand that. Including the will of the hive, all the combat swarms, all the larvae, all the cleaning bugs, actually. It's all the same bug. Each of us is part of the mother's nest. Hearing this, Chu Hao suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A very ominous premonition came to his mind. He hurriedly asked the brain worm. So, can I understand that? Among your swarms, there is actually no so-called master brain. As long as there's a bug, you won't. Extinction. Chapter 143. As long as there is one bug, you will not be extinct. When Chu Hao asked this question, the brainworm nodded without hesitation. Yes, the great lord of the abyss, you are right. As long as any bug, oh no, the incarnation of the will of the mother's nest is still alive, then as long as there are enough resources, the will of the mother's nest will be restarted. But if it's more accurate, as long as our Zerg genes can survive, then, we get the mother, and the powerful brood will be resurrected. After Chu Hao heard this, his face immediately became hard to look at. He once again felt that death might not be far away from him. The reason why he behaved like this is because the words of the brainworm made him finally recognize a fact. A very scary fact. The Void Zerg this time is different from all the Zerg designed by the gods in the past. The Zerg designed by the gods, at most, can only be regarded as some shoddy toys. The other side. The punishment angel Peter frowned at the holographic sand table in front of him. On the sand table, a red dot that was incompatible with the rest of the advancing legion front appeared in his eyes. Maeve, how come the 7,304th Legion of Paradise has slowed down? Shouldn't they have advanced to their positions last week? The angel named Maeve opened her eyes, and the electron tubes behind her also burst out with a lot of sparks. Finally, Maeve spoke to Peter humbly in a voice similar to electronic synthesis. My brother Peter, please forgive the slow progress of the 7,304 Heavenly Legion. The body of the 7,304 Corps Commander was killed yesterday. Although its soul has been recovered, because the physical spare tire equipment on the flagship was damaged in the last decisive battle with the Flying Zerg, it will take about 2 to 3 days before it returns to command. The one who is currently in command is the number 2 commander of number 7304. Its strength rating and command technology are better than those of the commander. Okay, I got it. Peter interrupted Maeve impatiently. To be honest, he somewhat disliked Maeve, an angel mixed with a mechanical existence. Although the powerful transformation of the biochemical machinery can make this angel who touches the demigod a supercomputer capable of processing the intelligence of most of the war zone, but Peter is very disgusted with such an existence. Apart from the fact that the beauty of the angel itself was destroyed, which made him feel unhappy, the biggest reason was Maeve's lack of emotion. He treated any information like a pure mechanical device, leaving no subjective judgment. Although such existence can help Peter to clearly understand every corner of the battlefield, the price is that on the complicated and unfavorable battlefield, Maeve has no way to soothe Peter's restless heart. Maeve, scan again to find out where the main brain of the swarm is hiding. Peter calmed down and said. On the sand table, there are signs of firefighting everywhere. So far, Peter and the Zerg have been fighting for more than 2 weeks. A time unit of this length is actually not a long time in today's world-scale war, and even these 2 weeks, in the eyes of the outside world, are nothing but the duration of a battle. But the reality is not so. The concept of time mentioned earlier refers to the concept of time with humans or humanoids as the core. People will get tired, they will rest, and they will dispatch troops. All this takes time. But Zerg is different. The overwhelming Zerg came from all directions and fought bloody battles with the heavenly army. They don't tire, they don't rest, they don't fear. As long as you have contact with the Zerg, then the time in traditional military science will no longer be meaningful. Either, you will clean up all the Zerg in front of you, or the Zerg will come to your defense line and cut you into pieces. And the current Heaven Army is in such a limit state. Although their technology can ensure that they can rest for only 2 hours, and then join the battle full of energy. However, the exhaustion of the mind and soul will still cause the combat strength of the heavenly army to decline rapidly. No matter how good the blessing of magic and technology is, it is better to keep the soldiers of the heavenly army away from the war for an hour. The scan is over, Peter. I found 769 nodes that are suspected to be the will of the hive. Maeve's cold voice appeared in Peter's ears. Excuse me, do you want to send troops to go to various coordinates to clean up? Peter hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the sand table in front of him. There was inevitable exhaustion in his eyes. Maeve, among the 769 nodes of the will of the hive, which one is the body of the will of the hive? Can you figure it out? Maeve mechanically shook her head. Sorry, Peter. Every time we kill an existence similar to the will of the hive, all the nearby Zerg will fall into a state of no ownership for a short time. But within 10 minutes, the node of the will of the hive will make a comeback. There are 3 possibilities given by the system data for this. 1. We destroy only the tentacles of the will of the hive, not the body. The attack cuts off its connection with the hives, but the tentacles can regenerate quickly. The body of the will of the 2 worms has indeed been eliminated, but it can be resurrected in the rest of the swarm, and we need to find a way to prevent its resurrection. The body of the will of the 3 worm nests is hidden in a position we can't find. Our attack direction is wrong. They are all bait. It needs to be scanned again to confirm. Hearing this, Peter rubbed the golden hair on his head and said angrily. 3 possibilities, this is all nonsense. It is clear that we can all scan the will fluctuations of these insects through Shenhuo, and can perceive the transmission of the will of the nest, but we can't kill each other's minds. If this continues, our battle situation will fall into an endless tug of war. There was nothing wrong with what Peter said. In his opinion, if the will of the hive is not eliminated, these insects will hatch endlessly. The hatching of these bugs is not something that can be solved by destroying some bases. Peter saw with his own eyes that if a worm survives, it can reshape a huge hatching base that can nurture tens of millions of worms in less than a few minutes through a large amount of nutrients. Although Peter and others' Heaven Army has wiped out more than 70% of the Zerg. But the remaining 30% of the Zerg were still unable to be completely wiped out. Thinking of this, Peter looked at the boiling grey wave in the distance, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Damn it! That high-level idiot does not allow major legions to have their own scientific research teams, otherwise, I should discover the secrets of the Zerg now. Damn it, if I can still keep 1/10,000th of the way I used to think. Everything is different. The reason why the Heavenly Army is so powerful is that their former masters, namely the Angel of Punishment, paid enough price before joining Heavenly Mountain. And one of the costs is can't learn. The sea of Peter and their souls has long been broken. Chapter 144. Damn it, that idiot! Peter gritted his teeth, thinking hard about the ugly face of the Venerable from Paradise Hills. At the same time, he also recalled part of the situation about learning and the sea of mind in Paradise Mountain. The creatures of Paradise Mountain, including Kong God, have some unknown flaws in the sea of minds. This is something that many people in the world of gods know. However, apart from the Venerable who is in charge of the core of Mount Paradise, no one knows exactly what the real flaw of the Sea of Souls in Paradise Mountain is. That's right, despite punishing Angel Peter, he knew very well that he had lost the ability to learn. However, Peter could not bring the lack of own into all the derivatives of Paradise Mountain. Because, what he, and the group of angels represented by him, really lacked was not the so-called learning ability. What they lack is the ability to R&D technology, and the more complex ability to change their own way of thinking. If I give an example to describe it, Peter actually has a shackle in his mind. An enhanced version, engraved with the shackles of thinking stamp. And the ordinary warriors of the heavenly army, that is, those under the legend who cannot become angels, can actually learn a part of the knowledge. They still have this ability. Otherwise, if these guys don't even know how firearms and technological creations are used, wouldn't it be a joke? However, the learning methods of these creatures are also very different from the learning in the impression of ordinary creatures. First of all, starting with the way of birth, they are born in two ways. The first is a viviparous humanoid warrior born in an ordinary family. These warriors were destined to become warriors from birth. However, although they are nominally soldiers, in reality, they are more like a large group of officers. Their responsibilities in the entire Paradise Army are basically officers of various companies and levels, responsible for conveying various battle orders and the like. As an officer-level existence, these guys need to receive a very harsh education from birth. The harsh education itself, in addition to teaching the beauty of Paradise Mountain, left basic common sense and military education. Every officer in Paradise Mountain must receive at least 30 years of iron-blooded education in the War Angel Academy after birth. Of course, during this long process, they will also receive resources to strengthen their physical strength. Intensive surgery. And once the education is completed, these terrifying and brainwashed officers will become terrorist killers on the battlefield. They are proficient in countless tactics, understand the information planning on the battlefield, and can rely on their own knowledge. In a very short period of time, make judgments in line with the battlefield form. In fact, in some respects, they are more terrifying than devil, and more cold-blooded than devil. For command, they can kill language-learning babies untroubled, and for victory, they can slaughter millions of enemies. Because, in their eyes, ordinary life is worthless. Even they themselves are worthless. Their existence is to help Heavenly Mountain to complete its external expansion, and to spread the gospel of Heavenly Mountain to all the worlds. The other group is very different from them. They are the biochemical warrior groups in the Heaven Army, and they are the components of those tens of billions of warriors. They were born in a different way than the previous wave of groups. They are all artificially manufactured using cloning technology and biological technology. From their birth to maturity, it takes about a month at most. During this month, their immature brains will be injected with all the knowledge they need to know by a huge machine. This knowledge begins with the truth of Paradise Mountain and ends with the use of major mechanical equipment. When this process is over, this group of warriors will become a standard, powerful heavenly army warrior that can be used in war. Unlike officers, however, their body strengthening surgery is performed during the embryonic process and requires no additional steps. But also because of this, the combat power of all of them will be constant at around stage 3 to stage 5. The reason for the floating is because the longer you live, the higher the strength of the body, which can be understood as a veteran. Their learning process is not really learning, but more like some kind of loader. Their brain is a machine, and at the beginning of its birth, it was injected with the main program for war. The rest of the emotional programs are in a semi-active state. This is the details of the study of the soldiers of the Heaven Army in Heaven Mountain. Different from what ordinary people think of Paradise Mountain, a seemingly beautiful place, is actually a super brainwashing place. Every guy born from it is the most loyal eagle dog in Heaven Mountain. Although the sea of minds in each of them is flawed, in fact, these deficiencies do not affect their combat abilities and personal abilities. By the way, the details here are not really detailed, because we left out the most important groups in Paradise Mountain. True angels. These guys, and the Heavenly Mountain Warriors, belong to two completely different classes. The gap between them can be said to be a sky and an underground. Even, the gap between the angels and the Heavenly Mountain Warriors is even bigger than the gap between humans and dogs, humans and worms. Angels are naturally the nobles of Paradise Mountain. They are Paradise Mountain, the real embodiment of the rules. When they are born, the worst will have at least legendary abilities. In the upward direction, there are still angels with demigods and the strength of spiritual positions. Among them, the angels who master the rules will become mythical creatures. And Peter's followers have a powerful strength that surpasses ordinary gods, and even Peter's followers have real fire. All of this constitutes a huge Heavenly Mountain force for outward expansion. It's just that the mighty Paradise Mountain now seems a little weak in the face of the Zerg War. The current battlefield situation is that the Heavenly Army has wiped out nearly 70% of the swarm. However, no matter what, they were unable to eliminate the remaining 3 adult swarms. Not because they ran out of ammo, or because they were too tired to pull the trigger, but because the remaining 30% of the Void Zerg are rapidly expanding their groups, and at the same time, their evolution speed is also accelerating frantically. It was as if the warriors of Paradise Mountain finally saw the second stage of Bo. In the grey wave in the distance, countless newborn eggs are shattering. Some bugs that are distinctly different from the rest of the Zerg crawled out of them. Chapter 145. Zerg, what is the most proud advantage of this race? Is it the number of fighters large enough to overwhelm any enemy, or the horrific environmental adaptability? Actually neither. The above two advantages are just the prejudice of Chu Hao's world towards the Zerg he designed. The real Zerg, that is, the Void Zerg that Chu Hao and Peter and others encountered. Their most proud ability actually exists in their bodies, in their blood, and in their genetic sequences. And this ability is their unmatched evolutionary ability. However, for these Void Zerg, the word evolution is a bit inaccurate. Because the word evolution refers to the ability of organisms to mutate in their environment to acquire the ability to perform adaptive evolution. And the Zerg just stimulated the genes in their bodies. The form they have now is what they should be. Like from eternity. The angel is above. What is this? A Heavenly Army commander suddenly said in surprise after leading the biochemical team to a position that was once lost. Is this thing also a Zerg? It turned out that in front of the Heaven Army commander's position, several beetles as large as titans were frantically eating the Heaven Army corpses on the ground. Crack! Crack! They have a protruding mouth similar to a pig, with a huge spiral mouthpart filled with countless fangs and teeth. At this time, these giant titans were constantly throwing the corpses of the soldiers of the Heaven Army into their own mouthparts. In an instant, countless blood plasma spurted frantically from their mouths. And on the outside of their spiral mouthparts, there are several thick teeth with a jagged shape on the outside. The commander only roughly estimated the thickness of these teeth and was surprised to find out. The exposed serrations of these kilometer-level monsters are actually hundreds of meters in length. If only the teeth were huge, then the commander wouldn't be so surprised. What really surprised him was this Titan-level monster. Everything on his body is beyond his comprehension. Huge, chitin-structured armor, like exposed riverbeds, layered on top of the beast's mighty beasts. Their thick thighs, just stepping on the ground, can press out one amazing pit after another. God knows how these kilometer-high monsters can bear such a terrifying weight. However, when the heavenly army commanders saw these monsters, they finally understood why the previous army had fallen. Fire. Angel's entourage. But the commander did not lose his courage to continue fighting after seeing this terrifying monster. Not even a single soldier, including his subordinates, showed the slightest timidity in the face of terrifying monsters. This has to do with their education and beliefs. They are the warriors of Paradise Mountain, they are the entourage of angels. They were born to fight for heaven. Death is just a part of their lives that they must experience. Even those commanders don't need to fully go through the death part. Their souls, being implicated by the angels, can be easily reborn from the rear of the battlefield. Coupled with the extremely cheap cost of the biochemical soldiers, the Heaven Army will not feel fear when facing casualties. As a result, after receiving the order, these mentally powerful warriors took up their own standard weapons and poured out their firepower crazily at these 1,000-meter monsters. Ding ding ding! Countless bullets hit the chitin armor of these monsters, revealing little sparks. Superficial. But such an attack is enough to attract the attention of these Titan-level monsters who are eating. A pair of small compound eyes exuding a wild aura looked down from the top of their heads several thousand meters high. Without the slightest hesitation, the commander turned on the communicator at hand and began to call for stronger support. Because he clearly knows that even if he has exhausted all the soldiers under his command, he still cannot destroy any monster in front of him. The existence of these monsters has clearly exceeded the scope of local treatment of the heavenly army. However, this poor commander did not know what the appearance of these monsters represented. Warning: on the battlefield number 112,478, a hostile legendary peak-level creature was found. In the command post where Peter was, Maeve suddenly issued a warning about the situation on the battlefield. But Peter didn't take this information to heart at all. After all, the creatures of the legendary peak are not common. At least in the eyes of the gods, a creature of this level is already considered a bad street. Even if Peter hadn't mobilized the heavenly army, the number of legendary peak creatures dedicated to serving him in the heavenly mountain he belonged to had already exceeded thousands. Therefore, in its eyes, Maeve's information transmission seemed a little noisy. After all, those hostile legendary peak creatures who can easily kill a large number of the heavenly army are actually nothing, and he doesn't actually care. However, when Maeve passed on more detailed information to the command post, Peter was stunned. The number of enemy legendary peak creatures is 378. Data update: 377 heads. Our angels have already intervened in the battle. Warning: on the battlefield number 165,527, a hostile demigod-level creature was found. The number of hostile demigods is 241. Suddenly, Maeve's eyes turned an alarming red. She kept reporting a series of information in an extremely indifferent tone to Peter, who had an unbelievable face. Warning: on the battlefield 026797, found hostile. Warning! Warning! Countless warning sounds resounded throughout the command post. And 10 minutes later, Maeve corrected the total number of all-powerful hostile creatures. The total number of creatures exceeding the legendary level is 130 million. And the total types of these powerful creatures are 5,600. A full 130 million legendary Zerg creatures appeared on the battlefield after hatching. The number of ordinary insect swarms, which were once incalculable, has also dropped sharply to about 1/10 of the peak. But at this moment, they seem to have truly woken up. They are like a machine, from the standby mode that once slowly expanded to the current performance mode. They are the true appearance of these Zerg. The war, for these awakened Zerg, has just begun. Chapter 146. The war continues. And, even more brutal than before. Report: the number of Void Zerg has dropped sharply to 17.03%. Maeve's voice continued. Report: the number of void Zerg has dropped sharply to 16.97%. Report, Void Zerg. The overall number of void Zerg has reached a critical point of destruction. The number of void Zerg has dropped to the level of only 100 billion for the first time. This is very happy news. Because those surging grey oceans were exposed for the first time and returned to the depths of the ocean, just like the end of the tide. But don't be too happy. Because this war between Paradise Mountain and the Zerg will not really end. Peter looked at the data on the panel solemnly, waiting for Maeve's follow-up information. Sure enough, after Maeve finished broadcasting the previous content, she immediately started broadcasting information about the number of legendary creatures on the battlefield. Now, this information is the cornerstone of the war situation. The total number of hostile creatures exceeding the legendary level is 130 million, corrected, the number is 142 million, corrected. Correction. A new group that is almost completely different from the ordinary warriors in the Void Zerg has appeared, and their numbers are growing rapidly. These terrifying creatures newly hatched by the insect swarm are completely different from the weakness shown by the previous Zerg. Not only are they more powerful individually, each of them has the strength above the legendary level, and their fighting style is completely different from other swarms. They either have extremely heavy armor and break down enemy lines like heavy machinery, or they grow multiple fleshy wings and occupy the sky above their positions at a speed comparable to an interstellar vehicle. Or, their bodies can spew deadly spores that quickly parasitize an entire enemy on the battlefield in seconds. It's really scary. In the endless abyss, Chu Hao looked at the battlefield of the Zerg and the Heaven Army outside. On the battlefield, a gigantic giant titan worm was eating the previously invincible warriors of the Heaven Army as if they could move jelly beans. I never thought that the Zerg could directly upgrade such a powerful warrior. While talking, Chu Hao recalled the classic Zerg design cases he had seen in school, which made him a little stunned. Among the so-called classic cases, the highest level Zerg design is only the level of the legendary peak. Moreover, that kind of Zerg is still an individual type of Zerg, which cannot be hatched in a large area. Compared with the organized Zerg, the Zerg designed by these gods are actually more like alien beasts. But this kind of design is enough to make these guys get into textbooks and firmly occupy a place in the history of Zerg design. But after seeing the current performance of the Void Zerg, Chu Hao suddenly felt that those short-sighted guys would never have imagined that the Zerg would have such a powerful and dominant performance today. And the most important thing is that everything in the Void Zerg is the result of natural evolution, and no god has designed it. It's amazing. An extreme life type can independently use the same bloodline to create 5,000 different types of creatures, which is beyond all the gods in history. This level of design capability is simply amazing. While Chu Hao was still amazed at the power of the Zerg, the brainworm he had captured before interrupted Chu Hao's train of thought and retorted. Great Abyss Master, you are wrong. The design itself is not important. What is important is how to accurately use the characteristics produced by those designs. Oh! Hearing this, Chu Hao turned his head curiously and put his own eyes on the fat brainworm who was uploading his own biological design knowledge to Damon. At this time, after Damon heard that the brainworm dared to interrupt Chu Hao's reasoning in person, he immediately slapped the guy's head with the spine on his brain. The brainworm looked at Damon with some doubts, and didn't quite understand why he was beaten. Obviously, the brainworm, a simple-minded guy who has just entered the endless abyss, does not know what it means to observe words and expressions. You are very wrong. In your eyes, everything is designed, but it is not so. If you are careful enough, you can easily find out that the appearance of these Zerg has long been foreshadowed. I'll give an example. Those seemingly thick and sturdy chitin armors have long appeared on ordinary insect swarms, but due to the small number of resources tilted, these armors only take effect on some joints. The object that the brainworm was talking about was the terrifying Zerg at the kilometer level who were eating the Heaven Army as jelly beans. And today's powerful upgraded swarms are just in the process of hatching, increasing the investment of resources infinitely, and magnifying the number of these armors to the limit. The chitin armor design is actually not that rare. But how to not make mistakes and apply a large number of creatures to make them work is the real difficulty of creature design. But unfortunately, you don't seem to have enough wisdom and careful observation to discover this obvious point. That's why I interrupted your thoughts and told you that the design itself is not important, the important thing is how to use its characteristics accurately. While talking, the brainworm waved the limbs beside the mouth parts. It looks funny, like a university professor who is teaching students a subject. Chu Hao smiled, not angry. After all, he is very clear that this brainworm is estimated to surpass most of the gods in terms of biological design and application. At least, the brainworm is definitely much stronger than himself in terms of biological design. Since the other party will say so, then there must be a reason to say so. So it's the use of traits, not the design itself. In other words, these swarms that have been upgraded to the legendary stage are actually just ordinary bugs with increased resource input, right? Brainworm nodded and replied. That's understandable. You finally understand. After Chu Hao nodded, he then asked a more important question that he had always wanted to ask before. But speaking of this, Brainworm, I have a question I want to ask you. What should I do to make the devil's gene sequence perfectly fuse with the swarm's gene sequence? In the previous experiment, when the gene sequences of the Zerg were matched against the gene sequences of the devils, they showed a one-sided crush. And now, Chu Hao wants to reverse that result. He longed for devil to have the same abilities as the Zerg. Chapter 147. Before, when Chu Hao saw the excellent life structure of the Zerg, he had the idea of injecting the Zerg gene sequence into the devil's gene sequence. After all, the powerful and infinitely evolving devil, if they have the ability of the Zerg to build the body perfectly, then they will be completely unstoppable, surpassing the rest of the species in this world. Of course, the injection of Zerg genes he envisioned at that time was just an idea. Because he found that the gene sequence of the Zerg is far more powerful than the devil. No matter how powerful abyss creatures, including devil, are injected with the genes of the Zerg, then this creature will fall into an irreversible upgrade process. Even the most extreme experiment, Chu Hao implanted a strand of genes, a strand of incomplete Zerg genes, into a devil's cell. As a result, in just one day, the devil was still infected and upgraded for the mindless Zerg. These experiments easily proved that the gene sequence of the Zerg is much higher than that of the devil. Their genes are the apex of all living things. Their genetic material is domineering and ruthless, like a wolf hidden in a flock. Few creatures can escape the aggression of their genes. So after a series of experiments, Chu Hao gave up the dangerous idea of fusing Zerg genes. He didn't want to let his own endless abyss inadvertently become a breeding base for the Zerg. Once the genes of the Zerg are rampant in any plane of the endless abyss, all Chu Hao can do is to completely destroy that plane as an option. But now, when Chu Hao captured the brainworm, he moved the idea again. Because he noticed that brainworms can easily design semi-perfect creatures like devils. This kind of design is not something that can be designed by any god. Although Damon is constantly collecting the biological design knowledge in the mind of the brainworm, Chu Hao knows very humbly that he is far inferior to the brainworm in front of him when it comes to the application of knowledge. Only a natural biological design expert like the cerebral worm can hand it over to Damon and Chu Hao himself like a homework. Therefore, Chu Hao hopes that the brainworm can help him analyze the gene of the Zerg through his own efforts, and then apply it to the devil in the endless abyss. But to Chu Hao's surprise, the brainworm refused the request. To be more precise, it directly denies the authenticity of this subject. Great Lord of the Abyss, your question is a goal that is fundamentally impossible to achieve. The genes of both sides can never be fused, let alone a perfect fusion. Oh why? Chu Hao was not in a hurry or annoyed, and asked the other party. Why do you think the genes of Devil and Zerg can't be fused? The brainworm scratched its growing shell and said seriously. Because I, as a member of the swarm, know very well the gene sequence of the void Zerg, which has not changed since countless epochs. From the birth of the swarm in ancient times, from the opening of the world to the present, the gene sequence of the swarm has remained constant. Any attempt to alter the genetic structure of the swarm will fail. We can infect all the rest of the carbon-based life and turn it into one of us, but no matter how powerful the other party is, our genetic sequences will not be fused. You can use your stalwart high-rank power, Chu Hao belongs to the high-rank power in the eyes of the Zerg, to destroy the gene sequence of the Zerg, but that is only to destroy part of it alone. As long as the will of the Zerg is still there, then we will get the gene automatically repaired to what it is today. Our genes can't be changed, can't be fused, and can't be copied. Even at an extreme point, even an individual Zerg like me, who has broken away from the will of the swarm, has completely lost the ability to incubate the original swarm. If my gene sequence is destroyed, I can't restore my own gene sequence to what it used to be without losing the will of the swarm. Even if I want to establish a swarm in the future, then I can only imitate the Zerg genes crudely, so as to independently design my own Zerg organization. A lock has been added to our genetic sequence. A lock that restricts our corruption and becomes another creature. After hearing this, Chu Hao understood. The brainworm in front of me seems to have lost the permission to study the genes of the swarm. It is like a mobile phone that can search for data online, but cannot open the network full of data after the mobile phone is disconnected. And even if this phone can barely connect to the internet, that network will be restricted from the database because of the firewall restrictions. That's it, I understand. Chu Hao nodded, but wasn't too disappointed. After all, looking at the life level of the Void Swarm today, it is obviously much higher than Devil and other creatures. If Devil could modify the Zerg gene sequence at will, then the Zerg swarm would have been wiped out many times, and it would be impossible to be arrogant until now. However, Chu Hao suddenly realized a problem, that is, the brainworm in front of him seems to know a lot about the history of the swarm, and when referring to the beginning of the gene sequence, it seems to have said the word eternity. Wait, does the swarm have a long history? But the diverse world you live in is obviously just a prototype. The brainworm looked at Chu Hao and said dumbly. The world we live in is indeed the embryonic form of the pluralistic world, but we are not born from this pluralistic world. The Void Swarm is just a fluke that came to the new world after the last multiple world was broken. Only survivors. How's it going, Maeve? Peter returned from the battlefield, wearing golden armor and covered in blood. He threw a bug head bigger than a mountain into his own treasure house. Then, after being served by more than a dozen maids, he said to Maeve, who had been mechanically transformed in the distance. It's being counted, my brother Peter. Maeve's electronic eyes changed from red to blue, and then to green. The situation has greatly improved. Thanks to your participation in the battle with the angels, the number of insect swarms with strength higher than the legendary stage has been greatly curbed. Good. Peter nodded. In the previous battle on the battlefield, although his life was not in danger, it also made him suffer. After all, the body fluids and blood of those bugs are enough to make him feel sick when he likes cleanliness. But Maeve's next words made Peter feel uncomfortable. However, the situation of some worlds has not been counted, and many Zerg are still besieging those worlds. If these worlds are overrun by the Zerg, then they have the resources to restore their populations. After speaking, several besieged worlds appeared in front of Peter's eyes. One of the worlds looks like a black and red vortex. Chapter 148. In the picture Maeve gave, the Endless Abyss, like many worlds, was being attacked by the Zerg. Of course, due to the different rules and characteristics and racial strength of each world, the situation between them is also completely different. Some worlds, such as the Endless Abyss and the world owned by the middle-class god, still did not allow the swarm to break through the defense line of their own world, and did not let their own world fall. They still have the ability to send their own family to fight against the Zerg in the outside world. But some worlds, such as most of the secret realm worlds and the lower gods, are in a much worse situation. In many worlds, the defense line has basically collapsed, or even disappeared completely. And the Zerg are aggressively invading their world and destroying the world of the gods they own. Once the worlds of these lower gods are completely invaded by the insect swarms, they will only have two choices left. One is to put the own body into the world of God's domain and fight to the death, desperately risking death, and use the power of own Godhead to fight the Zerg to the death to protect the world of own God's domain. One is to completely give up the world of the gods that he has nurtured. He completely falls from the altar, the fire of the gods is extinguished, and he eventually becomes an ordinary life. Although these two options seem to me to be a life and a death, but in fact it is not so simple. Because if you simply think that you have fallen from the altar and that it is a big deal to start all over again, then you are very wrong. Once the world of God's domain is completely destroyed, then everything in the gods will be damaged. Divine fire, Godhead, and even divinity. Your divine fire will be extinguished, and the sea of your soul will be devastated. And when you want to rebuild your God's domain world, you will be surprised to find that the sea of your wounded soul will drag you down infinitely, making you build a new God's domain world. It is very difficult. This is just a loss of personal quality. If you count all the hard work in a God's domain world, then this loss is unacceptable. And more importantly, when a creature enters the stage of the gods, its psychology and its soul will gradually surpass mortal things. This is realm, this is destiny, this is the capital that all gods are proud of. If its divine fire goes out, it will also find it desperately. As a god, he is gradually disappearing with the divine fire, and becoming the mortal creatures he once abused. Such a gap can destroy almost anyone's psychological defenses and make them crazy. This is why there are so many gods who would rather use their own real body to fight for the core of their own God's domain world, rather than give up their own God's domain world. However, things are different now. In the past, the shattering of the God realm world was basically caused by dueling with other gods and exploring the secret realm world. In the above two situations, most of the gods have the ability to escape and protect their own world. Even if you can't beat the opponent, Goyugu is not too shameful. But this time the enemy is different, this time the enemy is the Void Zerg. In the face of these eternally hungry monsters, most of the crystal wall rules of the God's domain world cannot take effect. When your outer defense line falls, they can step on the crystal wall of your God's domain world at will, step into your realm, and plunder everything from you. This is more desperate than all the enemies these gods have ever seen. Many times, the lower gods have no way to defeat the endless swarm. Lord, we have nowhere to go. In a lower-ranked God's domain world, a male alien dressed as a king kneels in front of a 1,000-meter statue wearing colorful scale armor. It was crying and crying, like a child who was beaten outside, kneeling and crying in front of Lord On. In fact, it is not inappropriate to use the above example. The reason why this king is like this is entirely because its territory has been swallowed up by the insect swarms. All the land that has been ravaged by the Zerg has all become ashes. That's right, ashes that are worse than scorched earth. The mages in the army have told the king that all the available elements in those lands have been completely sucked up. This kind of land, no matter what method is used, is impossible to restore. Moreover, what frightened the king even more was that 2 of the 3 kingdoms on the same continent as him had already been destroyed. In the whole world, the aliens who are still alive like him have reached the brink of genuine extinction. Since then, it will be desperate and put its own hope on the creator god of this world, that is, the lower god. Great Lord! The king looked into the statue's eyes and couldn't help getting 2 tears down. I don't know if you have your eyes on me, on us sinners. I am an unqualified king, I have abandoned my territory, I have abandoned my army, and I just want to live another day. But now, I am willing to atone for my sins. Under the surprised eyes of the several attendants, the king drew out his own sword and placed it on his neck. Your Majesty, no. The loyal attendant tried to take the sword, but was kicked away by the king. I only hope now that you can save the people in my kingdom. Even if there is only one is fine. After that, the sword in the king's hand finally crossed its neck. It knows that the gods are punishing themselves for greed, for pleasure, and forgetting the teachings of the gods, so it will watch the demise of its kingdom. Brush! His Majesty! In the next second, in the despairing eyes of the waiter, blood, along with the divine fire that mortals could not see, sprinkled on the feet of the statue. The king's body fell heavily to the ground. Then, sigh. A sigh that could be heard in the whole world appeared beside the idol. God and miracle! In an instant, except for the fallen king, all the aliens who could see the idols knelt down one after another. On the statue, there were dramatic changes with the arrival of the divine fire brought by the king. The statue first gradually had an aura, with the grand aura of the gods. Then, the body of the statue began to shrink. In the end, a god, like a god statue, wearing colorful scale armor, stood in front of everyone. He just took a breath, which invisibly affected everyone's heartbeat. Everyone dared not raise their heads, for fear that their eyes would blaspheme the gods. And after this god came, he looked at the world that was about to shatter with a pair of regretful eyes for some reason. Then, as if he had given the final order, he said calmly to all the people who were kneeling and worshipping him, "Prepare to fight back. My dear people." Chapter 149. Prepare to fight back. My people. When this lower god said these words, his ending was actually doomed. In a world that was almost eaten up by the Zerg, even if the body of a real god descended, nothing could change. If it is the ordinary Zerg before, then there is such an imperceptible chance for this real god. But now, after the powerful Zerg that surpassed the legendary stage were hatched, even the lower gods could not stop them. The strength of the two sides is no longer on the same level. But even so, as the master of this world, this goddess still has to represent this world and let out a final roar. Roaring, he led the last group of warriors in this world and rushed towards the swarm. After a period of time, all the existences in the embryonic form of the entire pluralistic world saw a light. A light that, although faint, does exist, appeared on a dying world. The other side. Peter looked at this ray of light in the picture and was silent for a moment. Looking at his appearance, it is estimated that he felt a kind of emotion called rabbit death and fox sorrow for the fall of a lower god. But before Maeve could say anything, Peter had already adjusted his emotions. After all, own mission is above all else. There was no way Peter could resist the order of the old confused man sitting in the middle of Paradise Hills. "Maeve, to the troops in the rear who have already rested, convey my order, the angel of punishment." Peter took a deep breath, looked at the map in front of him, and said slowly, "All the secret realm worlds that have been invaded by the Zerg will all be dealt with in an extinction manner. Tell those commanders that the weapons used to destroy the continent, including the Continental Shaker and the Elemental Destruction Device, can be mobilized from the warehouse without my instructions, et." Peter paused. "Move 50%, we need to leave a part to deal with others. These secret realm worlds have lost their value. Instead of turning them into nests of insect swarms, it is better to make them into weapons for destroying swarms." Maeve heard this, her blue eyes blinked, and countless pieces of information were quickly transmitted to the various units of the Heaven Army. Countless angels came to the warehouse, carrying sealed boxes one after another, to those commanders. "Every weapon in here can easily destroy a complete continent." Originally, these weapons were used to fight against the swarm, but because the swarm world did not have the special situation of a complete continent, Peter did not use these special weapons in the end. But now, these weapons are finally working. Then, the rest of the heavenly army split up 30% of the troops and went to the vicinity of the various gods' realm worlds that have not been washed away and completely eroded, to assist the warriors of these gods' realm worlds to clean up the nearby void swarms and prevent more the world fell and became the lair of the swarm. And during this period, several angels came forward to persuade the masters of these God's domain worlds to cooperate with our heavenly mountain and fight against the void swarm together. Peter then spoke to Maeve. But remember, the number of swarms they consume must be controlled. The number of them destroyed is no more than the number of insect swarms consumed by the warriors in the world of the gods, and they must pay attention to ensure the integrity of their own establishment. Hearing this, Maeve turned her head for the first time and looked at Peter. Obviously, she couldn't understand Peter's helping outsiders behavior. And Peter smiled, showing a perfect smile. "Don't look at me that way, Maeve. I'm not going to defy the orders of Heavenly Mountain Venerable openly. I know that I must kill all these lower gods and keep the secret of our Paradise Mountain. But now, all of us, we should fight the swarm together. If we rashly attack the other gods, they are very likely to die, and frantically obstruct our fight against the swarm." Maeve nodded in understanding. Destruction is always easier than construction. Although the strength of these void zerg is weaker than our heavenly mountain as a whole, we still can't take it lightly. After all, most of the gods' domain worlds have far more resources than the secret realm. Once they use their own god's domain world as a zerg's nest when they know that their own death is coming, then the number of void swarms is likely to return to a horrible place. Peter nodded. "You are right, the world of God's domain is different from the world of secret realm. After all, the resources in every divine realm world are not comparable to the secret realm world. All in all, send our angels according to my order. I believe that these guys actually wanted my support for a long time, and got support from Paradise Mountain." Peter looked at the images of the divine realm world and showed a smile. No matter what, these guys will not escape their doomed fate. With the issuance of Peter's orders, countless heavenly armies started a new way of operation. Part of the heavenly army, headed towards those secret realm worlds, began to destroy this world along with the zerg within this world. Powerful weapons can easily shatter countless continents, or turn continents into a pot of elemental soup. Such a dimensionality reduction blow, even the zerg can't survive, let alone the aborigines of this world. Another part of the soldiers of the heavenly army, accompanied by angels, came to the vicinity of the world of the gods of various gods to help them eliminate the invading swarms. And these lower gods, except for the middle god, all expressed joy and welcome to the arrival of these heaven army soldiers. After all, the pressure given by these void zerg is too great. And more importantly, they have some unrealistic fantasies about the cooperation with the behemoth of Paradise Mountain. In addition, the messengers sent by Paradise Mountain are real angels. In the words of these angels, the idea of cooperation is revealed as if nothing. This cannot help but make their inner fantasy a step deeper. But not everyone expressed joy and welcome to the arrival of these angels. There is a group of special beings who express completely different attitudes towards these beautiful angels who cannot be blasphemed. An angel came to the edge of the battlefield in the endless abyss with Peter's goodwill. She just arrived, but strangely discovered that the ugly family members derived from this world seemed to be too enthusiastic for the arrival of their own. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at her motionlessly. For some reason, she began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 150. These guys are a bunch of monsters. Angel Adeline couldn't believe her own senses. Greed, hatred, deformity, corruption. Countless naked malice came unabashedly. And the source of these maliciousness is these devils in front of us. These are the kinsmen from a world of God's domain, endless abyss, that makes Adeline feel uncomfortable instinctively. To be honest, just standing in front of this group of devils made Adeline feel like she wanted to scream. In fact, if it wasn't for her brother Peter, who is a punishment angel, she would have left here long ago, or she would have killed the devils below by herself. But unfortunately, Adeline definitely couldn't put her own ideas into action at this moment. She must bring the cooperation request from Peter to the master of this world in person. Call your master. Adeline suppressed her emotions, slowly flew down from the sky, and spoke to the devils in front of her in the calmest voice possible. "Tell him that the messenger from Paradise Mountain has arrived. Let him come out and meet me." Although Elena's voice was not loud, with the help of Chu, it was enough to sound on the entire battlefield. But her tone was unceremonious and somewhat aggressive. If an uninformed person hears it, they will even think that this guy is a much more powerful existence than the lower gods. But it is not the truth. Angel Adeline, the real angel born in this Paradise Mountain. Her de facto status in this world is really much higher than that of ordinary lower gods. Because although her own strength is only a demigod, there is a whole mountain of heaven behind her. Therefore, as a messenger sent by the mighty Paradise Mountain world, Angel Adeline naturally despised the master behind the ugly and twisted world in front of her. But what Angel Adeline didn't expect was, when she arrogantly said her own request, the group of freaks in front of her approached her with a sneer. Just the approaching pace of the devils made Angel Adeline feel cold. Looking at the appearance of these monsters, it is obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Even, Adeline noticed that some devils were looking at her body with wretched eyes. This look irritated her. Bold. Angel Adeline shook her hands, and two spears that seemed to be made of light appeared in her hands. Although the number of these devils is terrifying, Adeline is not too worried about her own safety. In addition to the fact that she is the messenger of Paradise Mountain, she has security, and the soldiers of Paradise who are thousands of kilometers away are also her solid backing. In addition, her own demigod strength is enough to let her escape from here. But even so, the breath of these devils still made her tremble. Because she smelled the extreme depravity from these guys. But at this moment, Adeline suddenly looked at the sky. Because there, endless black mist suddenly appeared, and then Wu Feng automatically gathered together, forming a vortex. As soon as these black mists appeared, Adeline felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, and the idea of resistance also disappeared. The opponent is too strong. And he's a real boss. You are the messenger sent by Paradise Mountain. The vortex composed of black mist gradually dissipated. Finally, before dissipating, a man with black hair and black pupils walked out of it. Chu Hao came in person. He first glanced at the angel who came to the edge of the endless abyss with extremely indifferent eyes. Then, he silently used his own ability to scan everything about the angel in front of him. After scanning, Chu Hao was stunned for a moment. Soon, he changed his expression and swept away the previous indifference. Finally, among all devils' surprised eyes, Chu Hao showed a friendly smile to the young angel. "You're more beautiful than I thought, Miss Angel. I'm sorry I offended you by my ugly and ignorant subordinates." Seeing Chu Hao like this, almost all devils dropped their jaws in shock. It is difficult for them to imagine that this gentle, understanding, and personable guy in front of him is actually the master of the entire endless abyss. This completely overturned the word-of-mouth image of devil and their cognition of Chu Hao in the abyss. In the mouths of devils, Chu Hao is the incarnation of darkness, a supreme being obsessed with power and knowledge, crazy cold-blooded and keen on perverted experiments. It's hard for them to imagine why Chu Hao is so friendly, and they don't even understand. "Where are you, ugly?" Gan. However, among these devils, there are also many smart devils. Because of Chu Hao's behavior, they think of something. "Hey, there must be a conspiracy, I already smell betrayal and blood." Devil's evil eyes licked his own claws and looked at Chu Hao and the angel Adeline who were talking in the sky. The other devil was a little puzzled. "Why do you say that? Evil eyes, have you guessed what the great master is going to do?" Xiemu just sneered and pointed to the angel Adeline in the sky. "That actually is not, I can't guess what the overmind is going to do, but I do know a thing. When a strong person is polite to a weak person, it is not about being a good person, just the opposite. The strong man's covetousness for the weak may be something more." Above the sky, negotiations continue. Chu Hao waved his hand gently and used the black mist to block the sight of the devils below. But the purpose of what he did was for the angel Adeline. "Thank you for your help, I feel better now." Angel Adeline patted her own chest, nodded and smiled at Chu Hao. Different from before, after the two sides chatted for a while and increased some trust and understanding. Angel Adeline was surprised to find that the owner of the ugly world in front of her was actually a very friendly person. "Then, we will continue to discuss the details of our cooperation in fighting the Void Swarm." Adeline looked at Chu Hao's handsome smiling face and relaxed a lot. "Are you sure? There are still quite a few monsters in your world." "Oh no, I mean warriors. Can they be used to help the heavenly army destroy the Void Swarm? If it is true, then we are very welcome in Paradise Mountain. After all, the swarm is the enemy of everyone." "Of course it is. I would love to work with the great heavenly mountain. So I will send my troops to the battlefield where the heaven army is in charge and help them destroy the enemy," Chu Hao said with a smile, but his eyes seemed a little cold for some reason. Chapter 151. I will send my troops to the battlefields that the heavenly army is responsible for and help them destroy the enemy. Chu Hao said this with a smile. Then he added, "In my God's domain, the number of family members is actually rich enough for defense. If you mobilize some of them, it will not hurt your bones at all." Angel Adeline heard this and gave Chu Hao a serious look. After looking at it for a long time, Adeline nodded. "We Paradise Mountain will be very happy to cooperate with you to eliminate the Void Zerg together. In this face-seeing era, if you look good, you can easily let the other party establish initial trust. But at the same time, in this sad age, even the angels cannot see it. Behind this handsome young man in front of him is a devil's heart. The moment she lost her vigilance, devil's tentacles wrapped around her body until she fell into the abyss. However, regarding your request, I still have to report to my brother, the Angel of Punishment, in advance." Although the Angel Adeline promised Chu Hao, the two sides will fight side by side. But her opinion still had to go through Peter's nod. After all, in this battle with the Zerg, Peter has the real decision-making power. Although the Angel Adeline successfully pulled Chu Hao into the united front to fight against the Void Swarm, she completed her job. But Chu Hao's request to send troops to various battlefields is beyond her authority, and it still needs to be approved by him. "No problem." Chu Hao still kept smiling. "You can ask your master for advice now, and I will prepare for war in advance. Some of our family's information has been opened to you. You can check the strength of this part of the family and their characteristics at any time, so as to send them to the appropriate battlefield." After speaking, Chu Hao snapped his fingers. The body of the endless abyss, the black-red vortex, began to rotate rapidly. That's the sign that it's firing the engine of war in full force. As it rotates, the sleeping creatures in the entire endless abyss, including the previous evil demon monarch kings, will be quickly awakened and then thrown into the war. Angel Adeline frowned. "That, the Angel of Punishment is not my master. He is my brother. Although all our angels have different positions, we are all brothers and sisters. We serve the Great Lord together, the founder of the Supreme Heavenly Mountain." "I'm sorry about that, I didn't know." Adeline waved her hand. "It doesn't matter, such misunderstandings are normal. Many guys who don't understand our internal relations often make mistakes. Anyway, regarding your request, there will be a reply in a while, and I will come to inform you at that time." After speaking, the Angel Adeline nodded to Chu Hao, indicating that she should return to the heavenly army to sit in the army. After all, she is leaving. But at this moment, the black and red swirl in Chu Hao's eyes suddenly and quickly spun. He stepped forward quickly, grabbed Angel Adeline's white hand, and stopped her. Such a rude and blasphemous angel's behavior ignited Adeline's anger almost instantly. "You must know that the Angel Adeline is an angel born in Paradise Mountain, the object of worship of hundreds of millions of people, and the existence that countless people recite when they pray. And now, she was actually grabbed by a male creature, which was unbearable. Not even if the other party is a god. The essence of Paradise Mountain is much higher than that of a lower god. Just when the angel Adeline was about to get angry, Chu Hao let go of his hand with a shocked expression, expressing that he didn't have any crooked thoughts. Sorry, I was in a hurry just now. Because I forgot to say something. Adeline's gloomy face was relieved a lot. What's the matter? Chu Hao coughed and said with a smile. About the combat resources our troops need. Angel Adeline didn't notice, at the moment when Chu Hao held her hand. At the bottom of the endless abyss, an invisible light hit her. This light did not attack her, nor did it cause any damage to her. On the contrary, the real purpose of this invisible light was to give her something. For example, and laziness. Chu Hao said silently in his heart. Hours later. Inside Peter's command post. Blood-soaked Peter returned from the battlefield again. This time, the loot he got was a complete demigod Zerg corpse. Its soul has been burned by me, but its body still has enough vitality. Peter casually threw the Zerg corpse, which was armed with blade limbs, at his servant, while saying, "Remember to dispose of it properly and put it in my treasure trove. Hey, this strangely constructed guy will become one of the most important souvenirs of my trip." The attendant nodded humbly and replied, "Your will be carried out, great angel." Peter ignored the attendant and went straight to Maeve's side. "No nonsense," he said directly. "How is the situation now?" Maeve's cold electronic voice appeared. "Now the number of Void Zerg has shrunk a lot with the destruction of those worlds. However, due to the exhaustion of our combat power, there have been gaps in the fronts in many areas. At the same time, the number of soldiers on our side has also fallen to a historical low. The current number of troops is 4.35% of the heyday, and the number of armor is 27% of the heyday. Sixth, the number of fallen angels is..." Peter nodded helplessly. "There is no way, whether it is a biochemical warrior or a commander. They are mortal things after all, and even with the blessing of faith, they cannot escape the boundaries of mortal things. They can't fight without sleep, and after they die, they need enough time to replenish. However, no matter how fast the replenishment rate of biochemical humans is, it still needs to be done on a weekly basis. This is not good news for the current battlefield. Especially when the Zerg has stepped up its counterattack." Just when Peter was helpless, Maeve gave a piece of good news. "However, the angel Adeline who went to mark the world on the 17th has brought you a message. There is a lower god who seems to be willing to help us." Chapter 152. There is a lower god who seems to be willing to help us. He is willing to send his own family troops to go to the major battlefields to help them fight against the Zerg. Hearing this, Peter sneered. He put his feet on the luxurious table and said with great disdain, "Help us? Humph, how is that possible? I know this group of lower gods too well." What Peter was showing at the moment was not arrogance. On the contrary, what he said was really his true cognition of the lower gods. How could this group of weak, greedy assholes really want to cooperate? If my guess is correct, there are 10, this guy must want a name who actively cooperates with Paradise Mountain. If we really agree to the other party's request, this guy will definitely send out a bunch of troops, and then show us that he has done his best. The lower gods who agreed to cooperate with us before, which one was not greeted with a smile, and then withdrew their own troops into their own god's realm? Ha ha ha, talking about this, I remembered a joke, Maeve, do you want to hear it? There was no expression on Maeve's icy face. I do not want. All in all. Peter shook his head helplessly. This guy must not really want to help us in Paradise Mountain, this is the truth. Maeve, tell the other party, I refuse this request. We Heaven Mountain, can't all cats and dogs be okay? While Peter was still talking, Maeve directly handed over the data that Adeline had obtained to Peter. And these data are the Devil's fighting scenes when fighting against the Zerg. It has to be said that although the devils are at a disadvantage in the battle against the Zerg, but this disadvantage is not great. Even more importantly, when the Zerg changed their tactics and sent a large number of legendary stage creatures, the devils were in an advantageous position in the battle with the Zerg. Of course, devil will have a slight advantage only if the number of both sides is similar. Once the Zerg use endless numbers to enter the battlefield, the devils are still the objects to be crushed. However, such a performance has already caught Peter's attention. Are these twisted, dirty and ugly creatures the family of that lower god? Peter frowned. In his opinion, the appearance of these creatures is really too ugly and disgusting, and even some of the devil images are too deformed and distorted. Already aroused its resentment. But what I have to say is that many devils' combat abilities are indeed excellent. At least, better than most of the low-level Paradise Mountain bio warriors. Although there are no tactics, but in battle, the devils who are caught in a frenzy can indeed break their arms with the Zerg in many scenes. At least, in Peter's eyes, devils are an excellent consumables. If he really gets the help of devil himself, then the situation on many battlefields will be reversed. That's right, it is the family of the god. In addition to the battle screen, we have a lot of biological parameters here. Maeve said calmly that as a mechanized being, she paid more attention to rationality and data. The parameters of these creatures are much better than many warriors. The sincerity of the car and the car given by the god is not false. We may be able to use these creatures to reduce casualties on our side and accelerate the demise of the Zerg. After hearing this, Peter hesitated. Maybe, but I'm not worried that this guy must have other plans. Every god may have some shortcomings. But the gods have one thing in common, that is, they are all extremely treacherous and cunning. Maeve did not stop, but continued. Peter, you are right in saying that. Because that subordinate god also added an important requirement to our cooperation. What kind of request? Peter took a deep breath and seemed to take each other seriously. He said he wanted resources if he was asked to send an army. His world, before being swallowed by the Zerg world, had just invaded a secret realm world, so it is now in resource shortage level 1. How many resources? Maeve gave a number that almost made Peter jump. Although Paradise Mountain brought a frightening amount of resources to replenish the troops this time, the resources requested by Chu Hao still made Peter feel frightened. So much. He's crazy, impossible. But he said that he will use these resources to incubate the family troops, thereby killing the Zerg. Maeve added the last sentence. He said that if we were not at ease, he could send troops first, then wait for our resources to arrive, and then send the next batch. What do you think? Peter? Do you want to reply to him? Peter squeezed his chin, hesitant in his eyes. I didn't expect that what this guy craved was actually a resource. But this makes sense. It is impossible for anyone to selflessly dedicate everything to help us. But if it's just resources, then I can still. In the end, Peter agreed to Chu Hao's request to send troops to cooperate with him, but Peter, who was very wary, only allowed Chu Hao to go to the few battlefields he designated. And after Adeline informed, Chu Hao agreed with a smile. Because what he cares about is not resources at all, or in other words, although those resources are important, they are not so important. What he really wants is to successfully transfer his own troops to every corner of the universe battlefield with the permission of the powerful Heaven Army. After the two sides really established a cooperation intention, the tentacles of the endless abyss finally reached out to every corner of the prototype of this multidimensional universe with the help of the Heaven Army. Countless Devil Army, grinning, quickly arrived at their respective battlefields with the help of the abyss. In their view, there is no need for a reason to fight. Killing and death themselves are what they seek, and they love them. However, this time the devils, the master gave them a more important goal. That is pollution, polluting the embryonic form of this multidimensional universe, sowing the seeds of decay and degeneration. At the same time, they will also silently pollute the heavenly mountain warriors who fight alongside them. Throw the seeds of disaster and doubt into the sea of their broken souls. Chu Hao stood side by side with the angel Adeline, watching the countless devils leave the endless abyss below. The corner of Chu Hao's mouth showed a smile. If all goes well, he will soon see the mortals in the army of heaven ugly in collapse. And he wanted to see how the angels would react to this. Chapter 153. Chu Hao's will was quickly implemented. With the help of the heaven army, countless devil armies have arrived at the front line of fire fighting with the Zerg. Of course, the time mentioned here is at least in weeks. After all, the battlefield area this time is really too large. Chu Hao is also the first time to experience a war with a multi-universe prototype as a battlefield. Therefore, a war of such a large area, even if it lasts for more than a week, is actually only a short while for the entire war. The duration of this war has long since been measured in years. And all those who participated in this war were actually mentally prepared. However, there was a guy who suddenly blurred the concept of time during this long period of time. She is the angel Adeline. She could clearly feel that something was wrong with her own state recently. The great angel, we will meet with the number 42 Devil Legion next and go to the No. R788 position. Among Angel Adeline's flagships, Angel Adeline sat in her own seat with a dull expression on her face. In front of her, the commander of the Heaven Army under her is telling the current battle situation in detail. We have done enough preliminary investigations on battlefield R788. This is what we have detected. Please see the screen. The commander clicked on the screen beside him. On the screen, countless worm eggs with grey gradient patterns are constantly being produced in their abdomens with the twitching of more than a dozen mother worms. These eggs with grey gradient patterns, each of which contains a rapidly developing larva. The growth rate of these larvae has approached the biological limit. They hatch within minutes of being carried away by the worker insects, hatching into identical larvae after another. Then, the hatched larvae will be thrown into the nutrient pools of different sizes by the workers. When they are thrown into these nutrient pools, they will instinctively stretch the tentacles on both sides of their bodies, and quickly absorb all the nutrients in these pools, leaving nothing left. Note that absorption is used here, not eating. This is because in the design of the Zerg, the speed of devouring nutrients is far less efficient than the absorption. Soon, these absorbed larvae began the next hatching operation. The larvae that absorb less nutrients will transform into beings such as basic worker insects and combat insects. And those larvae that absorb a lot of nutrients will transform into new worm mothers, or existences such as brain worms. As for those larvae that have absorbed a large amount of nutrients and their bodies are close to crystal, they will transform into super Zerg that surpass legends and even surpass the level of demigods one after another. Each of these super Zerg can burst out with amazing fighting strength. Once they hatch, they will bring a large number of ordinary Zerg to destroy any enemy who dare to stop the Zerg. Your Excellency Angel, you can clearly see that there are a large number of mature female insects behind the R788 position. This is our goal this time. These mature female insects are frantically replenishing the dead Zerg at a speed of hundreds of seconds per second. If we successfully eliminate this position, then the pressure in the nearby war zones will be much less. The commander meticulously explained the follow-up tactical play, including how to use the cannon fodder feature of the creature devil to reduce the casualties of his troops. Of course, in its eyes, no matter how powerful the devils are, they cannot escape the fate of cannon fodder. After all, this group of ugly, nauseating creatures can never be compared with the great, angel-led army of heaven. This has nothing to do with strength, it has to do with status. When those devils and Zerg rush to each other, suddenly, the poor commander noticed a problem. That is the angel sitting on the main seat, and it seems that he did not listen to his explanation of the battlefield situation at all. This is not his subjective perception, but because the angel Elena at the moment really closed her eyes on the main seat, put one hand on her chin, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was asleep. The commander's status is much lower than that of an angel, so he just hid this somewhat rebellious idea in his heart without saying it. After all, since he was born, he has been instilled with the truth that the great saint angels and their mortals are not creatures of the same level. You can't do anything random like yourself. Who? Well, the commander's face was slightly distorted as the angel's grunt appeared. Cough cough. The commander coughed and woke the angel Adeline from her dream. Ah, I didn't sleep, you continue to talk. Adeline suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the commander of the heaven army with a black line in front of her. I don't know why, I always feel like I've become a lot lazy lately. While listening to the commander's explanation of the battlefield, Adeline thought to herself. Moreover, I can clearly feel that this kind of laziness is becoming more and more serious. It is even serious enough that I actually fell asleep while listening to the opinions of mortals. This really shouldn't be, every one of us angels, but they are synonymous with hard work. Adeline pinched her own thigh secretly, trying to refresh herself. However, after her thoughts were interrupted, she suddenly realized another, much more serious problem. Wait a minute, Adeline, think back to your dream. God, what were you dreaming about? It's really shameless. For some reason, Adeline suddenly panicked. She stretched out her white hands and waved at the mortal commander, signaling that the other party could stop. The battlefield planning is good, just do as you said, you can retire. The commander was stunned for a moment, but in the end he was extremely humble and left here with his own subordinates. An angel Adeline finally relaxed after everyone around her left. She took a deep breath, as if she was extremely nervous. Angels, like ordinary creatures, have their own work and rest cycles, and likewise, they also dream during sleep. Under normal circumstances, when the sea of mind is fixed, usually in their dreams, what they dream of will be the teachings of the heavenly mountain venerable or the scenes of teaching the world by themselves. But Adeline's dream just now was completely different. What she dreamed was that she was in a darkness without light, with those extremely chaotic black mists, happy scenes. Chapter 154. Just when the angel Adeline was still immersed in the dream just now, the other side. In a certain plane of the endless abyss. Chu Hao is using the knowledge of brainworms to make many unique experiments for the void swarm. He wanted to verify his own inference through numerous experiments. And this inference is the will of the worm's nest that controls the void swarm, which is actually hidden in the gene sequence of the swarm. The cunning it has achieved the purpose of immortality through the gene sequence of the zerg. Squeak! With a bang. A void zerg captured by the devils was directly blown to pieces in the black poisonous swamp spawned by Yu. And before it exploded, it only came into contact with Yu's highly poisonous derivative for less than a second. In just less than a second of contact time before and after, this zerg creature with strength in the fourth stage exploded directly because of the effect of toxin. Faced with such a result, Chu Hao nodded. He himself was satisfied enough with the power of the toxin swamp created by Yu's power. He turned his head and engraved this data on the void. Go ahead and pull in the next void zerg. The second void zerg was quickly pulled in. This is a standard zerg main battle creature. It has a zerg body with a strength higher than the 7th stage, similar to the appearance of a beetle. Its strength is not very strong, but in many worlds, it is already considered an elite level. After the void zerg was pulled into Chu Hao's laboratory by a strong devil and chained to one side with a metal chain, Chu Hao immediately nodded to Yu. And Yu immediately released a large number of black poisonous swamps, controlled these swamps, and attacked the void zerg. Squeak! Unsurprisingly, the zerg was still eroded by the poisonous swamp and died. This time, the 7th-stage zerg persisted for more than 1 second, but it still did not exceed 5 seconds. After seeing the result, Chu Hao calmly recorded the data. At this time, there was already a dense amount of data by his side. These data are all different levels of strength, different types of zerg, in the poisonous swamp of Yu, the length of time. The shortest is only a few milliseconds, and the longest is only about 10 seconds. After Chu Hao saved and fixed the data, he then issued a new order to the devils below. Open the rest, all the shackles on the void zerg. Hearing this, the strong devils immediately obeyed his instructions and opened the cages and shackles next to them. Almost instantly, countless void zerg of different types and levels climbed out of the cage and rushed towards Yu Mu in the distance. And Yu Mu also directly activated his own authority after receiving the order of Chu Hao, spreading countless poisonous swamps. In an instant, these densely packed void zerg who were trapped in the abyss exploded one after another. In the entire laboratory, there was the sound of zerg bodies exploding, crackling and crackling. It's like there are pan-fried beans everywhere. But behind the scene of these zerg explosions of death were Chu Hao's somewhat cloudy eyes. Because at this moment, he himself finally determined a terrifying fact. That is the adaptability of these zerg, which appeared out of thin air. The reason why Chu Hao would say this is because he was surprised to find out. These void swarms who just exploded and died actually succeeded, extending the time they spent in contact with the poisonous swamp and death by 100,000th. Although such a length of time, it makes people feel very ridiculous. But Chu Hao couldn't smile at all. Because these zerg have never been exposed to the toxin swamp released by Yu Mu before. But they can strangely pass through the other void zerg who have died and have been exposed to the poisonous swamp, and increase their own resistance to these poisonous swamps out of thin air. Such a result has surpassed Chu Hao's basic knowledge of biology. It should be known that the adaptation of an organism to the environment should come from the inheritance of genetic material. Only if they have personally been exposed to the toxin and survived, their offspring should inherit some of the anti-toxin ability, and then pass it on from generation to generation. However, the current performance of these zerg has completely subverted this rule. Just the death of the same family can give them the ability to resist toxins. In Chu Hao's view, this is simply. It's like appearing out of thin air. Their genetic sequences have unique vitality. It is alive. The brainworm stood behind Chu Hao and used its own mouth parts to simulate the abyss language and said to Chu Hao, "Great Lord of the Abyss, I'm not lying, and your guesses are on the right track. The core of the zerg is just a genetic sequence. But this gene sequence is alive and has its own consciousness. You suspected that the hiding place of the zerg mastermind might really exist in the gene sequence of every zerg. Now, you have finally confirmed this." After hearing this, Chu Hao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Yet, I didn't expect the will of the worm's nest that I've been looking for would appear in this form. It's really beyond my imagination. The knowledge of the past has really become the shackles that bind my cognition. I did, in some ways, be too arrogant." The brainworm learned the flattering skills taught by Damon, and awkwardly bowed in front of Chu Hao. "No, you are the greatest existence I have ever seen. Your wisdom is higher than any higher existence, God, I have ever seen." Chu Hao was also amused when he heard the guy's flattery. "So, how many high-level beings have you seen in total?" "I've only seen one, and it's you." Damon seemed a little speechless by the side, and sure enough, the evolution of the zerg creature's ability to flatter can be said to be hopeless. Chu Hao waved his hand and said he didn't care. However, he has gone through a series of recognizing the basic facts. That is, these void zerg are extremely difficult to be exterminated. And he himself has made new plans. Okay, now that this is confirmed, then there are two things we have to do next. The first thing is to find a way to cause chaos in the Heaven Army and weaken the strength of the Heaven Army as much as possible. The second is that I have to make one last attempt before I can escape. An attempt to weaponize the low-dimensional ideal plane. Only in this way can I truly gain the ability to confront that angel head-on. Holding a spiritual plane, Chu Hao looked at Paradise Mountain, which was still playing the horn of attack in the distance, with cold eyes. Chapter 155. Is this guy crazy? At the other end of the battlefield, the middle god who was also swept into the rudiment of the multi-world by the zerg, was looking suspiciously at the endless abyss world where Chu Hao was in the distance. Speaking to himself. Is he so stupid that he is willing to help his own executioner? This idiot, he has not guessed that it is impossible for the goddamn angel to let us go until now, right? The Median god, watching Chu Hao's devil army take the initiative to serve as cannon fodder for the heaven army, showed a look of disdain. However, when he rewatched the entire devil's army layout, he noticed something. That is, Chu Hao's devil army seems to be planning something. Wait, this guy's arrangement is wrong. The name of this Median god is called Tagore. His world is a pure high-end magic world with decent strength. In fact, his strength is hidden deep. On the surface, his divine realm world is just an ordinary high-end magic world, but in fact, he once found a lot of rare magic rules in the area of the foggy realm. With the addition of these magic rules, his divine world is expanding toward the theoretical limit of magic. Once its relatives have broken through these theories, then as the master of this divine realm world, he can actually break through the limitations of the Median god at any time, win over more gods, and move towards the status of a higher god. Although there is no godhead in Godhead, once he really breaks through the limitations of the higher gods, then these things will no longer be limitations. At that time, some of the sequence master gods and gods will be willing to give him an inconspicuous position of subordinate gods. Therefore, what he lacks is only time. However, the sudden appearance of the Zerg world completely disrupted his original promotion plan. At that time, he, like those lower gods, huddled in their respective gods, resisting the attack of the Zerg in vain. From the beginning of the real battle, from the first moment of contact with the Void Zerg, Tagore was actually dead by himself. Without the divine status, he could not escape the attraction of the embryonic form of this pluralistic world. Not to mention, his own troops will never be able to resist the attacks of those terrifying Zerg. So, he was desperate at the time. However, Peter, the punishment angel who appeared later, changed all of this. At the beginning, Tagore was very happy that Peter would take action to solve the Void Zerg, and he had a chance to live. This feeling of hope after despair made him feel relieved. However, when he used his own magic technology and Chu Hao to test the connection with the outside world, he became even more desperate. Because he discovered that the Angel of Punishment Peter had blocked the information entrance and exit of the entire multi-world. He used his own rules to create a cage. And Tagore himself is a prisoner in this cage. Compared with those ignorant lower gods, Tagore actually knew very well what the purpose of punishing the angels was. That's killing people. In his desperation, he discovered that the mighty heavenly mountain, in the face of the terrifying Void Zerg, released many trump cards from the bottom of the box. And these trump cards, Heavenly Mountain will not let him live to bring the information out anyway. Because, exposing any trump card is an unacceptable thing for Paradise Mountain. This will greatly affect the struggle between several sequence Lord gods. Therefore, Tagore and his group of low-level gods and weak median gods are destined to be sacrificed. Especially, when the messengers of Paradise Mountain, those birds with feathered wings, condescendingly said to Tagore that they wanted to cooperate, Tagore made his own judgment even more firm. They will die here. This is an almost doomed fact. But Tagore could not accept this fact. He tried his best to finally cross the damned threshold of the median god, not to die here. What was once despair has turned into hope, and when hope is shattered, it has turned into despair again. Such a taste gradually made Tagore feel like he was going crazy. So, in despair, he decided to choose a desperate fight. He decided that after the Zerg was eliminated in Paradise Mountain, he would send his own troops to unleash all his potential and attack Paradise Mountain. Attacking Paradise Mountain, especially in front of an angel. Tagore thought he was crazy. But he knew that there was no way out. And today, when he noticed Chu Hao's layout, a new idea appeared in his mind. That is, it turns out that I'm not the only madman. This lunatic, crazier than me, he actually made small moves in front of the angel. On the other side, in the endless abyss. Damn, how is this possible? In a certain spiritual plane, Chu Hao looked at a meatball in his hand with a horrified expression. To be honest, from the time travel to the present, he, who has been flattered and humiliated, showed a terrified expression for the first time. And the reason for all this is the meatball in front of you. The meatball in Chu Hao's hand was surrounded by Chu Hao's divine fire and kept squirming. All the time, it is constantly being destroyed, and it is constantly growing. From the gap of Shenhuo, it can be seen that this meatball is screaming silently. In fact, if not surrounded by divine fire, this meatball would have destroyed half of the abyss. That's right, not half a plane, but half an abyss. Great Lord of the Abyss, I suggest you destroy this thing immediately. This thing will be the end of all things. Even the Zerg may be contaminated by this thing. The brainworm shrank behind Damon, and seemed to be extremely afraid of the meatball in Chu Hao's hands. And Damon wasn't much better. After feeling the breath on the meatball in Chu Hao's hand, Damon's brain image also shrank by half. Lord, are you sure you can control this thing? For the first time, Damon spoke to Chu Hao in a doubtful voice. In fact, this is also the first time he has questioned the deity of Chu Hao. But after Chu Hao heard these voices, he controlled his own expression. I don't know if I can control it, but now, this thing is still afraid of my divine fire, and I can seal it. But if you open it again, I think this thing is going to get completely out of hand. This terrible thing, I don't know if it counts as a weapon. Haha, sorry for the wrong message. Chapter 156. I can't wait for Damon and the brainworm to reply. Chu Hao had a cold face, looking back at the meatball in his hand, and muttering to himself. This is a mixture of low-dimensional spiritual planes and Zerg gene sequences. A terrible weapon. Who knows, after hearing Chu Hao's words. Damon suddenly screamed. No, Lord! Save me, after I heard your words, I remembered it again. That part of the memory in the ideal world. I remembered it again. It's not just him screaming, in fact, in the entire endless abyss, the ocean of brains where Damon's body is located is churning and screaming. Countless brains were all torn apart, and organs that only Zerg could have were upgraded. And some brains, although they have not been upgraded to such a state, their internal squirming appearance still makes people feel shivering. Because, they are being upgraded to bugs. That's right, although Damon's body is the brain, the connection between them is the blood vessels and the spine. But it's just a few simple things. They began to entangle and merge with each other, and finally, upgraded to bugs. Moreover, although they are insects in name, their twisted appearance has no beauty of insects. Sometimes they are a combination of compound eyes and worms, sometimes they are earthworm-like creatures with huge mouths, and sometimes they are completely wriggling pieces of meat, forcibly put together, like insects' shape. They are extremely chaotic, like the composition of different pieces of meat. They have become a kind of bugs that have no logical order and cannot be described. And it's not just the brains of Damon's body. Even the nightmares it kept in captivity, because of the mutation of these brains, were quickly distorted and upgraded into indescribable bugs. They coming to life soon. They are about to spread to the entire plane, even the entire endless abyss. Hold on. The black and red swirls in Chu Hao's eyes suddenly spun wildly. Then, his hands turned into a black mist. As soon as these mists appeared, they immediately got into Damon's embodied brain. Then, on the plane where Damon's body was, countless black mists swept over everything. After a few seconds, all the changes stopped. However, in just a few seconds, Damon's body lost more than 20%. And Chu Hao's divine fire also consumed a lot again. The loss cannot be described as disastrous. Lord, what just happened to me? I was hacked. Damon was lying on the worm's carapace, a little weak. Chu Hao sighed and said helplessly to him. You go back first, I have blocked a lot of your memory, and I will tell you later. So are you, brainworm. After the brainworm heard this, he did a strange etiquette to Chu Hao, and then carried Damon back. And Chu Hao, after calming down, looked at the meatball in his hand and took a deep breath. This thing is the product he just experimented with in the plane of idealism. 1. A weapon made using the Zerg gene sequence and the characteristics of the low-dimensional idealistic plane. In the past, Chu Hao did a lot of experiments in the plane of idealism, preparing to make the products in these planes into weapons for improving combat effectiveness. But after numerous failures, Chu Hao discovered a characteristic of the spiritual plane. That is unmanipulation. Many products of the spiritual plane can be used as powerful weapons or strange things. For example, a stone derived from a certain plane will expand infinitely as long as it is thrown out. It can be touched, it can be crushed. But its mass is always the same, always the weight of that stone. There are many such things, and their categories are like the nightmare of life, which cannot be distinguished, cannot be counted, and cannot even be understood with rational thinking. All in all, Chu Hao has no way to make effective use of the spiritual plane. But just when he was about to give up temporarily, a ghostly thought appeared in his own mind. That is, what would happen if the Zerg's gene sequence, which can never be changed but full of positive logic, is placed in an eternal change and has no logic at all to obtain the ideal plane. As for the results of the experiment, Chu Hao, Damon who was recording on the side, and the brainworm who was in charge of observing and pointing were all terrified. When a small piece of the Zerg gene sequence covered by divinity was put into an ideal plane where thoughts can be embodied, it begins to fuse and expand with the core of this plane. The first is the appearance of a small meatball, followed by the infinite expansion of this meatball. It becomes a virus-like being. All things, whether organic or inorganic, whether it is an abyssal creature or other species in captivity, it will be contaminated by this virus and infinitely twisted into a Zerg. If you just think this thing is contagious like a virus, it's no big deal and you're wrong. The contagion of this thing has surpassed Chu Hao's understanding of the concept of contagion. Once you are physically touched by it, you will be upgraded to Zerg. Once you smell it, you will be upgraded to Zerg. Once you see it, you will also be upgraded to Zerg. Even to the extreme, you just touch it from the rest of the pictures, books, or other things that can spread its image, and you will still be upgraded to be a Zerg. Chu Hao did an experiment himself. He let a captive alien hide in a safe area he established, and let him only hear the existence of this meatball with his ears. In just over 10 seconds, he changed from a normal alien to a twisted one that kept squirming, but it could still be seen that it was a Zerg existence. Moreover, in the follow-up experiments, Chu Hao also discovered an even more fatal fact. That is, if you have the memory of this thing, unless you are a god level, you cannot escape the danger caused by this meatball. This meatball, just knowing its existence, will make you upgrade into an indescribable existence. Only God fire can stop the pollution of this thing. Any other existence without divine fire can only be exempted from the threat of upgraded after being provided with divine fire. However, it is not safe to operate in this way. The previous failure of Damon's memory blockade is an example. Only by completely eliminating the memory can we cut off the influence of this thing. In order to end the infection of the other party and prevent it from spilling into the entire endless abyss, Chu Hao can only take action himself. He first wiped out all existences in this spiritual plane, and used black mist to detoxify the entire plane several times before successfully recovering the meatball. Thinking of this, Chu Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath again. He put the meatball in front of his own eyes, said coldly. With this thing, as long as he is given enough time to develop, then the entire heaven army's tens of billions of troops will be completely wiped out. But should I really use it? This will be the beginning of a real catastrophe, and no one knows what the end will be. Can you guess what this prototype is? Chapter 157 One of the most important reasons why Chu Hao is so cautious about the use of the meatball in front of him is that this thing is completely uncontrollable. Although half of this thing is made of, it comes from the endless abyss itself. But it is still completely uncontrollable. He is like a deadly out-of-control virus that will spread the concept of his own existence in a form that ordinary people cannot understand. If I had to use one word to describe the way this guy reproduces, then proliferation is the most appropriate word. This guy compressed into a meatball is very different from any life form Chu Hao has ever seen before. The purpose of its birth is not to simply reproduce, but to transform everything into its current form. In fact, at the bottom of the endless abyss, the devil who gave up the physical body and left only the spirit and other concepts has appeared. But even the devil in this form will be ruthlessly assimilated in front of the meatball in front of him, turning into a non-stop wriggling monster. Moreover, in order to suppress the value added of this thing in the ideal plane, Chu Hao consumed nearly 10,000 divine fires stored by himself at one time. This kind of consumption, even Chu Hao can't sustain many times. However, because of this characteristic, Chu Hao thought that the meatball in front of him had value as a weapon. Because in his opinion, once he releases this thing into the position of the heavenly army, then this thing will quickly destroy the tens of billions of the heavenly army. At that time, even if he punishes Angel Peter himself, he will be helpless in the face of this situation. Perhaps its direct power cannot kill the real God. But in the face of its endless derivatives, Chu Hao has reason to believe that even the angels of Paradise Mountain will surrender completely. The only question is whether Chu Hao himself is really willing to release this thing in battle. Once it is completely out of control, Chu Hao himself and the endless abyss will also be impacted by it. Chu Hao stared at the meatball imprisoned by the fire in front of him and asked a question. Do you have your own consciousness? Despite little hope, Chu Hao decided to give it a try. After all, if this thing has consciousness, then Chu Hao may still be able to communicate with it. But unfortunately, the meatball in the divine fire seal is still surging, squirming, constantly changing its shape, and screaming silently. Chu Hao can clearly perceive that this thing does not seem to have any sense. After thinking of this, Chu Hao put this thing away. Then, he took a deep breath. Don't use it for now, but if my plan to corrupt the soldiers of the heavenly army fails, then it's not too late for me to use this thing again. No matter how strong the weapon is, it is not as important as being strong. As Chu Hao spoke, he put his own eyes into the endless abyss. There, devils are so reliable compared to meatballs. However, it is different from the seemingly eternal pattern of the outside world. In the endless abyss, evolution actually continues. And after Chu Hao magically changed the sacrifice rule, it has actually been successful, making the endless abyss glow with new vigor. To say that it is vitality is actually a bit far-fetched. The real situation is actually the entire endless abyss. Because of the emergence of new sacrifice rules, the previously stable pattern has been completely disrupted. Before, due to the endless abyss, everyone had a situation where a little devil was enslaved as their own. Therefore, the battle between various powerful native devils will not be too brutal, at least to the extent that the strength of the two sides is close to the killer. In many abyss planes, as long as there are no devil princes and others, then most of the native devils will basically maintain a fragile but real balance. But now it's different. When the rules of sacrifice in the abyss appeared, all the native devils immediately knew the existence of this situation through their connection with the abyss. As a result, most of the planes in the entire endless abyss were directly messed up under the rules of sacrifice in the abyss. The killing between the native devils became out of control. Every native devil who feels that he is strong will instinctively hunt down other native devils who are weaker than himself, and will never be soft-hearted. But if it is a weaker native devil, it will try to avoid the area where the powerful native devil is located. But once the two sides meet, such a bloody battle is absolutely inevitable. This situation leads to three consequences. The first consequence is that in the entire endless abyss, the number of native devils has dropped to a very low level. The number of native devils in many planes can almost be counted with one hand. But with it comes a second consequence. Powerful. All the surviving native devils have become extremely powerful, and their strength can no longer be vulgarly described by the too idealized stage of legends, demigods, etc. Due to the rules of the abyss sacrifice, devil can obtain any ability or knowledge skills in the endless abyss through hunting and sacrifice, random. Therefore, every surviving devil possesses dozens of powerful abilities. They are no longer limited to a single form, a certain way of fighting, a certain way of killing the enemy. They have become more versatile. Many devils, in addition to possessing super powerful force, have also sacrificed in the abyss and gained good intelligence and knowledge. They, with the endless expansion of knowledge, quickly became scholars in the endless abyss. Many things that the abyss did not evolve naturally in the past were created in the hands of these devils. For example, some devil began to artificially create the breath of death, allowing him to start transforming himself and master the ability to try various undead creatures. There are also devils who have begun to study the abyss environment. These devils began to try to fix part of the environment in the abyss through various spells and incantations, and transform it into their own immortal kingdom. The third consequence made Chu Hao look slightly sideways. Although the number of devils has become rare, it is due to its unintentional large filter function. Many varieties of devil, including succubus, began to appear. Chapter 158. Although the number of devils has become rare, it is due to its unintentional large filter function. Many new varieties of devil are starting to appear. One of the most surprising to Chu Hao is a type of devil called succubus. How to describe this creature called succubus? Beauty. No matter how rich your vocabulary is, the moment you notice the succubus, the words that are destined to appear in your mind must be beautiful. Every succubus face is absolutely beautiful. In fact, any word is not enough to describe their beauty, only the simple but powerful word beauty can describe them. Their faces are naturally in line with the aesthetics of humanoid creatures, and do not need any cosmetics, let alone any changes. As long as they choose to expose their faces to most male humanoid creatures, it is enough to make these male creatures feel their blood vessels. These guys who are not determined and only rely on below thinking will throw most of their vigilance behind their heads the moment they see the face of the succubus. Of course, this situation will change as the strength increases. The stronger the individual, the easier it is to ignore the charm of the succubus. Moreover, after careful observation, Chu Hao found that their beauty can even pry the aesthetics of some non-humanoid creatures and develop their aesthetic concepts towards humanoids. This ability to distort aesthetics is somewhat beyond Chu Hao's expectations. It's just that the beauty of the succubus actually has certain flaws. That is their beauty. In fact, like their souls, they have very dark flaws. Their faces are beautiful though. But in their bones, deep in their souls, they still belong to the ugly, cruel, and merciless devil family. This kind of nature is also reflected in them. The first is that above their beautiful faces, like all devils, a curved devil's horn, not a steering wheel, will grow. Then there are their bodies. First of all, the succubus have smooth skin, and their skin color changes depending on the environment of the abyss. From white, to pale yellow, to purple, and even light black skin. Succubuses of different bloodlines have different initial skin colors, and this is also related to their own preferences. As for their figure, every succubus figure is unquestionably hot. Once they are born, they can get such a good figure without exercising. But on such a wonderful body, there grew a pair of meaty wings that could support their flight, and a pair of curved hooves, structured like a cow or a sheep. With such a body structure, it is easy for others to find out that they belong to a family of fallen dark creatures, and thus become vigilant. Such a structure, Chu Hao can't figure out what is derived from it. Even if Chu Hao found the first succubus and found the source of her bloodline, it was still unclear why the succubuses would evolve into the structure they are today. Although Chu Hao could interfere and completely change the body structure of the succubuses, Chu Hao did not interfere after hesitating for a moment. After all, in the chaotic endless abyss, the succubus has such a body structure, which may indicate that such a body structure may be more suitable for the endless abyss. What's more, Chu Hao also found that the succubus bodies, in fact, did not help much with their first step in seduction of ordinary creatures. Because the succubus, the real ability to charm other creatures, comes from 2 points. One is their beautiful faces, and the other is the charm spell passed down in their blood. These charm spells are unlike any charm spell in the rest of the world. These charms will not emit a unique smell to let you enter the environment, nor will they interfere with your thinking, make you hallucinatory, and will not interfere with your own perception, making you feel hysterical. The charm spell used by the succubus is a charm spell that acts directly on the soul. This kind of charm spell will plant a seed in the soul of the charmed person, just like faith. This seed will grow with the time you are charmed, just like faith, and eventually, it will be completely integrated with your soul. At the beginning, you will feel a slight discomfort during the charm of the succubus. But over time, you will gradually forget this discomfort. Even when you are charmed to a certain extent, you will instinctively think that the succubus is your master, and you need to obey them. Even if these succubuses are so weak that you can strangle them to death at any time, you will still have this kind of thinking. Such charm spells, in Chu Hao's view, are actually more like a long-term hypnosis process. Moreover, Chu Hao made a new discovery after observing the charm of succubus for a long time. Such charm ability is actually very powerful. Chu Hao said this because he discovered an important point. The reason why the succubuses gave up the simple and rude ordinary charm method and switched to such a unique charm technique is entirely because they yearn for the growth of the charmed person. This kind of unique, for soul charm, can actually not destroy the potential of the charmed person at all, so that these poor worms can be promoted normally, and they can normally grow into legends, demigods, and even spiritual positions. This is a very, very important thing. Because in the endless abyss of the weak are prey to the strong, the succubuses whose bodies are so weak that they are much weaker than ordinary warriors can only rely on this method, and only rely on the charm of potential native devils in advance. Under the shelter of they can survive safely and continue to improve their own strength. Behind every adult succubus, there is one, or several, or dozens and hundreds of powerful devils supporting her. If you want to destroy a succubus, take a copy as an example. Succubus, as a bow, only has one tube of blood, and you can kill him with a single knife, just like dropping a mobs in seconds. However, when you enter the copy, you will be surprised to find this copy is not that the bow is too weak, but the mobs are too strong. Those boss on weekdays are all used by this succubus as a small monster. The only thing you need to do is to walk up to the mobs they shelter and slash her while surrounded by a group of powerful BBS. But you know the probability of success. However, after learning the basic information of the succubus, Chu Hao did not take his eyes off this new species. Because he noticed something very interesting. That is, the oldest, the original succubus. He actually tried to infect the devil princes with his own charm ability. Her ambition is actually so big. Chapter 159. Call. Really, it's so boring. Devil Prince Fabio mentioned yawned and stood up sleepily from the throne he had made from the bones of the losers. He has been asleep for too long. As a devil prince, with the authority of the abyss, he often does not need to go to his own territory to swear his own sovereignty. The native devils in the plane he controls basically won't look for his bad head. The previous abyss sacrifice rules greatly reduced the number of native devils in the endless abyss, and some of the powerful devils who survived with great difficulty would not easily challenge the devil prince. In addition, another part of the powerful native devils was transferred out of the endless abyss by Chu Hao to conquer the Zerg. It also resulted in a pitifully small number of native devils who were capable of making trouble on the Devil Prince's legal territory throughout the endless abyss. Sometimes, it's a sad thing that no one is doing things after you've settled down on the ground. Devil Prince Fabuti tilted his head and looked to the left side of his body. You said, right. On the left side of this guy, there are more than a dozen cages woven with barbed iron chains and various abyss animal bones. In the cage, a dozen or so dying native devils were looking at Prince Devil Fabu Mention with fear mixed with hatred. They wanted to speak, but unfortunately, their tongues had been pulled out and they could only make a whimpering sound. Most of them were devil who had once challenged Prince Devil, but after the defeat, he was hanged here as a trophy. Although the fire of their lives has not been completely extinguished, this is not a good deed. Because as a punishment for failing the challenge, they will be slowly absorbed by the magic circle in the cage until they perish. This kind of pain, even devil, can't bear it. Devils are furious and like to harm other beings, but that doesn't mean they can endure the same pain. And among the dozen or so devils, there are also a few who are not the ones who have challenged Prince Devil. They've come to this end only because they've laughed at the Devil Prince Fabu Mention before he rises. One of the ruined Balrog heads is proof of this cruel decision. That's right. In the endless abyss, revenge is also one of Devil's legal means. Unfortunately, you can't talk. Devil Prince Fabu mentions a smile. Otherwise, just listening to your wailing and screaming, I can spend the day happily. Although he said so, Prince Devil quickly lost interest. He turned his head and looked towards the outside of his palace. There, Mu Feng, the boy in the figure 8 world, a new hybrid devil, is waiting for him. That's right, Mu Feng survived the ensuing chaos of war, and he was fortunately integrated with the bloodline of Prince Devil, which made him extremely powerful, at least much stronger than the legendary devil. Although his world has been completely destroyed, his little sister was brought into the endless abyss by him unharmed. Although his sister is weak enough to be not much stronger than the worm of the abyss, but because of Mu Feng's role as a right and left hand, she can still live well in the endless abyss. At least they live much better than the kings, princes, and nobles in the ordinary world. Not to mention, Prince Devil actually likes Mu Feng as a subordinate. This is one of the most important gains he has obtained in that world. A smart and loyal guy who can do many things for himself without worrying about it. This also led to the fact that Prince Devil gave him the right to deal with many trivial matters, which was a rare situation in the endless abyss. Report, what happened recently? Fabu asks Mu Feng pretentiously, eager for some fun things to happen. Let's not mention the adults, there is no threat of new life in the whole plane, all the devils have paid the tax you asked for. The tax here is worth a currency made of evil fallen souls. The currency made by these evil souls can buy most items in this plane. The premise is that it will not be hacked by the seller. Not to mention that Prince Devil, the first and only executive order issued in his kingdom is that all currency on this plane must be minted in the form of soul currency. Yes, not bad. Devil Prince Fabu mentioned nodded, but he also thought to himself, boring. Then there are changes in the environment of your troops and some planes. Within half an hour, Prince Devil fell asleep 3 times while listening to the report, until... One last thing, a beautiful female devil admires you very much, and said she wants to meet you and serve you by your side. Prince Devil sat up abruptly without mentioning. Cough, Mu Feng, you have to be precise with your words. Most devils, especially female devils, their looks are not beautiful. Although I am devil, my aesthetics. In the abyss, the appearance of many female devils is very abhorrent. For example, creatures like Mother of Little Devils, their bodies can almost catch up to an entire hill, and they are all used for production holes. And in their fat stomachs, all of them are the calluses of Little Devil. Such women, as female devils, can't be said to be beautiful, at least they can be counted as everyone shouting and beating. No, Mr. Fa doesn't mention it, this female devil is really beautiful, that's why I brought her here. She said it was your admirer. Mu Feng added. I have checked in advance, she is very weak and will not pose any threat to you. After speaking, Mu Feng clapped his hands. Outside the palace, a figure wrapped in a black burqa walked in with graceful steps. Then, she slowly took off the burqa on her body and showed her own image in front of Prince Devil Fabu Mention. Fabu-sama, this one is the female devil who is eager to serve you. In an instant, Prince Devil's eyes straightened. What appeared in front of him was the first succubus in the abyss. Angus Gale, later known as the Witch of the Abyss. She is the Abyss Zong Nangu, the first real succubus, and also the strongest and most beautiful one. On the other hand, she smiled and looked at the devil Prince Fabu on the throne, and made a provocative gesture. And in her vicious heart, she was thinking. As long as I control this devil prince, then I can have the authority of the abyss. Absolute cruelty flashed in her scarlet pupils. Once successful, I can use this plane as logistics to destroy the Dam Lactavia. The power seized. I should be the one in charge of authority. On the throne, the devil prince could barely mention himself. Chapter 160. Haha! Really interesting creatures. In the endless abyss, Chu Hao looked at the succubus Angus Gale, the Witch of the Abyss, and showed a meaningful smile. He said this on the basis of two facts. The first aspect. The reason why succubus Angus Gale is interesting. It's because she is a man, don't think wrong. Don't get me wrong, her body is indeed a female body, from the strands of hair to the tips of her toes, she is absolutely female. The reason why Chu Hao said that. It is because the soul of the Abyss Witch Angus Gale is the soul of a male. Her soul comes from males, or male creatures. Moreover, the soul of the succubus Angus Gale is an extremely evil, extremely cruel, and greedy male soul. Chu Hao came to this conclusion after he called out the soul of this guy from the endless abyss. Originally, she was just an ordinary devil variant. But for some unspeakable reasons, and after a series of tortures, she involuntarily chose to take the path of the succubus. Of course, in this series of processes, she also relied on some biological knowledge obtained in the abyss sacrifice process. Just a part of the knowledge gave her the idea of becoming what she is today. But in every way, the change in his, or her body, is surprising. And from the results, his change is indeed a success. The charming body, although seemingly weak, can become the favored object of high-level devil. It's like there is always an existence that brings disaster to the country and the people by the side of countless foolish kings. The role of the succubus is to add the high-level devil of the succubus to the will of the other party, so as to achieve their own purpose. At that time, it will always be difficult for the courtiers under the king to distinguish whether this is the king's own will or the will of the one who brings disaster to the country and the people. Succubuses, especially the first succubus Angus Gale. He himself has a very thorough understanding of the purpose of doing this, that is, to achieve his own purpose step by step through his own charm ability. He changed his body structure, transformed himself into this appearance, and learned to master the skills of charm, all of which were for his own ambition. This is the first aspect that Chu Hao finds each other interesting. Chu Hao himself never thought that there would be creatures, willing to do this in order to realize his own ambition. As for Chu Hao's opinion, the second aspect of the other party is the instinct of the succubus Angus Gale. Joy, and the instinct to control the strong. To be honest, Chu Hao is a god. Although he has divinity, has a godhead, and has all the high capital. But he still couldn't understand the succubus Angus Gale's attitude towards pleasure. Because he can feel that on the one hand, the other party is very disgusted to use joy to please those stronger beings, on the other hand, the succubus Angus Gale is very enjoying the process of joy. Such a contradictory character does not only appear in the succubus Angus Gale. All succubuses have more or less shown this situation. Chu Hao has not yet figured out what the end of the succubus is. Because unlike all the other devil creatures, the capital of the succubuses to become stronger often comes from the powerful male devils around them, or a few female devils. They, naturally, will madly pursue a sense of security. Even if they have their own pillow, they are already the strongest devil in this area, but they are still not satisfied. They will desire stronger devil. After obtaining a stronger devil, they will still pursue a stronger devil. This cycle never ends. With this kind of curiosity, Chu Hao was going to take a look at the succubus Angus Gale, what he would do after successfully approaching the devil Prince Fabu. Ah, it's so sour all over. Succubus Angus Gale opened his eyes. At this moment, she was only covered with a layer of veil, lying on a soft and huge bed made by Prince Devil Fabu mention. Ho ho ho. Beside him, Prince Devil, who had transformed into a human, was lying beside him, snoring. The loud purring bored the succubus Angus Gale. FK, you idiot! She rolled her eyes and slapped Prince Devil's face with a slap in the face. Snapped. What? Prince Devil, Fabu Men, woke up suddenly, feeling a little dazed for a while when he touched his swollen cheeks. What happened? It's all right, honey, you just had a nightmare. The succubus Angus Gale said with a smile, her alluring face eased Prince Devil's mood. Oh, so it is, beautiful Angus Gale. As Prince Devil said, he stretched out his salty pig's hand and touched the succubus Angus Gale. But in the next second, his other cheek turned red again. It turned out that the succubus Angus Gale gave him another slap. What are you doing? Devil Prince Fa does not mention that as the ruler of the Abyss Plane, after he suffered this attack, he was about to explode immediately. This is the power of Prince Devil. But in the next second, the succubus Angus Gale crossed his slender waist, frowned and pointed at Prince Devil Fabuti and said loudly. What are you doing? I'm reminding you that the gift you promised to give me is more than a week late. At this time, the succubus Angus Gale did not have the gentle and caring look last night. On the contrary, she is more like a tigress now. Hearing this, Prince Devil's anger disappeared. It was his promise to keep the succubus Angus Gale by his side. This devil, who created suffering at will, just softened and looked like he was in a bag. He was a little embarrassed and a little weak. Cough, dear, I have already sent my troops, that damn Lactavia will be killed by me sooner or later. Just wait. Hearing this, the succubus Angus Gale's face became much better. In fact, her only pursuit at the moment is to let Prince Devil let go, help her eliminate Lactavia, and help her gain the only authority in the Abyss. But there was a hint of slyness in Prince Devil's eyes. The truth is that he has no intention of helping the succubus Angus Gale eliminate Lactavia. Because Lactavia's strength is higher than him, he will be beaten if he goes rashly. Second, and more importantly, is that. Not to mention, Prince Devil has never been charmed by the succubus Angus Gale. Every time, when he fell into the charm of the succubus Angus Gale, the power of the abyss in his body will wake him up instinctively. All he is doing now is just enjoying the flesh of the succubus Angus Gale. This cunning guy has actually been talking to the succubus Angus Gale and the snake. He is just, simply playing with the succubus in front of him. Chapter 161. For a long time, the succubus Angus Gale never gave up the idea of letting the evil demon monarch help her gain power. After all, the authority of the succubus Angus Gale gets impatient every day he spends on Lactavia's side. Although the succubus Angus Gale himself knows how powerful Lactavia is. Lactavia, the weak creature that was once upgraded from the abyss plant, has now grown into a real behemoth. The tens of millions of square kilometers of land around it have been completely occupied by its rhizomes with nodules. And on these lands, those creatures who used to reproduce happily around Lactavia all the time have completely disappeared. After their revelry, the dead skeletons have also been completely absorbed by Lactavia. The reason they lose their value is because Lactavia itself no longer needs these inefficient creatures to provide those poor raw materials. Now she has enough materials stored. unlike the rest of the creatures in the abyss. Because Lactavia has the characteristics of plants, it can use its own resources indefinitely, and use the materials that have been stored to produce its own children in batches. And the children it created are all very good in combat, and they are loyal enough to Lactavia. Although each of these children looks like a hybrid with the promotion system, as long as they break away from the body of Lactavia, their basic strength will exceed that of the native devil at about 10 stages, and it will be close to legend. Of course, although there are a lot of stored materials, it will be exhausted sooner or later. It's not that Lactavia will never again attract abyssal creatures to its lair, it's just that its taste has gradually changed. In the past, her goal was basically to refuse anyone who came. And now, unless the creatures around the demigod level pass through its territory, it will release its own authority to attract them here. And then there's the orgy, and then the exhausted death. Even demigods, under the authority of, will be deeply attracted by it. This kind of attraction is not the happy charm of the succubus, but comes from the soul and reproduces. All in all, Lactavia today is already a well-known terror in the abyss. Although it does not rule any one plane, nor does it impose its rule on any devil. But in the eyes of the devils from the outside world, this tumor and the collective creature have surpassed the devil prince in terms of strength. More importantly, in the eyes of the devils from the outside world, Lactavia itself was an existence that would not make them feel fear on weekdays. After all, this guy has always been on his own territory and has never shown any aggression. In addition to the abyss witch, this guy Angus Gale. After this guy opened up and enriched the path of the succubus, it didn't take long for him to find it desperately. The succubus family, in fact, at this stage, there is no way to go. The evolutionary prospect of our family has been completely cut off. There was a hint of worry in the beautiful eyes of the succubus Angus Gale. This is the most desperate situation in the endless abyss. In the endless abyss, the most terrifying thing for a race is that there is no way for a race to evolve. Because no matter how powerful the race is, anyone who wants to survive in the endless abyss must have the ability to evolve continuously. This is a relative question. When the rest of the races become stronger, your species' evolution stagnated, then your species is not far from extinction. The reason why the succubus Angusgel thought that the evolution of the succubus family had come to an end was because she found that the succubuses were too dependent on the powerful native devil. Although they themselves belong to the original devil. But in terms of niche status, they live like a parasite instead. Don't look at today's succubus, you can live well beside the powerful devil. But the powerful devils in the future, once they have the power to resist the charm of the succubus family will become a toy-like existence sooner or later. This is the most indelible fear in the heart of the succubus Angus Gale. But at the same time, this is also the biggest source of her deepest. She longed for the succubus family to have the same powerful power as the rest of the devil. Even if these powers do not come from herself, for her, for this witch of the abyss, it is something to be proud of and to be able to change her status. And in her knowledge of the endless abyss, Lactavia's authority may be the source of power that fits her best. Pleasure, just indulgence. Strength is the key. Thinking of this, succubus Angus Gayer accelerated his own layout. Every time she had fun with Prince Devil, she would speed up the seed of her own charm and plant it into the soul of the other party. But Prince Devil did not mention it, every time he was immune to all of this with the help of the authority of the abyss. Although the succubus Angus Gayer didn't know that the charm of her own was ineffective, she was cunning and cruel, and in addition to being disappointed with Fabia mention herself, she quietly stretched out her own tentacles to the rest of the devil princes. That's right. This guy has always been on 2 feet, no, several boats. The Great Lord, the former angel, has come to find you. While Chu Hao was still observing the succubus Angus Gale. Yu Mu, the strongest person in this abyss except Chu Hao, is reporting what he has seen and heard to Chu Hao. Angel. Chu Hao froze for a moment. Then, he recalled a name. Angel Adeline. Chu Hao was a little puzzled, not knowing why this angel came to him at this time. After all, after Chu Hao injected the ability of laziness into her body, it shouldn't have had much impact at this time. It turned out that after seeing the angel Adeline between Chu Hao, they keenly discovered that the sea of souls of the angels has a very big flaw. The flaw in the sea of the other's mind is so great that Chu Hao only uses the corruption of the 7 deadly sins to make the other party his own puppet. And if an angel degenerates into its puppet, then Chu Hao will have a constitutional advantage in the subsequent fight with Heavenly Mountain. But I only injected 2 original sins, has the other party fallen so quickly? Chu Hao, who was not sure about the situation, decided to check the situation of the other party first. It's not too much for me to give myself a holiday today on Labor Day. Happy Labor Day, Grandpas. Chapter 162. When Chu Hao left the endless abyss and transferred his own body to the area where the angel Adeline was located, he found out. Angel Adeline did not fall because of the 2 mere original sins. She came to Chu Hao just to bring the password to punish Angel Peter in person. Beyond the abyss. Master of the Abyss, the attack of Heaven Mountain's troops is about to reach the next stage. Until then, your troops are still the same as before, used as pioneers, cannon fodder, to open the way. The Angel of Punishment himself has admitted that your troops have performed very well against high-level Zerg. You kept your promise. So, according to our agreement, this is the resource you want. Adeline flapped her wings and flew over from the other side. And in her hand, there is a small bead showing colorful. What is this? Even Chu Hao has never seen such a form. Resource. Hearing Chu Hao's question, Angel Adeline laughed instead. Resources. What, haven't you seen it? Chu Hao has purchased various resources from various exchanges. Most of these resources are basically continental shelves composed of non-attribute elements. Such resources are the easiest to use and store, for the gods, and only need a little divine power and rules to use, and the continental shelf composed of these non-attribute elements can be converted into one that can be directly used in the world of the gods in the same proportion. Resources utilized. However, the physical appearance of these continental shelves in the outside world is basically an irregular block or cloud-like appearance. And the spherical resource, Chu Hao saw it for the first time. And when facing this ball, Chu Hao was thinking of something else and more important. That's wait, the resources you can give, that's all. The black and red swirls in Chu Hao's eyes were slowly spinning, as if to imply his anger. With so few resources, I can't afford any devil army under my command. Although Chu Hao sent his own devil army to follow up the layout of the backstab angel, the resource itself is just an excuse, a reasonable excuse to make the other party think that he is greedy. The resource itself is not important, it is just a link that does not make the other party suspicious. But up to now, Chu Hao is still annoyed by the little resources the other party has provided. Our two sides are cooperation, not worship. If your side has the huge Paradise Mountain, but only pays so little resources, then our army can also withdraw. Because of the attitude of the other party, he felt that he was being despised. Who knows? Hearing Chu Hao's question, Adeline laughed. Phew. Adeline stroked her hair as soft as a waterfall and looked at Chu Hao. Obviously, the attitude of this angel is very different from before. One less point over the top. A little more. The human touch of everything. Go and see for yourself. After speaking, she threw the colorful bead in her hand towards Chu Hao. When Chu Hao received the bead with a confused look, even he couldn't help but be stunned. Divine power? Attributeless element? These two concepts immediately appeared in Chu Hao's mind. How is this possible? Then, Chu Hao immediately mobilized his own divine power and got into the bead. As predicted. At this moment, Chu Hao knows what it means to be rich and powerful. The entire bead turned out to be hundreds of non-attribute element continents, which were fused with the help of Heavenly Mountain's divine power. hundreds of unattributed elemental continental shelves, and nearly 10,000 points of divine power. The price of the resource continent itself is not high, but the number of hundreds of them is high, and the value is high. Not to mention divine power, which was never sold to the public. But Heavenly Mountain, it is easy to combine these two things as ordinary supplies. Supplies, that's all. It is hard to imagine how powerful the behemoth Heaven Mountain is. This is the only thought in Chu Hao's heart at the moment. Haha, we Heavenly Mountain don't bother to deceive you in such trivial matters. Sure enough, when Angel Elena saw Chu Hao's expression, she understood that this guy was also shocked by the power of Paradise Mountain. Many precious items in the eyes of the gods are nothing more than things that we can take out in the eyes of Heaven Mountain. It's a gap in hierarchy. In fact, no matter what kind of gods you are, whether you are a middle god or a lower god, even if you are a higher god, as long as you have not confronted those sequence lord gods head-on, you will never understand how powerful a world is behind a sequence lord god. Just like the small countries in some worlds, their leaders may think that the hostile powers only have more soldiers and more money and resources. But the real situation is far more cruel than he imagined. Because when the resources and manpower of the two sides are poor to a certain extent, the strength gap between the two sides will not be on the same level. The strength gap between the two sides will be the complete crushing of the high level over the low level. Chu Hao put the bead into his own body and said to Adeline with a smile while absorbing the resources inside. Beautiful angel, you are right. These resources, I will use them all to create more devil army. But before that. As he spoke, Chu Hao stretched out his hand and quietly mobilized the slowly rotating halo of the 7 deadly sins in the abyss. 3 invisible rays of light are gathering in the abyss. Chu Hao smiled and walked in front of Adeline, approaching the reddish-faced angel. Shouldn't we have a good exchange of information between the two sides? This time, in the eyes of Angel Adeline, in the depths of her soul, in the depths of the sea of mind that was blocked and shrouded in flaws, 3 newly born concepts quietly emerged. This time, the diligent and greedy angel has 3 new traits: gluttony, greedy, and jealousy. The Lord of the Abyss that fused the 7 deadly sins, ever since he saw this bead, he has been even more eager for this heavenly mountain branch that the angel of punishment Peter has mastered. In his eyes, this holy area can perfectly become an important ladder for him to cross the current class. But before that, Chu Hao needs to solve 3 problems separately. One is the tens of billions of the heavenly mountain army 1, the other is the angel class with good strength and a large number, and the last one is punish the angel Peter himself. Chapter 163. The tens of billions of the heavenly mountain army, the strength and the large number of angels. With these 2 questions, the other middle and low-ranking gods would probably have long been helpless and desperate to die. After all, the heavenly mountain army and the angel class, these 2 existences are not easy to mess with. Even if Tian Mountain only takes out one of them, it is enough to flatten the world of the gods of any middle and lower gods. Note that it is a flat push, not a destroy. This is a very important point. But these 2 problems, in the eyes of today's Chu Hao, are no longer a threat at all. Because he has already laid out everything quietly. First of all, that number used to be a tens of billions of Heaven Mountain troops, and now the number of troops has been weakened to a more dangerous critical point like the Void Zerg. When fighting the Void Zerg paid the price with their lives, so naturally the warriors of Heaven Mountain did the same. The essence of war is the mutual consumption of life. But the soldiers of the Heaven Army are not another Void Zerg after all. Although most of their grassroots soldiers are composed of biochemical soldiers, their replenishment still requires weekly supply. And their war vehicles, those flying devices, those weapons and ammunition, all need factory replenishment. Therefore, in the face of the increasingly cruel Zerg war, the angel of punishment Peter had to let Chu Hao's devil army take the lead, reducing the casualties of his own troops. This is not because the other party doesn't want face, but it is determined by the real situation. The army of heaven has become too weak. Of course, the weakness here is also compared with the previous Paradise Mountain. Today's Paradise Mountain, crushing a few lower gods, is still as simple as eating melon seeds. However, in the face of today's Heaven Mountain warriors, Chu Hao made two layouts. One of the layouts is the penetration of the devil army on the battlefield, bringing the hidden corrosion of the abyss to every corner, waiting to backstab these soldiers. These hidden corrosions emitted by devils can easily turn some areas into tentacles of the abyss. Once the war begins, Chu Hao can use his own ability to maneuver part of the devil army, so as to surround and destroy the soldiers of the heaven army. Although the power of the anchor has been blocked, the power of the abyss is still there. The second layout is simpler and easier to understand. The meatball that Chu Hao made with the spiritual plane before. That's right, after seeing the power of Paradise Mountain, Chu Hao no longer uses this thing, and has a psychological obstacle. With this meatball that can transform all organic, inorganic, and conscious souls into Zerg characteristics, Chu Hao can use it to infect all the heavenly army secretly. As for the powerful and numerous angel classes, Chu Hao pretended to be casual and touched the angel Adeline. This innocent-minded angel immediately blushed, but immediately, this beautiful and lovely person turned a straight face and distanced himself from Chu Hao. But Chu Hao is not angry, because the test just now has proved a point. These seemingly powerful angels can actually be corrupted. As long as he knew this, Chu Hao was no longer worried. Although it takes a lot of time to corrupt any angel. But as long as there is enough time, then these angels will finally bow down at their feet and break free from the shackles of Paradise Mountain. At that time, the angels will be Chu Hao's fighting force instead. When these two issues are resolved, Chu Hao's escape plan only needs to worry about the last and most important issue. How? Defeat the terrifying angel of punishment. One of the rulers of Heaven Mountain. In Peter's command post, Peter happily ate the golden grapes and watched Maeve send one battle report after another to himself. At this time, he was in a very good mood. Because when Chu Hao's devil army entered the battlefield, everything got better. Those high-level Zerg who were originally powerful and surpassed the legendary class were quickly contained. Devils who are not afraid of death, what they do best and what they like to do most is to hunt high-level Zerg on the battlefield with various inferior means. Although the devil's casualty rate was high, Peter was a little shocked to see it. But they are still happy to kill all the Zerg, using them as stepping stones on the road of their own evolution. Every surviving devil can evolve rapidly. Although they can't devour the flesh and blood of the Zerg, the battle experience and the corpses of dead comrades are the important reasons for their transformation. Oh hoo hoo! Peter suddenly swallowed a bunch of grapes and said excitedly, "Maeve, you have to see this." Just when Peter, the punishment angel, excitedly shared an efficient video of Devil being stomped 3 times by Zerg on the battlefield to Maeve, the cold Maeve turned his head and said to Peter indifferently, "Peter, I need to remind you of something." "Oh, I don't really want to hear it. But you go ahead." Peter replied indifferently, then turned around, as if he didn't hear it, and continued to watch the video in his hand. Obviously, he regrets sharing his joy with Maeve, who is no different from a machine. But on Maeve's side, without any emotional fluctuations, she said her latest analysis of the battlefield content. "Peter, I feel the lower god who is working with us. That's the guy in the swirling world of God's domain. He seems to have some conspiracy behind us." Peter raised his eyelids and glanced at Maeve, who was full of tubes, and said indifferently, "Go on, I'm listening. Please take this matter seriously. I found that on many battlefields, there are devils who collect Zerg corpses and genes. They often collect some Zerg limbs and return to the swirling world of God's domain. This guy, it is very likely that he is using the corpse of the Zerg to do something. Moreover, there are some black filth on many battlefields. These things are very likely to make the other party send troops." Inside the command post, Peter's smile finally disappeared. he looked at Maeve, who had exposed Chu Hao's conspiracy, and shrugged his shoulders. So I'm going to take a look. In fact, the moment Chu Hao planned to backstab Paradise Mountain, he knew he might be exposed. After all, the battle between gods is very different from the battle between mortals. The gods, each with supercomputing power, many seemingly seamless conspiracies, in their eyes, is actually no different from being exposed to the sun. And how could the angels sent by Paradise Mountain be weaker than ordinary gods? However, in the face of risks such as possible exposure, Chu Hao chose another bolder approach. That is, he used a superficial conspiracy to cover up a deeper plan. Chapter 164. Since you said so, then I will go to the master site of that god's domain world to take a look. Although Peter is not very willing to do this boring thing, but as the supreme commander of this war, he finally decided to see it in person. After all, the information Maeve gave did not indicate an accurate possibility. But some of Chu Hao's behaviors are indeed strange in Peter's eyes. Don't take it for granted that all the high-level forces of Heaven Mountain are a group of existences without action. Every guy who can ascend the throne of Paradise Mountain is actually an existence with excellent intelligence and mobility. And punishing the angel himself does not need any ink. After he left the command post, he opened his wings at will, and started flying in this diverse world. His speed is very fast, so fast that the technological creations in this world can't match him at all. In fact, the body of the gods is actually a powerful war machine. In their bodies, there is pure divine power flowing. His every move represents the rules of a world. They can wreak havoc on the ordinary world whenever they want. Although there is the limitation of the fuel of divine power, the gods cannot take action at will, but as long as the reserve of divine power is sufficient, then the gods are an indescribable existence in the eyes of mortal creatures. No matter how weak they are, as long as they meet a certain standard, they are invincible to some extent. Ordinary things, even those closest to the gods, cannot imagine the real appearance of the gods. The gap between them and the gods may be even greater than the gap between Paramecia and humans. Among this group of gods, the strength of the punishment angel Peter is the best among them. Just when Chu Hao and the angel Adeline were about to finish their communication, he suddenly noticed a huge aura rushing over from a distance. Chu Hao suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction where the breath came. Although this aura is huge, he is no stranger to it. Because he has already marked this breath in the countless battle observations before. The master of this breath is the punishment angel himself. Boom! Above the sky outside the endless abyss, a red light streaked like a comet, hitting the outermost crystal wall of the endless abyss heavily. At the next instant of impact, a large hole appeared in the crystal wall of the endless abyss. Even the rotation of the endless abyss was paused for a moment because of this impact. The red comet tail, following the trajectory, hit Chu Hao and Adeline with great accuracy. Although there is no so-called dust in this place, there is only a swamp derived from the endless abyss. But when the red comet tail landed, all the quagmire of the endless abyss in this area completely dissipated and burned into black and purple smoke. Sigh. A tall and strong figure slowly walked out of the smoke. I'm sorry, I hit a big hole in the shell of your god's domain, but I'll make it up to you later, Chu. The angel of punishment, Peter, broke into the endless abyss in such an extremely domineering way. You must know that the most important rule in God's domain is that no one is allowed to use the body of the gods at will to violently rush into other people's worlds and destroy other people's world rules. Because once you do this, it can be understood that you are not declaring war, and you have to kill the opponent completely. The opponent will launch an endless counterattack against you because of your actions. But Chu Hao's face was as usual at the moment. After taking a deep breath, he nodded to the punishment angel Peter. It's better to compensate more. The crystal wall rules in my world are very complicated. Although Chu Hao looks calm, the devils in the endless abyss that have been boiling and almost fell into a frenzy seem to be the true portrayal of Chu Hao's mental state. Facing the invasion of the enemy, the response of the abyss creatures is the most real. I am very sure of that. A smile appeared on Peter's perfect face. He didn't mention at all what he did when he suddenly broke into the endless abyss, and he didn't explain why he used such a rude way to enter other people's realm world, and he didn't need to explain everything else. Because he has maintained a basic tacit understanding with Chu Hao. Chu Hao knows that the other party is here, and he must be investigating those little actions that he has deliberately revealed recently. He can't do any extreme behavior in front of the other party because it is not the time. And the Angel of Punishment, Peter, also knows that Chu Hao will definitely not fight back because of this matter. After all, his strength, and the strength of Tian Mountain, cannot be overthrown by the sloppy minor world master in front of him. Deep down in their hearts, both sides vaguely guessed the other's psychological fluctuations at the moment. However, Chu Hao and the Punishment Angel Peter were not the only ones at the scene. Adeline of the ordinary angel class was also present. At this moment, facing the coercion emanating from the Punishment Angel Peter, Adeline only felt frightened. "Brother Peter." She bent down and made a courtesy among the angels. Apparently, though, the status between the angels became a sibling relationship because of Venerable's command. But there are differences between siblings. "Oh? You are here." Peter glanced at the humble Adeline who was standing aside, and smiled politely. Although he felt that the angel in front of him seemed to have something inexplicable about Chu Hao's relationship. But considering the precepts of Paradise Hills, he quickly dismissed the speculation. After all, the precepts believed by the angels in Paradise Mountain are completely different from the dogmas believed by mortals. The precepts are the rules that are firmly engraved in the sea of mind. This makes it impossible for even the angels to violate the precepts of Mount Paradise. So the Punishment Angel Peter just waved to Adeline from the top. "You can leave here, I need to talk to Chu about some things." After speaking, the Angel of Punishment spoke to Chu Hao on his own, ignoring Adeline's appearance at all. This is actually the true appearance of the upper angels when they treat the lower angels. Angels, there are also status gaps. When the superior is facing the bottom, he always looks aloof. The angel Adeline, after saluting, fluttered her wings and returned to her own flagship, even though she wanted to stay by Chu Hao's side for a while and listen to this kindness and sympathy the gods tell some interesting things. During this period of time, the new qualities she had added began to ripple layer by layer in the depths of the sea of her mind. Chapter 165. Those traits that Adeline added include the sinister concepts of jealousy, gluttony, and greed. Layers of ripples began to appear in the depths of the sea of her soul. She became jealous and peeped at the strength and status of the Angel of Punishment. Especially after experiencing a feeling of humiliation that had not been felt for thousands of years. Once this feeling appears, it will slowly induce you to eat the fruit that provides wisdom like the poisonous snake beside Adam and Eve. Don't hate that viper, it does make you wise. It just doesn't tell you that it will give you that wisdom. The other side. The edge of the endless abyss. The border between the endless abyss and the rest of the world. As the master, shouldn't you take me to your divine realm world to take a look? The Punishment Angel Peter said to Chu Hao in front of him. And Chu Hao glanced at this angel who could be called a perfect creature in both body and appearance. The black and red swirls in his eyes are slowly rotating, which is the sign of his thinking. But this thought did not last long. "Okay, let's go directly to my god's domain world, how about the place where the void zerg is stored?" Chu Hao's reply was very straightforward, and he directly pointed out the other party's intention. The other party must have discovered that he was collecting various corpses of the zerg to investigate all this. After all, in the prototype of this multiverse universe, no matter how powerful the gods are, they will not actively collect and study the dead limbs of the void zerg. Because of these damned void zerg, if one is not handled well, it is easy to cause loss of control. Any god, except for Chu Hao, the existence that controls the brain worm, will try to exclude everything from the void zerg from its own god's domain world. Of course, the angel of punishment Peter also likes to take some powerful Zerg corpses back to the command post and put them in the treasure house. But these are two completely different concepts. Peter himself did not have the ability to continue research and development. It took the corpse and head of the Zerg and really wanted to use it as a trophy. As for Chu Hao, his external performance is indeed actively collecting Zerg to obtain limbs and information, as if he is doing an experiment. And more importantly, along with Chu Hao's footsteps in collecting Zerg information, the tentacles of the abyss are also expanding significantly. Such an expansion is truly remarkable. In the positions that used to be battlefields, there have been traces of abyss corrosion one after another. The large number of these corruptions from the abyss also made Maeve under Saint Angel Peter feel vaguely uneasy. That's what Peter came here for. Investigate what exactly Chu Hao wants to do. If what Chu Hao does is harmful to the subsequent battle, then Peter will stop it. If what Chu Hao did was to backstab himself in the future, then Peter would directly destroy Chu Hao. It is good. Peter was also taken aback when he heard it. Obviously he didn't expect Chu Hao's reply to be so straightforward. But with enough confidence in himself, he is still a light cloud. Then let's go. Chu Hao stopped talking nonsense and snapped his fingers. In an instant, countless black mists came from all directions, threatening to sweep Chu Hao and Peter in together. Seeing such a scene, Peter didn't react at all. Because he could see that it was Chu Hao transferring him with himself. In the next moment, the punishment angel Peter and Chu Hao came to a scene. Dirty super large laboratory. This is. As soon as he appeared here, Peter didn't have time to look at the content of the experiment here, but frowned first. Dirty. So dirty. Disgusting red blood plasma and green and blue bug bodily fluids were scattered all over the floor of the lab. On the ceiling, there are unidentified internal organs that are still alive and wriggling hanging everywhere. Some internal organs can be seen, belonging to the Void Zerg. But other internal organs. Peter frowned, watching a piece of heart-shaped internal organ slowly grow teeth, swallowing a screaming stomach under his gaze. Squeak! Squeak! In the air, several newly hatched Void Zerg miniatures are chasing each other and playing with each other. But when a bug was caught up by the other bugs, it was torn apart by the other bugs in 2 seconds. And part of this bug fell on the instep of the punishment angel Peter. You know, the angels wear ventilated sandals. What are you doing here? Peter, who is a clean freak, asked Chu Hao angrily before he completely lost his mind. And Chu Hao smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Then, in front of Chu Hao and Peter, a whole row of bug corpses appeared. The corpses of these bugs were dissected very carefully by Chu Hao, and any details could be placed in front of the two in a three-dimensional state. I'm researching how to replicate the Zerg. I want to make this powerful swarm a slave under my feet. Chu Hao bluntly said the nonsense that he had made up for a long time. Sure enough, a displeased look appeared on the face of the punishment angel Peter. You really are greedy enough. The angel of punishment turned his head and said to Chu Hao. From the beginning, when you were going to cooperate with me, the purpose was to better study these Zerg. Of course it is. Chu Hao laughed. Otherwise, there is no need for cooperation between you and me. In order to obtain these research materials, I have paid a huge price. Hearing Chu Hao say this, the punishment angel Peter couldn't help it. In fact, on weekdays, he is completely a saint, and he is friendly. But for some unknown reason, after coming to the endless abyss, especially after coming to this laboratory, he felt that he was becoming more and more irritable. Maybe it was the dirty environment inside the lab, at least that's what Peter thought. These experiments must be destroyed. Why? Chu Hao is also very straightforward, and he shows a very unwillingness to give up Zerg research. Because all existences that have an affair with the Void Zerg will be purified by Paradise Mountain. It's not a threat. It's the truth. You study these Void Zerg itself, which is a provocation to our Paradise Mountain. I think you should be able to understand it. The angel of punishment Peter did not say that the Void Zerg is the Lord's mortal enemy, because the appearance of this sentence in the outside world is itself a provocation to the power of Paradise Mountain. After hearing this, Chu Hao sneered in his heart. He knew how to get the guy in front of him to take the bait. It turns out that it is a pity. What a pity! Originally, my research is about to make significant progress. I'll be able to help you right away to find the position of the will of the Zerg Master. Hearing this, Peter, who had been eager to completely destroy the Void Zerg, raised his head and glanced at Chu Hao. What did you say? You found the mastermind. And behind Chu Hao, in the shadow lit by the light, a shadow like devil's tail is shaking happily with the shaking of the light. Chapter 166. You found the mastermind of the Void Swarm. The punishment angel Peter tilted his head to look at Chu Hao. And Chu Hao nodded. But then he shook his head. This attitude made Peter a little puzzled. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head again? Chu Hao shrugged his shoulders, learning how the punishment angel Peter used to be. I mean very simply. I did find traces of the existence of the main brain of the Void Swarm. The will of the main brain of the Void Swarm is very likely not an entity, but an existence similar to the will of the group. But I still have a bolder guess, that is, the main brain of the Void Zerg is hidden in the gene sequence of the Void Zerg. They are unlike any creature in our world. After hearing this, Peter's eyes lit up. Yes, in fact, he had suspected this. But it is impossible for him to confirm this. This is because one is that he cannot have the ability to research, and his sea of mind has a huge flaw. The second is because Maeve has similar abilities, but her abilities are still too weak compared to other gods. After being mechanized, Maeve is more like a planet-level computer. She can easily analyze the battle situation in the entire multi-world and give corresponding battle strategies. But this is just analysis, and no amount of analysis will help the essential progress of things. After all, if you want to confirm this, you need more imagination and the ability to associate. Peter was stunned for a while. He raised his head, looked at the laboratory that Chu Hao brought him, and said, "Can you be sure of that? Are you sure that the main brain of the Void Swarm is an existence similar to the will of the group?" Chu Hao was not in a hurry to reply. He just put more Zerg information in front of the punishment angel Peter. Of course, these so-called data were all provided by the brain worm, and there could be no mistakes. As long as he has a little calculation ability, Peter can easily infer that the data in these documents is true. And Chu Hao also said to Peter after taking out these materials. But I haven't quite figured that out yet, and I need a lot of experiments to verify it. In my opinion, only a sufficiently rigorous experiment can conclude this. Chu Hao's eyes lit up after seeing Peter's dazzling appearance. Sure enough, he guessed right. Sure enough, Paradise Mountain, in the fight with the Void Zerg until now, has not found the biggest secret of the Void Zerg. That is, the Void Zerg does not have a so-called master brain. Their actions, their so-called evolution, everything about them, is all determined by the genetic material in their blood. Their genetic sequence is their main brain. In fact, this feature of the Zerg can be drawn as long as any high-level god is present and is willing to spend a lot of divine fire. After all, no matter how powerful a creature is, in front of the gods, it is also a mortal thing. Just give the gods enough time, and sooner or later they will see through your secrets. This is why Chu Hao found that the battle between Paradise Mountain and the Void Zerg was a little unusual. According to Chu Hao's thinking, if the heavenly army is really that powerful, they probably started to study this creature the moment they came into contact with the Void Zerg. In this case, in a maximum of 10 weeks, Paradise Mountain should have come to this conclusion. Heavenly Mountain, who has come to this conclusion, should definitely change the current tactical style of play, and the style of play will become more brutal, trying to kill every Void Zerg completely. But Paradise Mountain doesn't seem to have studied the appearance of the Void Zerg at all, and even their tactical play has not changed in any way. It is still the same as the previous war, simple and cumbersome. The endless soldiers surrounded and divided the Void Zerg, trying to find the main brain of the Void Zerg, and then destroyed most of them and let go of a small part. You know, as long as a Zerg is still alive, then the Void Zerg may be reborn. The performance of Paradise Mountain completely exceeded Chu Hao's expectations. However, it did confirm Chu Hao's idea. That is, the Heavenly Mountain Army has not found the life gate of the Zerg even now. They have not figured out what kind of existence is the will of the Zerg's main brain. Once they figure this out, their fighting style will definitely change, at least from the current pampering, directly into a state of rage, trying to destroy any Zerg. This is why Chu Hao took the initiative to tell this to the punishment angel Peter. What he really wants is for the heavenly army to start bleeding again. At the same time, it also adds some rationality and time to his research, avoiding the fatal suspicion of the angel of punishment. Sure enough, after hearing Chu Hao's explanation, the punishment angel Peter nodded. 10 weeks. The angel of punishment had a straight face and said to Chu Hao inexplicably. What? Chu Hao looked at him pretending not to understand. I'll give you 10 weeks, as well as all the supplies and help you want. Help me? No, help us in Paradise Mountain to determine the characteristics of the Void Zerg mastermind. The punishment angel Peter's face was obviously not very good. During this time, your research will not be disturbed by anyone. He added. Including Paradise Mountain. However, you must guarantee that your research will be terminated after 10 weeks. When I arrive, I will come to you in person to check the destruction of your research. All your research results must be abandoned and not used in your world. Chu Hao smiled, but this is a huge loss to me. I have lost too many things for this research, including Shenhuo. I will compensate you, and a lot of resources will make up for the loss of your research. So, do it yourself. After Peter finished saying this, without waiting for Chu Hao's approval, he was ready to leave Chu Hao's divine world. Of course, he also knew that Chu Hao would definitely agree to this request. After finishing speaking, this guy flapped his wings and rushed out of the abyss just like when he came. A red light gradually flew away from the center of the vortex. No matter how powerful the attraction of the endless abyss is, at this stage, it is unrealistic to attract this guy to fall into it. And Chu Hao was standing in the middle of the laboratory, showing a smile. Because he knows that the beginning of the end of this war is just 10 weeks away. For 10 weeks, he is absolutely safe. Chapter 167. As predicted. When the punishing angel Peter officially returned to Paradise Mountain, the battle deployment of the entire Paradise Army immediately changed. They have replaced the bloodier offensive state from the previous healing state. All the soldiers of the Heaven Army are no longer in their previous state of laziness. This time, in the true sense, they fight side by side with the Devil Army sent by Chu Hao. In the previous battle, due to the nature of Devil's Army, many commanders of Paradise Mountain were surprised to find out. Devils are more like real warriors than their own biochemical warriors. You must know that every Super Zerg is basically beyond the existence of the legendary class, and even some Zerg have reached the level of demigods in terms of strength. These legends, these demigods, may be in front of the gods, they are weak like ants. But in front of ordinary warriors, these Super Zerg are as powerful as false gods. Some legendary Zerg can easily spew out fiery flames, burning the earth, armor, weapons, and everything to ashes. And some legendary Zerg can only rely on their own body to carry several rounds of salvos from the flagship of Paradise Mountain. What's even more terrifying is that these Zerg who were hit by artillery only need a moment's rest and a lot of nutritional supplements to regain their previous combat power. In such a situation, the casualty ratio of the soldiers of the Heaven Army has almost reached an astonishing level. Some commanders, in the battle with the Super Zerg, often use up the charge with the biochemical warriors they have just completed. Moreover, this situation is not an isolated case. This is the case all over the multiverse battlefield. Ordinary biochemical warriors often fail to show their due fighting strength when facing the Super Zerg. Although they are backed by powerful weapons, they are only foreign objects after all. Many Zerg, after showing strong and strange adaptability, often only need one day to evolve the corresponding armor defense against the weapons of the Heaven Army. On weekdays, commanders often have to wait for the angels to take action before they can defeat an entire army of Super Zerg. But now, things seem to have changed. The emergence of devils brought about changes. They are not afraid of casualties, not afraid of the strength of the enemy. They dare to use weapons with a very low level of technology. In the eyes of Heaven Mountain, devils' weapons are indeed weapons with a very low level of technology, and with their sturdy bodies, they are Super Zerg who are countless times stronger than themselves. Even, they don't need to be replenished. Many commanders were surprised to find out. This group of ugly-looking creatures exuding a degenerate breath all over their body, in terms of survival, showed strange characteristics than the Zerg. They are almost like locusts, sweeping the entire battlefield, eating wherever they go. They can eat the nutrient solution that the Zerg can eat, they can eat the supplies of the soldiers of the Heaven Army, and they can even eat the corpses that have been dead for a long time. More extreme, they are also very keen to eat the bodies of dead comrades. Although this disgusts the soldiers and commanders of the Heavenly Army, such behavior is indeed a very good trait on the battlefield. After all, the less supplies you need, the better the battle will be. In addition to these, the devil's evolution ability is also the aspect that surprises the commanders. Many devils, when they start fighting, are weak and no different from ordinary biochemical warriors. Such them, in the early stages of the battle, almost make commanders instinctively ignore them. But after a long battle, especially after a brutal one, the level and fighting ability of all the devils who survived almost doubled. Even some devils who have lived long enough, their strength can reach the level of legend. Although these legendary devils will basically return to the abyss and no longer participate in the battle after reaching the legend, their various performances still make these commanders willing to value the devil warriors and put them on the most cruel front. Even some commanders with special characters are willing to take the initiative to lower their posture and communicate with these ugly and twisted creatures. But unfortunately, most of the exchanges between the commander and the devils ended in the commander's rage. Because in the mouths of these devils, the blasphemy of Heavenly Mountain Venerable can be seen everywhere. Each of these blasphemous words made the commanders want to shoot these evil creatures. But when the number of commanders willing to communicate with the devils increases, there will always be some commanders whose souls will be polluted by the devils. These commanders who were brainwashed at birth were shaken with difficulty under devils' words. Commander Towers is an excellent example. In darkness, Commander Tas felt some pain in his own soul. This is the manifestation of its soul being repaired. He was actually dead, in a battle the day before. In that battle, he, together with tens of thousands of devils and hundreds of thousands of biochemical soldiers, forcibly blocked the 3 attacks of the entire Super Zerg army. And at the last moment before the end of the battle, it was torn apart by a Zerg and died on the spot. However, due to the existence of the soul position, his soul was left behind and returned to the nearest base in Paradise Mountain to be repaired. As long as a period of time, he can wait until his own body is cloned and resurrected. However, during this period of time, Tas, who fell into darkness and only had his soul left, has been thinking about a problem. Paradise Mountain, is it a scam? Will the so-called Lord not care about our existence at all? To them, we are just weapons and implements that can be seen everywhere, or as the evil and degenerate guy said, a group of animals locked in the railing, waiting to be enjoyed at any time. This question was not thought of by him alone. It was the blasphemous remarks he made when he communicated with a devil when he was resting at the end of a battle. When he heard this remark at first, Tasi could hardly control his emotions. He immediately pulled out his pistol and piled it directly on the devil's head. After all, the one who blasphemed was the Great Lord. That is venerable in heaven, that is all the meaning of his existence, from birth to the end of the soul. For some reason, Tas suddenly recalled the expression on the devil's head when he was pointed at him. Those scarlet eyes, the upward angle of the ugly mouth, the degenerate song that Ruowu hummed. He didn't seem to mind at all what he said, like, the other party is the one who grasps the truth. In the darkness, Tas suddenly heard a cold voice. Welcome back, Commander Tas. He was reborn. One more time. Chapter 168. Welcome back, Commander Tas. In the darkness, a ray of light made to see completely awake. He had heard this icy voice many times. The owner of this icy voice is a subsystem of the data angel Maeve, an important system that helps it regain control of its soul. Your new body has been cloned, do you need to return? After hearing this sentence, Tassi reacted. He has actually spent several days in the dark. Such a long time, in the cognition of its soul, is only a few hours in length. It can be said that when Tas only has a soul, it is difficult for him to feel the changes in the passage of time. Yes, I'm ready. Just when Tas habitually wanted to return to his own body, an unstoppable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Wait, Great Angel, Lord Maeve. Tas hesitantly asked a question that he had been thinking about all this time. That. You who have supreme wisdom, can you answer one of my questions? Maeve's subsystem made a judgment in 10 millionths of a second. Although the system does not know why this commander named Tower suddenly violated the logic of his previous decades, this does not prevent the subsystem from passing this problem to its own superiors. That is Maeve herself. What is the problem? Maeve spent her precious computing power in her busy schedule, dedicated to answering TAS's questions. And Tassi, who has always believed in all the canons of Paradise Mountain, naturally has no reservations in front of the angels. Soon, he told Maeve what he had seen and heard before death, including Devil's evil whispers to him. Then, he asked Maeve a crucial question. Great Lord, what have we created for, but only to die? A question that seems a little deviant, but actually has an answer inside Paradise Mountain. Therefore, after Maeve heard this question, she directly found the corresponding answer in the corresponding canon. The Lord created us to help us cleanse our sins and allow our souls to remain pure and return to the Lord. We are born with original sin, which is an unfortunate thing. That's why we must use death to wash away our own sins. This is the Lord's advice. After Maeve finished speaking, she asked Tassi in a cold voice. The reason why you asked this question was because of the influence of those devil warriors. In fact, when Tarsai's behavior was abnormal, his soul had been scanned dozens of times, but Maeve found no problems in it. So, in line with the principle of analysis, Maeve decided to throw some questions directly to Tas. After all, from Maeve's point of view, Tas is still the extremely loyal commander of Paradise Mountain. Now, are you still willing to fight for Paradise Mountain, and are you still willing to sprinkle the glory of the Lord on all the worlds? As soon as these words were uttered, Tas felt his own soul tremble violently. For some reason, an idea suddenly appeared in Tas's mind. If you deny it, your own soul will be completely wiped out here, and there will be no own consciousness in this world. I will truly disappear. It was the first time he was so afraid of death itself, and before that, he had always believed that death was nothing but eternal silence at the Lord's side. But now, instead, he didn't want to go to that shitty quiet place. What he wanted was to enjoy all of this with his own body and spend this mediocre life of a mortal. I do. Tas instinctively said his own answer. However, at this moment, he has unknowingly learned a new skill: lying. For the first time, he learned how to hide his true emotions. After Maeve heard this, she returned the control of Tas' soul to her own subsystem. Maeve's subsystem, after repeatedly scanning Tas' soul without being contaminated, finally passed the other party's request for return. The soul of Gene Tas can be reunited with his cloned one. The request has been received, the return procedure will now begin. 10,9,8. 1,0. The return begins. Tasi's consciousness soon fell back into darkness, and his soul was wrapped in a ray of divine power and sent to the rest of the place. Grumble. In the darkness, with the appearance of a string of bubbles, the reborn Tas suddenly opened his own eyes. His soul has been rain-fused into the cloned body. And now, he is standing in the artificial amniotic fluid in the culture vessel. Then, a light flashed, and two manipulators pulled Tasi out of the amniotic fluid. Cough cough. Tas, who hadn't breathed with his lungs for a long time, recovered his own breathing with the help of the manipulator with difficulty. Next comes the ability to control the body, from turning the hands, to the legs, to more complex movements. In less than a few hours, Tas readapted to his own body. Different from the previous rebirths, after this rebirth, Tas felt that he had his own head and was not very sober. Because he only reacted at this time, he seemed to be lying just now. I actually lied in front of the angel. This is a heinous crime. Thinking of this, Tas felt that there were countless bugs crawling under his own skin. He even wanted to accuse himself and put himself in the heresy. It seemed that only doing so could make the guilt in his heart a little less. But at this time, "Hey, Tasi, you are also reborn, how do you feel?" A female commander who had a good relationship with Tasi on weekdays came to the Tasi who was recovering and dressed and said. Looking at the beautiful face of this female commander, Tasi's previous chaotic thoughts were all swept away. Although Tasi had already married and established a business, when he saw the female commander, a complex emotion, similar to a mixture of longing and possessiveness, instantly replaced the guilt that was so guilt-ridden before. He smiled and replied. Feel? Not bad. This time, he didn't seem to feel so uncomfortable lying. He could feel that the devil's whisper to him didn't take anything from him. On the contrary, the purpose of the other party is more like giving, which makes him more like a complete person. While thinking so, Tas got closer to the female commander. Chapter 169. Tas, what's wrong? Ilun blushed slightly as she looked at the smiling Tasi. Tas shook his head and said, "It's nothing, it's just that I'm in a good mood recently." Ilun remained silent and walked towards the reborn training room with Tas. In Ilun's heart, she was actually happy to the death. In fact, there are not many commanders who have communicated with Devil. And this female commander Ilun, who has a good figure and appearance, has also communicated with Devil. A few days ago. Oh, so you still have this kind of thing on your mind. On the ruins of a muddy battlefield, the biochemical soldiers gathered the necessary battlefield data while gathering the battlefield. Compared with other arms, they are indeed cattle and horses. On the other side of the battlefield, Ilun took this rare opportunity to rest and chatted with the newly born devil species in a devil army. This new breed of devil is called succubus by devils. This is also the only devil species that Ilun is willing to communicate with after countless battles. The rest of the devils, Ilun would never approach them. Because those filthy and ugly monsters will show their greedy and seductive appearance as soon as they see Alan's appearance. Such a male devil. It really makes Ilun sick, and can't help but want to collapse them. The succubus is completely different. This kind of weak, but extremely smart and good at listening devil really made Ilun satisfied. Many times, the characteristics of the succubus are more like a confidant big sister. If it weren't for the regulations of Paradise Mountain, Ilun would have to catch more than a dozen cute succubuses to raise them. In short, Ilun often chatted with the succubus in her spare time to relieve her tense nerves. And today, Ilun revealed her own trouble inadvertently. She made it clear to a succubus that in this war, she fell in love with a commander of the same clan, Tas. But it is a pity that Tasi already has a partner on the other side of Paradise Mountain, and he has also been blessed by an angel. In Paradise Hills, for the sake of the commandments and laws, every commander's partner is for life, and for whatever reason, both of them must maintain absolute loyalty. This also leads to the fact that there is no word of divorce in Paradise Mountain. Therefore, Ilun, who was a little confused, decided to tell this secret to the succubus in front of her and let her talk about it. Anyway, as the devil family, the succubus cannot leak secrets. Why not do it? But what Ilun did not expect was that the succubus showed an unusual attitude towards the topic he raised. Excited and positive. This kind of thing is so easy to solve, isn't it? The succubus narrowed his beautiful red eyes and smiled coquettishly while holding Ilun's chin in his hands. Ilun, on the other hand, looked puzzled. Have you misunderstood? How can this matter be resolved easily? In Paradise Mountain, partners are lifelong, and the commander's lifespan is particularly long. I'm afraid that I can only maintain unrequited love for hundreds of years. No, sweetie, you misunderstood. Succubus smiled. Things are not easy to solve, but that partner named to see is easy to solve. Saying that, the succubus made a gesture of wiping his neck. This cute creature with an appearance comparable to an angel actually spoke the cruelest words in the softest voice. Although there is no divorce in heaven, it doesn't mean that there is no widow hee. At this moment, Ilun remembered that the succubus was indeed a pure-blood devil, and killing and cruelty were things engraved in their bones. When they solve a difficult problem, they often consider the cruelest but also the easiest way. Sorry, I can't accept this kind of thing. Just when Ilun felt uncomfortable because of her education, the weak succubus suddenly grabbed her hand, and then, a picture appeared in her mind. In the next instant, water vapor appeared on Ilun's forehead because of shame. What are you showing me? Another way to solve the problem, addictive pleasure to the big pig hoof males. The succubus smiled wickedly. If you don't like killing people, why not try this method? The succubus sticks its mouth to Ilun's ear. This way, you can easily get the man you want. Ilun suddenly pulled her hand and herself out of the succubus's embrace, and said bitterly. No, what you said is wrong. Doing this is also betrayal, but it's just another way to make Tas betray his wife. Hearing this, the succubus spoke to Ilun in a very seductive voice. Little fool, what's the point of defending him like this? You can think of this as a test. Test the other party to see if they will be tempted by you. What if the other party is more willing to be with you than his own partner, just like what you think in your heart? Anyway, morality doesn't really exist. Ilun looked at the red eyes of the succubus and was a little dazed for a while. Morality is nothing but bondage. That is the proof that we are really alive. When Ilun and Tas were reborn together, Ilun was always at the most tangled stage in her heart. On the one hand, she is very afraid of the shackles of morality and law, and she is afraid that she will become the existence that destroys her relationship with others. But on the other hand, she really wanted to see if she would choose her when she revealed her feelings to Tas, or revealed her feelings in that way. While thinking about it, Ilun approached Tas. The distance between the two of them is one step closer. But just when the only couple in this book, the dog man and woman who could get love, are trying their best to run towards the process of spreading dog food, at the bottom of the endless abyss, in the darkest and most profound plain. The ruler of the abyss, Chu Hao, is helpless and angry. Damn it, those idiots! He, looking at the battlefield situation in front of him, felt that no one was as good as God. Because at this moment, there are 4 weeks left before the 10 weeks given by the punishment angel Peter, and an accident happened. A part of the inferior gods, and the only middle god, assembled into a coalition. They actually rushed to fight the heavenly army before the disciplinary angel Peter attacked them. The final war has begun, in a way beyond Chu Hao's judgment. Chapter 170. Damn, I didn't expect that group of idiots to choose to backstab Paradise Mountain at this moment. Chu Hao sighed helplessly. He could only turn his eyes from the endless abyss to the other side. On the other side, at the command center of Paradise Mountain. Maeve's icy electronic eyes quickly turned from blue to red to signal an alarm. Then, in a cold voice, she told the punishment angel Peter the latest news. "Peter, our army has been attacked by other gods." Then, Maeve quickly added, "And it's a joint attack between multiple gods." At this moment, I was lying on the sofa, looking at the battle report with a bored forehead. But when he heard the news himself, he just raised his eyes. In his eyes, there is no emotion, and it appears to be so indifferent. "Oh. It seems that this group of gods trapped here are not all idiots. In fact, Peter, the angel of punishment, has long been ready to kill all the gods in the prototype of the entire multiverse universe. This actually needs no explanation. Every sequence Lord God is doing similar things. When suppressing the multiple deadly enemies from all major secret realms, they will actually block a part of the secret realm area in advance and eliminate all witnesses. This is to better hide the secret behind the scenes, and the second is to prevent the news of these mortal enemies from being spread out. Although such behavior, it is easy to make some middle and lower level gods suspicious of the behavior of the sequence master gods. But due to the powerful characteristics of the sequence master gods, these doubts will always go away. Like dead enemies like the Void Zerg have always existed. But no one has ever been able to confirm it isn't it. These suspicious things, in the end, will become legends and myths together with the sequence master gods. It has become a secret talk in the mouths of those good deities. This is the reason why the angel of punishment Peter was so calm when he entered the secret realm. No one can have evidence to doubt the sequence Lord God. This is. The punishment angel Peter slowly stood up from the sofa. He flicked his wings lightly, and then, countless brilliance ignited from his wings in an instant, dazzling like a new star. "The iron law of our plane." The angel of punishment smiled and said to Maeve, "How is our current battle situation, the battle with the Void Zerg? And what is the remaining number of our troops?" Maeve, who had been electronic, gave Peter a few numbers and told Peter the general situation. At present, the remaining number of Void Zerg is 7.2% of the heyday, but more than 40% of them are Super Zerg that occupy a lot of resources. The Void Zerg have fallen into the weakest state. The grey tide that once drowned everything is about to ebb. And the once nutrient-free ashes were also covered by the pollution of various abyss, and the situation of the Zerg was already on the verge of extinction again. Only 23% of our troops remain, but the biochemical warrior embryos left before can be catalyzed at any time to restore the number of our troops to about 30%. There are 19% of our heavy vehicles, including the various battleships and flagships that the angels ride. Punishment Angel Peter nodded and said to Maeve, "Continue to attack the Zerg, don't stop. Release those biochemical warrior embryos, and use this new batch of troops to fight against those ants who got together." Peter clapped his hands. Several heavenly mountain maids immediately came here carrying his armor to help him arm. But just as he was getting dressed, he suddenly thought of a problem. "By the way, since those rabble crowds got together, what is that guy named Chu doing? Did he get together with those ants?" Peter is curious about Chu Hao. He wondered how this smart guy would choose. Knowing he was going to die. Maeve told Peter an answer that surprised him a bit. Chu in his world of God's domain, are Tagoer, the only median god in the previous prototype of the multiverse universe, was standing in front of the lower gods in high spirits at this time. At this time, he has already broken through the previous obstacles, and successfully broke through from the median god to the higher god. His high-level magical world has been successfully upgraded into a world full of conjuration technology. The previous magic theory has broken through the bottleneck and is gradually approaching the limit of the magic rule. More importantly, in his world, there are many family members who have risen from the level of demigods to the level of spiritual status. And the creatures at the spiritual level are already creatures that can't ignite divine fire, and they can touch the limit. In addition, Countless mythical creatures are also quickly hatching in his domain. It can be said that Tagore's strength has skyrocketed to a terrifying level. That's why he was so excited. Of course, one of the important reasons why he was able to break through the shackles of the middle gods and step up to the higher gods was the lower gods in front of him. Tagore had communicated enough with these lower gods in private a long time ago. He successfully made these lower gods understand the real purpose of Heaven Mountain, and successfully tied them to his own chariot. Moreover, he did not have any reservations. He informed these lower gods of his own plan, and made enough agreements with them. Promise to fight the slaughter from Paradise Mountain together. Tagore, I hope you will abide by your agreement and fight against the Angel of Punishment. A lower god looked at the other side with pain and said. There is no way, in order to fight against the Punishment Angel Peter. He spent a lot of resources and provided it to Tagore for free. He also clearly knew that only high-level gods could fight against the terrifying Angel of Punishment. Of course, However, before Tagore had time to reply to the other party, a red comet immediately fell from the sky. Directly smashed in front of these gods. The Angel of Punishment Peter has arrived. It arrived faster than all the gods expected. At this time, it was less than a few hours before they attacked Paradise Mountain. The convenience has been noticed, and came to them. How are you? Chapter 171. How are you? Punishment Angel Peter greeted with a smile. Good mother. The Punishment Angel Peter, who wanted to be handsome at first, didn't expect an annoying bad breath on his face. A god who looked like an old man in a white robe was the first to stand up. Quickly release the seal of this prototype of the multiverse universe, and let us go out. Peter's face twitched a little, but then, he still kept his trademark smile, but this time, his smile is really scary. If you can't imagine it, go and see the motherland of the black-robed picket team, the same smile. This request is really unacceptable. After all, I have to block the news of the Void Zerg. This is what Venerable means. No god can go against the Venerable's request. You will perish here, like other gods who have fallen. Peter looked at the ants gathered in front of him and said indifferently. I didn't expect Paradise Mountain to be so despicable. Behind your glorious image, there is such a dirty heart. For this so-called secret, you dare to kill God and silence your mouth. Tagore was also angry when he heard that Peter moved out of Venerable in Paradise Hill. Although he knew that the Angel of Punishment would not let them go, he did not expect that the other party would treat him with such contempt. From beginning to end, the other party's attitude has not changed. This cannot help but make Tagore angry. But after the Punishment Angel Peter glanced at Tagore, he pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and deliberately raised his own voice. Wow, I said, why are you so bold, the warriors who dare to attack Paradise Mountain? It turns out that you, the head of the ant, has been promoted. Tagore's face was gloomy and he replied to the other party. Yes, Peter, I advise you to lift the seal quickly and let us out, or else. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Peter laughed. Sorry equals, I can't stand it anymore. You don't really think that you have a chance, do you? This powerful punishment angel rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes and said to everyone in Tagore. The ants, even if they break through the upper limit, they are still ants. Do you think I'm right? Chu. Hearing this, everyone present put their eyes behind Peter. Behind Peter, a man with black hair and black pupils came out. I don't want to make any. Chu Hao coldly said. Seeing Chu Hao appear, Tagore said anxiously immediately. Hey, you guy, don't you know that if this birdman from Paradise Mountain wins, we'll all die? Once the Zerg is completely eliminated, then he will attack us immediately, you can't not know. Tagore thought that Chu Hao would be on their side. After all, he had seen the secret layout of Chu Hao's army before, and it seemed that they were surrounding Heavenly Mountain intentionally or unintentionally. Unexpectedly, in this meeting, Chu Hao actually stood on the side of the punishment angel. No, no. Chu Hao shook his head and sat on the black mist out of thin air. You misunderstood. I'm not on the side of Peter the angel of punishment. There was no change in the expression of the punishing angel, while the expressions of Tagore and others showed a hint of joy. But what Chu Hao said next made Tagore and others feel a chill in their hearts. But I'm not on your side either. I just want to see both of you, who can survive. Chu Hao's words made Tagore and others puzzled. Although Maeve said it, you chose to watch. The angel of punishment turned his head, looked at Chu Hao and said with a smile. But I'm really curious, why don't you side with them? That way they're a little bit more likely to win. And, what they say is true, when the Zerg is wiped out, I will indeed do something to all of you. Why did you make such a choice? Chu, I'm very curious. You don't think I'll be weak enough to be killed by you after I fought them? Chu Hao looked indifferent, looking at Peter with those black and red swirl eyes. Then why don't you try it? In case, I really won this melee. Hearing this, the punishment angel Peter laughed out loud. Haha, you are really funny. Also, since you said so, then I can wait and see your means. Do not let me down. After saying that, the angel of punishment jumped over Chu Hao. In the distance, the gate of Paradise Mountain opened again. The figures of countless soldiers, accompanied by the singing of Paradise Mountain, resounded in the embryonic form of the entire multi-world. The punishment angel Peter rubbed his shoulders and said to Tagore. Before the soldiers from our two sides come into contact, I won't start with you. After all, divine power is much more precious than soldiers. But before I leave, I still have to punish one of you a little. After speaking, the punishment angel Peter disappeared in place. In the next instant, he appeared beside the god in the image of the white-robed old man, and pinched the opponent's chin. Before everyone could react, countless extremely pure divine fires rushed into the body of the other god through the body of the punishment angel Peter. It's like encountering a fire of gasoline. And the goddess made an instinctive defense, and his divine fire also poured out. But the divine fires on both sides were just a face-to-face, and the divine fires of the lower gods in the image of the white-robed old man were all consumed. Then came Peter's unilateral massacre. Countless divine fires, following the body of the lower god, slammed into the sea of his soul, and rushed into the world of the gods bound to the sea of his soul. In an instant, everyone was surprised to find out. Everything the god possessed, including his divine world, was quickly dissolving. The rules in his domain world were broken one by one. Bad distortion occurs in all environments. The earth is cracking and the sea is drying. Even the rules that were originally used to form elements are being dissolved. All the creatures screamed and died. In the end, when the other party's god's domain world, those basic rules and formulas that represent the core of the world are also completely wiped out with the influx of divine fire. This low-ranking deity turned into nothingness in front of everyone. And his divine realm world was shattered into countless pieces. Hey hey! Boring! Tagore, Peter, and Chu Hao. 3 gods, 3 different faces. Chapter 172. Boring. Chu Hao just glanced at the broken world of God's domain and was about to leave. Chu Hao actually understands the gap between the punishing angel Peter and other gods. The gap between the two gods is so great that it is difficult to describe in words. The strength of these lower gods is really so bad that Chu Hao can't even compliment them. If it weren't for the duel between the gods, relying on the confrontation between the fire and the rules, it is estimated that the angels of punishment would have killed them before the heaven army completely wiped out their army. The punishment angel Peter loosened the corpse of the god and threw it aside. This is actually a very wasteful behavior. After all, the embers of the gods are as precious as the core of the world. Most of the embers of the gods can decompose some world rules that have not been completely destroyed. If you make good use of it, then the rest of the gods can easily obtain some valuable world rules and apply them to their own world. Hey hey, The angel of punishment clapped his hand and stood above everyone's heads. The ants, you have to struggle hard, and I will be at the back of Paradise Mountain, watching your ugly state. At this time, he can be said to be extremely arrogant. However, at this time, he showed his own strength to the extreme. All the gods knew that their divine power had not been wasted much after Peter's attack just now. Now, he can completely eliminate several gods without any effort. Or in other words, with a little effort, just wipe them all in one go. Just when all the gods were looking gloomy and uncertain, the punishment angel, Peter, just spread his wings, and after taking a look at the group of gods, he disappeared here. Damn it! On the other side, Tagore's face was ashen. He looked at the embers of the gods on the ground, and then looked at the punishment angel Peter who disappeared in place. Why is it so strong? Tagore had already guessed that the angel of punishment would be frighteningly strong. However, the intensity shown by Peter now still makes Tagore feel scared, even a little bit. Despair. Hey! Suddenly, Tagore saw Chu Hao, who had not left, and hurriedly stopped him. Did you see it too? Chu Hao, who was interrupted to return to the city, was slightly unhappy. He replied nonchalantly. What did you see? The strength of that goddamn angel, that. I see. The black mist around Chu Hao is growing, and he is teleporting back to the bottom of the endless abyss. At this moment, he doesn't want to spend any more time on these mortal guys. Before leaving, though, he interrupted and gave a kind reminder. No matter how you resist, let me give you a suggestion. You, no matter what, must find a way to survive the offensive of Paradise Mountain and weaken the troops of the Angel of Punishment. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to fight with each other. At that time, a large number of soldiers of the Heaven Army will directly stare at your attack, destroy your god's domain world, and then drag you off the altar. After speaking, Chu Hao returned to the endless abyss, leaving only the gods who stared at each other. What shall we do, Tagore? When Chu Hao and Peter both left, these gods set their sights on Tagore. There is no way, now they can rely on only this person. Ask what to do. Tagore turned his head and looked at the rest of the gods around, also feeling bored. However, he is different from this group of submissive guys in that after experiencing the previous fear of the strength of the punishment angel, this newly promoted higher god, like a wounded beast, was completely inspired by his blood. Each of us has come to this point only after going through countless things. Tagore's face was fierce. We are gods. Even if our strength is a lot weaker than that goddamn heavenly mountain angel, but we are still gods. No matter what the result is, I will choose to fight the heavenly mountain to the end. Also, the punishment angel Peter, and the heavenly mountain behind him, would never have let us go. So, I think you should, like me, give up those damn illusions and prepare to fight. We still have family members, and we still have several divine realm worlds. The ending is yet to be determined. After hearing this, the rest of the gods finally slowed down their own mentality. That's right. No matter how weak these gods are, they are always gods. They are unattainable and indescribable existences in the eyes of ordinary things. Their every move represents the life and death of many creatures in a divine realm world. And such them, Xingxing and intelligence, naturally needless to say. They won't be like those mentally retarded villains. At this most important juncture, the fantasy of punishing the angel Peter, will let them go. After realizing this, all the gods fell silent. Then, without anyone communicating, they all closed their eyes. Dozens of various types of gods' domain worlds they control have opened the doors of their own worlds one after another. Countless relatives were called out by their gods. They will shed the last drop of blood for their own gods. Among the countless warriors, a magical world with a blue appearance was the most eye-catching. Countless magicians, riding various magical creations, came out of this world. The magician walking in the front has reached the level of spiritual power. Just in action, a colorful magic halo appeared around it. And behind him, is a disfigured magical creature that was only transformed by magic. These troops gathered on the roads composed of different divine powers, and finally gathered together. Opposite them, this battlefield is so far away that the world can be used as a unit, and countless soldiers of the Heaven Army have also assembled. Above the heads of the soldiers of the Heaven Army, there are flying angels. These angels abandoned their own vehicles and began to act as independent individuals. They will be the absolute masters on this battlefield. It's on. I want to know. The figures of Tagore and others disappeared from the spot and moved to the side of their own troops. Angels, do we also bleed when we face the weak? Chapter 173. Angels, do we also bleed when we face the weak? Speechless, these idiots. After Chu Hao returned to the endless abyss, he still couldn't help cursing Tagore's idiots. This group of goddamn inferior gods, these ants-like beings have indeed brought a lot of trouble to Chu Hao. So much so that Chu Hao's plan was directly interrupted by the lazy waste. After the punishment angel Peter gave 10 weeks of safety, Chu Hao had a lot of opportunities to complete his own layout. But because these guys really couldn't hold their breath, so Chu Hao can only temporarily change his own layout. But never mind. Chu Hao sat on the throne of the endless abyss and took a slow breath. Then, he opened his eyes. There is no such thing as a perfect layout in this world. Since the conspiracy has been chosen, then I must bear the instability that the conspiracy creates. All conspiracies are born on the basis of insufficient strength. If the angel of punishment is not so powerful, then Chu Hao will not make so many layouts. Strength always comes first. This is the only thing Chu Hao has learned in this war with the Void Zerg and the Heavenly Mountain. Lord, are you calling me? When Chu Hao himself, after getting ready, with the movement of his mind, daemon, the product of the anti-ascension of the Sea of Mind, immediately appeared here. Yes, our plan is ahead of schedule. Chu Hao said calmly. Recover all your previous computing power. Okay, Lord. Daemon nodded yes. In the next instant, in the area where his body was located, all the embodied brains stopped working. I have given you the expansion authority of the endless abyss. Now, let's start our first plan. A black mist lingered on Daemon's body. And Daemon's figure immediately disappeared in place. Then, what? What kind of breath is this? Heavenly Mountain, who was about to go straight to the end, the punishment angel Peter, who wiped out all the Zerg, suddenly turned his gaze into the distance. Corrupted, depraved, hated, greedy, obsessed. Countless degenerate breaths are like a tide at this moment, surging madly in the prototype of the entire multidimensional universe. How can there be so many of these disgusting dark breaths? A new enemy has appeared. At this moment, as the angel of Paradise Mountain, the punishing angel Peter, it was the first time that he felt such a depressed and hopeless atmosphere. What was even more incomprehensible to him was that the concentration of these breaths kept rising. It won't take long for these breaths to sweep through the prototype of the entire multiverse universe. It will not be long before these breaths will begin to affect all living beings. What's the situation, Chu? This is his world. When the punishment angel Peter left the command post and came outside, he found that the source of these breaths turned out to be from Chu Hao's world. Although he knew a long time ago, Chu Hao's world of God's domain is a dark world. But at this moment, he was surprised to find that there is someone who can stimulate the negative atmosphere of a dark world into this way. In the distance, the black and red vortex represented by the endless abyss is spinning wildly. And it didn't make a full turn. Its volume will be expanded by a point. It has begun, the expansion process of the endless abyss. In the darkness, Chu Hao's body had completely merged into the black mist. I have handed over control of the resources to Daemon. And Daemon's computing power is comparable to that of the higher gods, and it is enough to control the expansion of the endless abyss. The internal problems of the abyss don't worry me for the time being. As for the external issue, that is, the angel of punishment Peter has fallen into a two-sided war, so I don't need to worry about the other party sending troops to attack me. Even if they attack me, my devil army will be enough to support my return. So, I have a very long safe period for now. During this safe period, I can also start my own advancement. The process of moving from the lower gods to the middle gods. At this moment, with the expansion of the endless abyss, the internal environment of the prototype of the entire multidimensional universe has begun to change rapidly. The first is the accumulation of negative breath. Corruption, degeneration, hatred, greed, obsession, and other auras are increasing all the time. The appearance of these auras makes many creatures with weak spiritual resistance begin to experience low morale and disgust for the world. Moreover, such emotions become more and more serious as the breath gathers. However, such a negative atmosphere does not actually have too much impact. Because most of the gods can temporarily isolate these breaths from their own family members, so as to protect them. What really affects them is actually the internal environment of this prototype of the multiverse. First of all, the places where the devils have set foot. Where the devils died, where the devils left their bodies. These places are rapidly distorting. Countless black soils, just like the roots of plants with life, quickly spread into the entire world of the rudimentary multiverse universe. On all the land, the endless abyss, the unique flower of this low-dimensional plane, began to bloom. That is, a huge tumor like a pustule. Once these tumors appear, a large area of land will be completely useless. Even if these lands were before, they have no nutritional value. But this time was different. This time, these lands were completely corrupted by the abyss. Countless resources, all controlled by Daemon, are used to expand the territory of the endless abyss. Every inch of land is almost irreversibly developing towards the abyss. No matter who these lands once belonged to. Now, their only owner will be the endless abyss. Moreover, this speed is still accelerating. The endless abyss, together with its land, spreads wildly to any place in the embryonic form of the entire multi-world. All the creatures who pass through these lands will unconsciously hear those whispers from the abyss. In the end, on the countless black lands, a faint halo appeared. Since you are going to fight, you might as well fight on the land of the abyss. Chapter 174. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. In the distance, when the traces of the endless abyss completely spread inside the prototype of the entire multidimensional universe, many warriors who were fighting fiercely felt a sense of physical discomfort. Moreover, the number of wounded caused by such physical discomfort is also increasing. Doctor, what's wrong with my body? I've been feeling heavy in my body lately and have been coughing a lot and having nightmares. Among the troops of a certain science department god, a soldier asked the military doctor beside him. And the military doctor, holding the report in his hand, looked at the soldier with a serious look. You are in good health. Whether it's filming or testing, there's nothing wrong with your body. The doctor took off his glasses and said, staring at the big-headed soldier in front of him. You don't think you can escape this war by pretending to be sick, do you? The soldier's eyes widened and his face flushed. How is that possible? I'm definitely fighting for the Creator, how could I have such an idea? The soldier seemed to be extremely angry. He couldn't believe that his brave self would be so doubted by the military doctor. You must know that the war he is facing now is a war fought by the Creator himself, and this is a true war of glory. Even if he is sick, he will kill as many enemies as possible before he dies. With such thoughts, how could he pretend to be sick? I see. The military doctor nodded, prescribed a few doses of medicine, handed it to the soldier, and asked him to leave his own mobile clinic. What is happening? The military doctor rubbed his forehead painfully. It turned out that since the Supreme God released the war leader to the present, more than 1/10 of the soldiers in the entire military camp have developed the same symptoms as the soldier just now. In front of the soldier, the reason why he directly mocked the other party for preparing to be a deserter was just for a test. In fact, this detection fails. It was neither virus nor bacteria that caused this large-scale plague. It's not the magic and energy of other worlds, nor is there any psychological factor that caused all this. The military doctor raised his head, looked at the battlefield in the distance, and murmured. It's a change of circumstances. An unknown environment that is gradually affecting us all. In the distance, the black and red vortex represented by the endless abyss is spinning rapidly. And every time it rotates, its area will expand by one circle. Before, the area of the endless abyss was only larger than the area of the world of the gods of ordinary lower gods. But now, after continuous expansion, the area of the endless abyss has expanded to an extent that is larger than the branch of Paradise Mountain that Peter has mastered. Such a huge world has already made many people feel the danger behind it. However, because Chu Hao restrained all the devils at this time, he took them all back into the endless abyss, and he would not take the initiative to attack anyone. Therefore, the endless abyss at this moment has not been attacked by any. At least, Peter won't be attacked until the Void Zerg and the combined army of the lower gods are divided. But it was this peaceful environment that gave the endless abyss a chance. An opportunity to gradually transform the entire multiverse environment from within the prototype of the multiverse, while everyone is fighting. But no one could have imagined that it was not the owner of the endless abyss who actually operated the expansion of the endless abyss, but a mythical creature named Daemon, Doubtful. At this time, this mythical creature is using its own computing power to the extreme to expand the abyss. However, all of this is currently not the focus of attention of the lower gods and the combined army of the gods and the warriors of Paradise Mountain. The current focus of the lower gods and the combined army is not that this seems to be troublesome, but in fact there is no environmental deterioration that causes too much loss. What they are concerned about are the mighty heavenly mountain warriors. No soldier can think of them, they have assembled the most powerful armies in more than a dozen worlds. It was only after the first combat contact that they were defeated by those terrifying angels. Just the first contact, they have already been declared their own death sentence. But just like that, in despair and adversity, they caused huge casualties to those terrifying angel legions. As Tagore said before, angels, bleed too. Boom! A terrifying explosion appeared in front of Tagore's strongest spiritual wizard. This explosion was caused by a single magic weapon, combined with its internal magic skills. As long as one such bomb is enough to completely destroy a medium-sized city. But such a terrifying attack was nothing but a novelty to the spiritual mage under Tagore, and it wasn't even a threat. Super magic, Nova Shield. A translucent, thin film-like shield appeared around the spirit master. No matter how powerful a single nuclear weapon is, it cannot break through this shield that looks thinner than paper. The spirit wizard opened his eyes. In the midst of a red flame, he shot continuously, and instantly released dozens of high-level magic. These magics are different, and the colors are different. But the only thing that is the same is that, without exception, these magicians are all attacking the angels who launch these individual magic weapons. Although these beauties flying in the sky kept screaming and using various protective devices. Without exception, they were all hit by these terrifying magics released by spiritual level mages. There is no way to avoid it. Each of these magics is controlled by this spiritual wizard. It is simply impossible to avoid these magics in the air. Ah! Accompanied by the screams of the angels, corpses fell from the sky, terrifyingly dead. Even many corpses have become some kind of concept, some kind of adjective. This is because after being hit by the magic of the Spirit Master, the torment these angels suffered when they died was so great that their corpses turned into some kind of beings that were distorted by magic. In this world, any ability to the extreme will become an indescribably terrifying existence. Even in the eyes of the gods, the magic ability is extremely weak. Hey! The spirit master looked at the falling corpses in the sky, gasping for breath. He won, and won beautifully. He just relied on the power of owning one person, and he directly wiped out the angels 10 times as many as him. Moreover, some of the angels he killed were even peak demigods, half a level weaker than him. Just now, with the strength of the spiritual position, he suppressed all of them. But at this time, he had reached the point where he was running out of fuel. For the explosion just now, he had exhausted all his magic power, and because of the instant situation, the backlash of magic also shattered his meridians. Today, he is just an old man who has lived for hundreds of years and is about to die. God, can we win this war? The scene seen in the weary eyes of the spiritual master was not a scene of his own apprentice, cheering for his own power. Not to mention the sight of those magical legions who are brave in war, trying to kill the enemy. What he saw with his own eyes was the scene where he tried his best to destroy the first batch of invading angels and the heavenly army, and then the second batch of angels brought more heavenly army and slaughtered the people of his own world. Ha ha ha! This guy is so ugly. Yeah, but the ugly ones are a little cute. A mythical creature cultivated by a spiritual master is being ravaged by the hands of several beautiful angels. And it is worth mentioning that the devastation here is not an adjective, but a verb. Snapped. An angel grabbed the head of the mythical creature and slammed it hard. In an instant, the head of this mythical creature was pulled out by brute force. On his unclosed eyes, he was staring at the spiritual master who had cultivated his own, full of astonishment and surprise. Why, it seemed to ask. Because of weakness. The spiritual master was silent, and answered the other party's question with his eyes. Cough cough. Accompanied by a cough that he didn't know when he contracted it, the powerful spiritual mage coughed out a bunch of blood blisters and unknown organs with all his strength. As soon as he turned his head, he saw another scene that made him even more desperate. You are all guilty people. The biochemical warriors in grey armors are mercilessly inserting the chainsaw weapons in their hands into the chest of a famous mage. And at their feet, there are hundreds of corpses. Weak physique mages, after the magic power is exhausted, are inferior to strong ordinary people. Having exhausted their magic power, all they can do when facing a strong biochemical warrior is to raise their wands in vain, trying to defeat the opponent. But unfortunately, the fragile wand, even the protective film on the helmets of the biochemical warriors, could not be broken. Countless young mages died in despair at the hands of biochemical warriors one after another. Although their resource cost is much higher than that of their mass-produced counterparts. Although each of them needs to study magic for more than 10 years in the Magic Academy. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing the apprentices in his academy being slaughtered like this, the spirit master finally couldn't help it. He tried to stand up straight. He was ready to cast spells at the cost of death. Even the weakest spell, even a 0-level levitation spell. The spiritual master thought so. But unfortunately, in the materialistic world, no matter how strong your will to fight, it is impossible for the seeds to explode. Snapped. A beautiful angel suddenly descended from the sky and stepped on the thigh of the spiritual master. Ow! With the rupture of the thigh, the spiritual mage screamed violently. Now that he was extremely weak, he fell directly to the ground. I didn't expect that in such a weak world, there will be people who can hurt angels. Mortal, do you know the crime? The beautiful face of the angel was reflected in the eyes of the spiritual master. But in the eyes of the spiritual master, he did not see the reverence of the beautiful scene. On the contrary, what was reflected in his eyes was only hatred. Offense. It's my biggest crime to not kill all of you damned gangsters. Hearing this, the angel showed a smile. A smile that looks incredibly beautiful, but is actually extremely cold. After 10 minutes, the angel left here. She herself received a new order and needed to go to another war zone to destroy another enemy. And the spirit master in her hand has been completely dismantled by her. It's like taking apart a toy. In pieces, they were thrown on the battlefield. Although angels are very beautiful creatures, please don't forget them. The reason they were originally brought out early was for war. After the angel left, a small black spot suddenly appeared on the land covered with countless blood and broken limbs. This black spot is getting bigger and bigger, and the expansion is getting faster and faster, and finally gradually spread to the entire battlefield. The corruption of the endless abyss. However, unlike the previous corrosion of the abyss, this time the abyss did not completely corrode this area. Their expansion stopped in front of the corpse of the spiritual warrior. A soul that has not yet drifted away is establishing a new connection with the endless abyss. And before that, his soul and will not be touched by the abyss. This is respect for the strong, and it is also the order that Chu Hao once left. A soul that is about to drift, when faced with the attraction of the endless abyss, it seems so disdainful. What can you give me? I am a strong spiritual power. Even if I die, my soul has enough autonomy. If you forcibly erode my soul, I can use my soul to explode at any time, even if it is only a fragment. The endless abyss hesitated for a moment, and then it gave the other party an answer lightly. Revenge. The weak soul fragment, when it was about to disappear, said Wei Wei. Fair enough. Then, the endless black mist, along with the fatal attraction from the lower dimension, swallowed this soul fragment into his own abdomen. I don't know how long it took. Maybe an hour, maybe a day, maybe a month. A twisted, deformed, and ugly monster crawled out of the blood pool of the endless abyss. His body is made up of the mages who were brutally killed by the angels, and even the blood of devil is used as the link of flesh and blood. He regained his former strength. But this time, only the hatred inherited from his soul remained in his eyes like red diamonds. And the tyranny from the abyss. Chapter 175. The former spiritual Amir mage opened his eyes again. He tried his best to get up from the pile of blood, and pulled out what looked like an umbilical cord that had grown out of his body. Then, with his newly reborn body, he raised his head, lay on the edge of the blood pool of the abyss, and took a deep breath of the air in the endless abyss. A new, strange feeling that he had never experienced before came to his mind. How to say this feeling? To him, it was as if the slave had been freed and had broken some kind of shackles that had bound his own. My power. Emil lowered his head and widened his eyes suddenly. My body. He was extremely surprised to find that now, physically, he has completely turned into a monster. When Emil was reborn, he still kept his original head. But from the head down, the rest of his body is not his own. Strings of arms, like the branches of a pomegranate tree, randomly grew on his body, twisting and twisting. And his body is also composed of several corpses of the same kind. And in this body, Emil also discovered more strange things. The own bloodline talent and the broken meridians were all repaired and modified. In Amir's original world, their family had talent. This is designed by the god of creation, the upper god, using the rules of the world. This bloodline talent is very similar to the ability of mythical creatures after shrinking. Anyone with a bloodline talent can more or less use the power of some rules to enhance themselves. Such an existence is like a shrunken version of a mythical creature. Although it seems a little stupid, at some point, these shrinking talents can bring a lot of powerful power to the user. And Emil was shocked, not because his once mighty talent was gone because of his rebirth. What really shocked him was that after he was reborn, the talent of this body has increased. It's Seer's magic power melting pot talent, this is Tajia's undivided attention talent, this is this. In this strange fusion of his body at the moment, just like the fusion of limbs, dozens of talents have been fused. This is simply an incredible existence, just like the miracle of the legendary gods. How can that be? After Emil waved the three hands on the left side of the body and released a simple technique, he was shocked to find that this was not an illusion, but a reality. At that moment, I actually felt that this spell received bonuses from several different talents at the same time. Moreover, his own body was not hurt in any way because of the actions just now. This is completely different from the concept of talent in Emil's cognition. You must know that the existence of talent represents blood, and represents the existence of each person's genetic material. This kind of thing, it is impossible for all of them to be integrated and effective at the same time. Even at an extreme point, once two conflicting bloodlines really exist in the same body at the same time, then the irreversible damage to this body is a trivial matter, and if it is more serious, it may even start from birth. It will be directly killed and turned into a pool of blood. But just when Emil was still shocked by the strangeness of this body, a voice rang in his ears. "Emil, are you awake?" "This is Dimon's voice." As soon as Dimon's voice appeared, Emil's face immediately turned white and white. Because he found that this sound is not a conventional sound, but a kind of thought transmission that directly acts on the sea of the mind. This kind of thought transmission even vaguely made his thinking feel slightly changed. Just words, let his thinking be affected. The ability of the other party really made him feel novel and terrifying. "You are..." Emil hesitated for a moment, and said the name of the world he was currently in. "The Lord of the Abyss." After Emil was reborn, he was actually an abyss creature. Many things about the endless abyss have been instilled into his mind like instinct. And he never forgot the deal with the endless abyss when he was about to die and his soul would be wiped out. He knew very well that the original self was dead. And now, he is an abyss evil spirit born for revenge. Therefore, the attitude shown by Emil is also very respectful. After all, on other people's turf, one should show humility no matter what. "No, I'm just a servant of the great Lord of the Abyss. I'm here to help you solve some doubts." Damon's voice resounded from the sea of Emil's mind once again. These sounds, as if countless people, countless intelligent creatures, spoke with one mouth at the same time, made Emil's brain feel a little dizzy. "How is your body adapting?" Damon asked Emil directly. This is also the most important purpose of his coming here. As a creature sewn together by the endless abyss, Emil's body is actually not too strong. Due to the fragility of his body, Damon had to come here to confirm it himself. After all, the authority that Chu Hao gave him did not include full control over the body of the abyss creature. "I feel a little sick," Emil instinctively said his first feeling. But then, he immediately noticed and added the follow-up in time. "But I feel stronger than ever." After hearing this, Damon didn't pursue it too much. After all, in the entire endless abyss, thousands of creatures have been reborn in the endless abyss through contracts with the endless abyss. Then it's good that you didn't waste the resources that your current body consumes. Damon coldly checked Emil, and after confirming that the other party's body was fused normally, he was ready to leave. "Wait." Suddenly, Emil stopped Damon and asked two questions that he was most concerned about right now. "Why is my body like this?" Although this body is very powerful, Damon himself still has many questions. After all, he didn't know why Endless Abyss designed his body like this. Secondly, there is a more important question than his body, and he wants to ask it clearly. "When exactly will we start our revenge against the angels?" Faced with these two questions, Damon left without looking back. It has more important things to do, so he directly transmitted the answer to Emil's mind. This is this. When the answer was passed into Emil's mind, even a wise man like Emil would be shocked. The first is the answer to the first question. His current body, in fact, has not undergone any design. In the endless abyss, everything revolves around a core rule. That's the ultimate chaos. In extreme chaos, everything is uncertain. Even at the beginning, when La Amir entered the endless abyss, Damon was not completely sure what form the Amir would take. Because even the highest skill ability cannot calculate a very small variable in the endless abyss. The only thing he can be sure of is that the current endless abyss can bring Emil back to life. And this is enough. enough to complete the task set by Chu Hao. Therefore, the reason why Emil is in such a state is completely determined by the endless abyss. This endless abyss world, which has temporarily lost the suppression of the Supreme Master of Reason, is pouring chaos to the extreme at will. It's really hard to understand. Emil said so. In his view, a place without order is an impossible thing. After all, there is no order, which often means complete chaos. It is difficult to develop strong technology and civilization in such a place. But what happened today completely exceeded his expectations. It turns out that there really is a world born out of chaos, and this world is so powerful. As for the second question, Emil was a little silent. At this time, under the influence of the endless abyss, the hatred in his heart was unprecedentedly powerful. And his hatred seems to be boosted by the soul fragments inside his fused body. Many voices were resounding in his mind, screaming for him to take revenge. This kind of hatred made him want to destroy a few angels now, watching them scream and beg for mercy. But what he didn't expect was, Damon actually said that the time for revenge will take a long time, even a long time. Because the master of this world, who made himself stronger, is actually advancing, or in a deep sleep. That's right, that's what Damon said to Emil, the spiritual mage. The endless abyss at this time temporarily lost their owners. Their owners are currently going through a special stage. Thinking of this, Emil walked out of the blood pool of the endless abyss, cast magic, came to the edge of this plane, and looked down the plane through the plane crystal wall. A black mist that beats like a heart. This is the body of Chu Hao. Every beat of the black mist can cause various disasters in the endless abyss. Some are tsunamis, some are rule changes, some are continents shattered. But at the same time, every beat of the black mist can also restore what was broken before. Many places in the entire endless abyss are constantly shattering and reorganizing in the beating of such a heart. And more importantly, in the entire endless abyss, all the plane crystal walls are being weakened rapidly. Many creatures can stand on the edge of the crystal wall of the plane and see what Chu Hao looks like now. This is also the first time that Chu Hao has shown himself in front of all the creatures in the endless abyss. Is this the great lord of the abyss? Emil watched Chu Hao keep beating and felt the stalwart of the gods for the first time with his own eyes. This kind of stalwart is completely different from the creator in his world before. Before his creator, he felt like a king, a tyrant with great power. Although such a king will make ordinary people feel fear, the people still feel in their hearts that they have a chance to overthrow him. But when he saw Chu Hao, he didn't feel that way at all. What he has is just the intimacy from the endless abyss. He could feel that the black fog in front of him did not completely separate from the people like those terrifying and tyrannical tyrants. On the contrary, this black fog, although unimaginably powerful, still belongs to part of the endless abyss. He, Emil, they, Mu, and all devils. All belong to the creatures of the abyss. No longer separated from each other. Time is still running. As the situation on the battlefield gradually became clear, the lower gods found helplessly. They, and their armies, were no match for Paradise Mountain. These gods, they have already made the final preparations. That is to use the ability of Shen Huo to personally go out to destroy the enemy's army. However, if they consumed too much divine fire, they would be suppressed to death by Peter. This is also the ending of death. Thinking of this, the rest of the gods except Tagore began to feel desperate. Defeat is a foregone conclusion. But just when they were still wondering when the fish died and the net broke, someone suddenly discovered something. He pointed to the sky in the distance and said to the other gods, "Hey, what's the situation? What's wrong?" Another god raised his eyes and looked into the distance. But in the next second, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth showed an O shape. Even Tagore couldn't believe what he was seeing. No, even Peter, who was about to wipe out the Void Zerg, couldn't figure out at this moment whether what he saw was the real scene. In the distance, the tentacles of the endless abyss are quickly taking over all the space inside the prototype of the multidimensional universe. Their expansion is rapidly accelerating with some kind of beating. In fact, this matter did not attract the attention of these gods. After all, the infinite expansion of Chu Hao started a long time ago. What really makes them feel abnormal and incomprehensible is with the expansion of the endless abyss. A concept began to gradually disappear. As gods, they are surprised to discover with their keen senses. Within the entire multiverse universe, those concepts called light are gradually disappearing. Moreover, along with it, there are a series of concepts called flame, hope, sun, star, which represent beautiful things. Inside the entire multiverse universe, all the worlds of the gods, including Heavenly Mountain, without exception, felt the approaching darkness. After the endless abyss has expanded into the entire multidimensional world, all the gods and all the creatures have a terrible idea in their hearts. An era when the flames will be extinguished and hope will be dashed. It's coming. Chapter 176. The deepest depths of the endless abyss. It was in the black structure that kept beating like a heart. The master of the entire abyss is immersed in his own dream. Chu Hao. I don't know if it's memory or fantasy. A figure who couldn't see the men and women clearly, nor the age, turned around and asked Chu Hao, who was sitting on the office chair. Why are you so obsessed with this world? Chu Hao raised his head. Behind this figure is a holographic projection of the endless abyss. The projection of this endless abyss is much larger than the endless abyss currently possessed by Chu Hao. Just at the entrance of the endless abyss, Chu Hao saw the collection of hundreds of planes. The entire endless abyss, like a black hole, slowly attracts everything it encounters. Shatter, then recast, and finally, become part of own. Everything that used to be in the middle and high dimensions has gradually fallen down with the attraction of the endless abyss. It's like a fall in human language. Chu Hao's thinking is sinking into chaos. Just like when he officially advanced to the lower gods before, Chu Hao also fell into a strange state at this moment. In this state, Chu Hao cannot fully control his own body and express his own mind. Do not know. Chu Hao shook his head and said to the figure in front of him. But everything in this world fascinates me. While speaking, Chu Hao's eyes also showed a trace of fanaticism. It's a very magical world. Unlike other worlds, in this world, reason and order are not the dominant positions. The world is dominated by chaos. In this world, logic and thinking are chaotic. Chu Hao gushed. I have used various mathematical tools to try to calculate various physical laws inside the endless abyss and count them out. The figure on the opposite side sat beside Chu Hao and turned his blurred face. The results of it. As a result, this world called endless abyss is beyond my comprehension. There is no unified physical standard for any plane here. That is to say, the laws of physics that can be used in this plane will become invalid immediately when they reach the next plane. Also, such a situation is common. Hearing this, the figure nodded. Oh, is that so? Then, what attracts you to the endless abyss is the joy of discovering the unknown. When Chu Hao heard the word unknown, he suddenly woke up. In an instant, he realized that what he was seeing and hearing might not be true. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next instant, he returned to his previous state and communicated with the figure again. Actually, it's not just the so-called unknown that makes me feel attracted. Chu Hao said lightly. What really drew me to it was what the world represented. Meaning? Meaning. The figure silently chewed the word and asked Chu Hao. What's the meaning? This is just a somewhat special world, what can it mean? Did you discover any secrets in the process of studying this world? You can talk to me. The unknown figure said cheerfully. Chu Hao felt a very reassuring breath on the other side. This kind of breath is like parents or teachers and other elders, so that Chu Hao can talk to each other about everything he has discovered with confidence. Actually, in terms of meaning, I just have a conjecture, and the conjecture that the birth of low-dimensionality originated from the same idea. That is, the endless abyss is currently showing many characteristics, which are like everyone's guess, the dark side of our universe. A dark side of the universe that is opposite to reason and order, but does exist and is parallel to our universe. A world that is as grand as the real universe. But when it comes to secrets, not a lot have been discovered. Chu Hao tells the truth. In fact, there are too many secrets in the entire endless abyss. Everything that makes it up is a secret, and I don't even know what the real basis for its existence is. Because this is a low-dimensional existence, the lowest level is biased towards an idealistic existence. This kind of existence, I have only seen in the crazy fantasy of novelists. I myself, when I saw the endless abyss, denied this existence, right? Chu Hao turned his head, looked at the figure, and said seriously. Even now, I still deny this existence. I deny the rationality of the existence of this world. Why? The figure didn't seem to doubt Chu Hao's statement, but asked with a smile. You have clearly seen the entity of the endless abyss, but why do you deny the rationality of this endless abyss? Because he and I have different perceptions. Things often need reason in order to form shapes. Chu Hao said loudly. He stepped forward and continuously enlarged the projection of the endless abyss. Until it's too big to be stretched any longer. Then, Chu Hao pointed to a black pigment point in the projection of the endless abyss, and said to the figure. Look, if there is no reason and order, then the endless abyss is just like this pixel. It only exists, it is just existence, and it will not give birth to any meaning. It appears, there must be some meaning, because if I lose the meaning that I can't understand for the time being and the rationality in my cognition, then it will simply become the most feared thing in the hearts of all living beings. What? Dark. Chu Hao lowered his head and said seriously. Pure darkness. Losing the light, losing the warmth, losing the meaning of everything. Such a world seems to have appeared simply to end the universe in which it exists. Hearing Chu Hao's narration, the celebrity opened his mouth several times, but in the end he remained silent. It was a very long silence. Chu Hao and this figure who didn't know who it was, sat quietly like this, sitting and looking at the projection of the endless abyss, observing each other. Finally, after a long silence, the figure finally spoke up. Chu Hao, if you were given a chance to unravel the secrets of the endless abyss, would you be willing to go? Chu Hao's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. I would love to go, but how is that possible? Didn't we discuss it a long time ago? The creatures in the endless abyss have completely different body structures from ours. Unless it has undergone super transformation, any creature that goes to the endless abyss will die quickly. The environment of the endless abyss is poisonous and chaotic. Oh, I almost forgot, there is actually a kind of creature that can live in the endless abyss without any cost, that is the god in theory, haha. Chu Hao laughed. That's right. The gods in those theories can live in the endless abyss of low dimensions without any cost by modifying the laws of physics. But how could the gods really exist? The strongest among us, including me, just broke through Heart's demon and became a demigod. After listening to Chu Hao talking so much, the figure just indifferently repeated the previous question. Chu Hao, if you were given a chance to unravel the secrets of the endless abyss, would you be willing to go? Chu Hao didn't know why the other party asked himself again, he just said honestly. I said I would, but there. If Chu gave you a chance to unravel the secrets of the endless abyss, would you be willing to go, yes, or not? Are you willing to go there, no matter the cost? This time, the voice of that figure was a little louder. And Chu Hao was silent for a while, then nodded and didn't joke anymore. Of course, I'm sure I would. That's everything I'm after. Countless unknowns are waiting for me to uncover. How could I be? That's good. The figure stood up, patted Chu Hao on the shoulder, and said to him. Now that you've decided, you should prepare yourself mentally. What mental preparation? Chu Hao is a little confused. And at this moment, Chu Hao's thinking, as if triggering a keyword, completely changed from a state of chaos to a state of sobriety. He suddenly realized that what he was experiencing at this moment was exactly a scene that was a mixture of dreams and illusions 20 years ago. At this time in the dream, he was waiting for the end to come in his own laboratory. Because in less than a few minutes, Chu Hao's former world will be completely destroyed by the endless abyss and swallowed into it. But Chu Hao clearly remembered that during this period of time, he had never had any communication with the figure in front of him. Because at that time, in the entire laboratory, there was only myself. Who is this person? Did he really exist? Chu Hao stared at the figure, thinking hard. Be prepared to pay the price, Chu Hao. In this universe, everything is not created in vain. You pursue the Dao, you pursue a higher level of life, and you pursue the unknown, then you must pay the price. And now, the first price you pay is... Before the figure finished speaking, Chu Hao himself spoke clearly through his own consciousness. The first price is that I will lose my home. Hearing this, the figure turned his head and glanced at Chu Hao, who had sobered up. No, child. Crackle. In an instant, the area where Chu Hao was located was torn to pieces in an instant. Countless buildings, countless things, all became dismembered. Including the land where this building is located, everything is starting to become broken. Only Chu Hao himself and the figure remained intact. And the culprit who made Chu Hao and all of this happen is the distance, the endless abyss that is approaching. A dark, huge mouth that can't see everything inside is swallowing Chu Hao's world into its belly. You haven't lost your home. The figure was still talking, finishing everything that had not been said before. You just returned to your life. It's just home. Following the man's whisper, Chu Hao raised his head. At this moment, the true appearance of the endless abyss appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. And Chu Hao, just like 20 years ago, looked at the vast and profound appearance of the endless abyss, and listened to the terrifying whispers from the fallen soul in the endless abyss, and couldn't help but say a little confused. It's true. Pretty. Dong dong. Dong dong. With the heart of darkness where Chu Hao is, it keeps beating. Countless loud and powerful heartbeats completely resounded throughout the endless abyss. All existences in the endless abyss, no matter what they were doing at the moment, all stopped their own actions. Dong dong dong. The sound of the heartbeat continued to expand. But none of the abyss creatures would express dissatisfaction with this voice. Because the blood in their bodies told them. The source of the sound of this heartbeat is the current Lord of the Abyss, the creator of their world. Different from becoming a lower god before, Chu Hao's promotion this time did not have too many tedious processes. Like other lower gods to be promoted to middle gods, he needs a lot of divine fire and a long period of sleep to be able to advance again. During this period of deep sleep, all the lower gods will be in deep sleep, let go of the sea of their own minds, and bind the own world of gods to themselves more deeply, and during this process, the median god they will also instinctively expand the potential upper limit of their own divine world. The longer the time, the greater the potential of the god's domain world released. But this time, Chu Hao's sleep time was significantly lower than others. Chu Hao's self feels like he just had a long dream. This is somewhat different from what other gods have experienced. But no matter what, all the slumbers will wake up. Chu Hao also woke up from the grotesque dream he had dreamed before. He opened his own eyes. And the moment he opened his eyes, his body, the incomparably deep black mist, suddenly began to condense. It's like condensation of water vapor when it encounters cold air. In the endless abyss, the countless black mist began to condense in the direction of Chu Hao. Eventually, Chu Hao's body changed. His body, which was once composed of black mist, gradually condensed into an existence composed of pure darkness. And in this deep and pure darkness, a pair of eyes with black and red swirls slowly appeared on it. Chu Hao, wake up! Welcome home, Master of the Abyss. Chapter 177. Great Lord, you are finally awake. When Chu Hao woke up, Demon immediately came to Chu Hao's side, and there was a hint of dog licking in his reverence. There is actually a reason for this. Before, when Chu Hao was sleeping, Daimon had been controlling the expansion of the endless abyss because of Chu Hao's orders. Although Demon had the authority given by Chu Hao during this time, it did not mean that it was an easy job. The expansion of the endless abyss, like the expansion of the ordinary divine realm world, does not require much computing power itself. But because the expansion of the endless abyss is so fast, that Daemon is really miserable. Every time the endless abyss rotates, its territory expands as it expands. Even if Daemon's computing power is comparable to that of a high-ranking god, under such circumstances, its own computing power is still insufficient. Moreover, such a shortage of computing power has become more and more obvious as Chu Hao's awakening is approaching. If Chu Hao doesn't wake up again, then Daemon's brain is about to explode. A physical explosion, Chu Hao seemed to have not heard Daemon's words. He sat on the throne at the bottom of the abyss, staring straight ahead. Host! This situation made Daemon a little stunned. He didn't know what the master of the endless abyss was thinking. Lord, are you okay? As soon as these words were uttered, Daemon felt that what he said was a little stupid. Because the existence of the Lord of the Abyss is not something you can speculate at will. Just when he was still hesitating whether to leave here, Chu Hao suddenly turned his head and looked at Daemon. Daemon! After being suddenly called by the Lord of the Abyss, Daemon shivered violently. But the next second, Chu Hao suddenly smiled. This time, it's been hard work. Looking at Chu Hao's smile, Daemon didn't know what to say for a while. To be honest, this is the first time that Chu Hao has shown his own smile in front of Daemon alone. In the past, Chu Hao's impression of Daemon was dark and cold, a feeling that he looked down on everything from above and couldn't figure it out. Such Chu Hao, even just standing there, can suffocate Daemon and the rest of the abyss creatures. But now, Chu Hao's smile makes Daemon feel that something is wrong. It was as if, after this time of deep sleep, Chu Hao had unraveled some kind of knot in his heart and became. You can take back your computing power. By the way, after recovering your computing power, immediately send me everything that happened on the battlefield of the entire multiverse universe while I was sleeping. If it goes well, then we will be ready to go to war with Paradise Mountain shortly after. The next moment, Chu Hao's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold and indifferent expression. The cold and rational Lord of the Abyss, known to all abyss creatures, has returned. Okay Lord. Daemon relaxed a lot after hearing this. To be honest, Daemon would rather have such a Chu Hao than the gentle Chu Hao just now. Because as the second brain of the endless abyss, it is clearer than any existence. The endless abyss, the ever-expanding world, needs Chu Hao. It needs the cold and ruthless Chu Hao, as its helm, in charge of its development and future. Only such Chu Hao is qualified to take charge of the endless abyss. The development environment outside the endless abyss is just as cruel and ruthless as the inner environment of the endless abyss. This is the state of the war now, Lord. With a sigh of relief, Daemon directly took back his computing power. Then, it reported the situation on the battlefield to Chu Hao at the fastest speed. Lord, the other side of Paradise Mountain is now in a two-front battle situation. In the darkness, countless light spots emerged, forming a holographic map in front of Chu Hao. On the map of Nuda, the light spots representing the forces of Paradise Mountain occupy more than half of the entire multiverse universe. Although the number of warriors in Paradise Mountain has been reduced to a certain extent, but their control is still undeniable. This can be seen from their battle situation. Although it has fallen into a state of two-front warfare, the heavenly mountainside has successfully suppressed the last counterattack of the Zerg, and the Void Zerg is about to become extinct. The Void Zerg have been cut into small parts one after another by the Heavenly Mountain Warriors. Although the communication between the Void Zerg does not rely on any equipment, it will not be isolated. However, their physical communication was completely blocked by the artillery and armor of the Heavenly Mountain Warriors. These Void Zerg who have been divided into small pieces can no longer support each other. They are destined to be extinct. Chu Hao nodded and then asked. What about the lower gods and the combined army? Are they dead? Not yet, but it's coming soon. As soon as Damon's thoughts moved, the light spots on the map immediately changed their appearances, showing the appearance of the battlefield area of the lower gods in equal proportions. On the map, the light, representing the power of the lower gods and the combined army, has dimmed to the extreme. These gods, although all of them are countless times stronger than ordinary angels, but their troops still seemed so powerless when faced with the attack of the angels. Massacre. The actions of the angels towards their subordinates can only be described as brutal slaughter. No matter how beautiful the image of Heavenly Mountain is to publicize the angels to the outside world, the ultimate purpose of these angels' creation is still war. Angels who were created around this purpose, when facing unbelievers and infidels, their methods are much more cruel than devil. They consider themselves pious, and there are 10,000 ways to torture the souls of these unbelievers to the point of being directly broken by pain. I see. Did those gods take action? Once its troops are wiped out, then their world is likely to be invaded and completely destroyed. Not yet. Some of the trump cards hidden by the gods and gods are enough to keep them going for another week or so, but that's what happened this week. In the past, they will definitely take action directly and interfere in the battlefield, even if it takes a toll. A huge number of terrifying divine fires. This is the result of Damon's own computing power. Although it is easy to make mistakes based on the inference of the battlefield based on numbers, Chu Hao still believes in this result. Okay, I know. So, how are the preparations inside the abyss? How many souls are attracted to the abyss? The soul Chu Hao asked about was the soul of the mighty warriors who died above the abyss. The souls of these powerful warriors, the lowest level, are all 7 stages of strength. Only with this strength can they keep their own souls for a while after death, waiting for the recovery of the endless abyss. In the endless abyss, the most basic condition for the birth of creatures is the soul. With the soul, endless abyss can transform it, and through a series of nourishment, make it adapt to the environment of endless abyss, and eventually become a part of endless abyss. As long as they become part of the infinite abyss, then things will be fine. In the endless abyss, there is no lack of technology to reunite soul fragments and finally regenerate. For example, with the help of the brain worm, Chu Hao re-established a plane called Blood Pool. This special plane can redesign a body for all new souls who join the abyss, and these bodies are often much better than their previous ones. Although it will be much uglier than before, these bodies do have some of the characteristics of Devil and Zerg. Such souls, after being reborn, will have stronger strength and adaptability than before death. Even at an extreme point, as long as there are enough resources, Chu Hao can regenerate his own warriors infinitely at any time. Of course, there is one thing to note here. That is, not all souls will be attracted by the endless abyss. A part of the powerful warrior souls in the middle and high dimensions of life, they can instinctively perceive what it means to be attracted by the endless abyss. That is the fall, and that is the rebirth. But in their eyes, this kind of degeneration is absolutely unacceptable. Even if they completely wipe out their own souls, they are not willing to fall into the dark embrace of the endless abyss. Therefore, it is impossible for this part of the soul to be attracted by the endless abyss. But the other part, those powerful warriors who died, will be attracted by the endless abyss in their unwillingness and hatred, eager to complete their own revenge. Not all souls can easily accept the ending of being deceived and tortured by angels, heaven mountain warriors and gods. They have already died once because of their weakness, and they will show even more terrifying performance when they step on the battlefield again. This time, the objects of their hatred are not just the heavenly mountain and the angels. Those gods who forced them to die and watched them die are also one of the objects they hate and want to destroy. They are in very good shape, Lord. After Dimon heard this, he immediately came to his senses. Of course, this is also related to the brain worm's contribution to the construction of the blood pool. This guy, Damon, knows that Chu Hao is a great being with the supremacy of matter. What he is most afraid of is that once the knowledge of biological design that the brain worm can understand is completely mastered by Chu Hao, then the brain worm will be completely abandoned by Chu Hao. Such a result obviously made Dimon somewhat unacceptable. Therefore, once given the opportunity, Dimon will definitely slap the rainbow fart in front of Chu Hao and elevate the status of the living biological designer of the brain worm. Oh! Chu Hao naturally understands, but he himself will not point out his subordinates' careful thoughts. After all, the establishment of a kingdom requires more than one person. Then tell me. The number of warriors reborn in the blood pool is very large. Although it is impossible to attract the warriors of Paradise Mountain to fall here, biochemical humans do not have complete souls. The number of fallen warriors' souls in the world of the lower gods is huge. We only roughly screened apart, and the number of these fighters has reached hundreds of millions. Billion. After Chu Hao heard this, he nodded. In fact, these fighters above the 7th stage can be measured in units of 100 million, which is already the limit that most median gods can reach. And this number did not include the number of abyss creatures and devils. Such a terrifying number of soldiers is enough to fight several battles between gods. But Chu Hao is still not confident about the quantity issue. Because, the number of powerful Heaven Mountain warriors is already much more than the Endless Abyss. The number and strength of the simple competition, the Endless Abyss is still the one standing below. But... ugh! Chu Hao sighed. From the absolutely deep darkness, he took out a squirming meatball. This meatball is the byproduct of the previous Void Zerg gene sequence formed in the low-dimensional ideal plane. He looked at the wriggling and screaming meatball and made his own final decision. Before the avenue is far from being touched, everything is a dream before the delusion, and it has already woke me up. Now that I'm ready to go, I shouldn't hesitate any longer. No matter what the consequences of this thing, I choose to accept it. After speaking, Chu Hao said to Damon. Get ready, in 10 days, we'll be attacking. Attack. Damon didn't react for a while, which was a little different from Chu Hao's plan before he fell asleep. Which side to attack? The battlefield on the lower side of the gods, or on the side of the Void Zerg? Chu Hao said indifferently. Attack, the body of Paradise Mountain. Peter's lair. After saying that, Chu Hao left here. Before launching the attack, he also needs to make full use of the previous foreshadowing. That is, find Angel Adeline. The first angel who fell completely before the last arrogance and gluttony. Somewhere on a battlefield in a multiverse world. The place where angels and Zerg fight. Angel Adeline never thought that she would see Chu Hao again. Especially, here, I saw this god who made me happy in my sleep countless times, with the effect of laziness. Also, she was surprised to find out. The pure angel who was born in heaven, unexpectedly, established a spiritual connection with Chu Hao, the god of the endless abyss. In her mind, Chu Hao's voice is the biggest proof. It was something she couldn't understand at the moment. Although she couldn't understand it, she still figured out one thing, that is, Chu Hao is definitely not a kind. This damn pagan, absolutely unknowingly, secretly influenced and transformed himself. However, when Adeline was really angry, she came to Chu Hao to ask her guilt. All her anger disappeared, replaced by more complex emotions, and an ambition that shocked her. Lovely Adeline, are you interested? Lead 1/3 of the angels, become the chief of angels, become the first fallen angel. Chapter 178. What are you talking about? Adeline's eyes became dazed. When Chu Hao said that he would lead the rest of the angels and become the king of angels, Adeline was really moved. Seeing the change in Adeline's expression in front of him, the corners of Chu Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He stepped forward, took a step, and grabbed Adeline's hand. At the moment when the two touched, the ring of 7 deadly sins in the endless abyss spun rapidly. All the 7 deadly sin halos belonging to the original sin of the fallen were gathered on Adeline at this moment. This lovely angel, who was stared at by Chu Hao, unknowingly used another way to make up for the defects in the sea of his own mind. Let go of me. You, the utterly degenerate fellow. Adeline suddenly pulled her hand back from Chu Hao's hand, and then she looked at Chu Hao with a look of hatred and said loudly. I don't know what you are planning, but I know that you must be secretly calculating my home. The fact that Heavenly Mountain and Chu Hao changed from cooperation to hostility, even if the punishment angel Peter did not say, the whole Heavenly Mountain had already spread inside. Although Chu Hao's devil army returned to the endless abyss as early as the day Heavenly Mountain tore off its disguise, and did not officially fight with Heavenly Mountain. But now that the endless abyss is constantly expanding, occupying all the prototypes of the multidimensional universe, the forces inside Paradise Mountain have long been vigilant. It can be said that if Heavenly Mountain were not still fighting against the last Void Zerg and the lower gods, they would have already launched an attack on the endless abyss. Your home? Do you mean to enslave your will and make all of you a home for slaves? 2 red rays of light appeared in Chu Hao's eyes, and when these 2 red rays of light shone on Adeline's pupils, the angel couldn't help trembling. The sea of your soul has been artificially flawed, your free thoughts have been imbued with the ideological stencil from the Heavenly Mountain, and even your death needs the Heavenly Mountain to decide. This place enslaves you, in my opinion. Absolutely nothing. Sweet home. We are not slaves. All of us are bathed in the glory of the Lord, and our actions are based on the grace of the Lord. We. Seeing Adeline's anger in front of him, Chu Hao laughed instead. Your appearance really makes me laugh. Chu Hao stared at Adeline condescendingly, tilting his head. Let's not talk about this so-called righteousness, how about we just talk about you now? Adeline, who had been completely shrouded in the ring of 7 deadly sins, was pinched by Chu Hao's chin at this moment, unable to move for a while. Hey, you still choose to communicate with me even though you know that there will be a war between Heavenly Mountain and me. This is enough to explain everything, Adeline. You are no longer that selfless angel, and now you are just driven here for your own sake. You are talking nonsense. Adeline's eyes burst into flames, and it seemed that she was extremely angry. But when she heard Chu Hao's follow-up words, Adeline was completely silent. Am I talking nonsense? Haven't you ever felt jealous of the status of a punishing angel? Haven't you ever had a greedy fantasy that one day you can have all that Peter has? You must know that although the angels do not have a clear distinction between superiors and subordinates, they are treated equally in front of the venerable. But in fact, there are high and low strengths among the angels. Powerful angels, such as the punishing angel Peter, are themselves angels transformed by higher gods. In this way, after falling into the arms of Heavenly Mountain, he not only has great power and authority, but can also order most of the angels in Heavenly Mountain to obey him. Just like this war, although all the angels call each other brothers and sisters. But to punish the angel Peter, he has the right to let the rest of the angels die on the battlefield. Those angels, on the battlefield, the number of death is no less than the strong ones in other worlds, especially in the face of Super Zerg. If you want to make an analogy, then the disciplinary angels and some high-level angels are equivalent to the relatives of Venerable in Paradise Mountain. No matter what they want, Venerable gives the best. And the ordinary angels like Adeline, created from within Paradise Mountain, are equivalent to stepsons and stepdaughters, and they don't have such treatment. Rather than saying that they are the brothers of the punishing angel Peter, it is better to say that they are just weapons that just look like angels. This is the truth inside Paradise Mountain. Many people know it, but no one will ever point it out. And the angel Adeline, before accepting the two original sins of jealousy and greed, never had the idea of peeping at Peter's status. Because her sea of mind is inherently flawed, such an idea is impossible in her powerful but full of loopholes. However, when Chu Hao contacted and secretly observed the angel's structure and battlefield performance, the cunning he began an experiment. An experiment to make up for the flaws in the sea of angels' minds. And Adeline was the first test item and the first successful test item. Although I don't know why the halo of the 7 deadly sins fits so well with the flaws of the angel's sea of minds, Chu Hao did confirm one thing. That is, as long as the angels are exposed to the halo of the 7 deadly sins, then these angels will definitely break through the shackles of Paradise Mountain and become a free creature. And as long as these creatures are free, then they must have the possibility of depravity. Chu Hao used Demon's computing power to simulate the possibility and number of angels falling, and the final result is that 1/3 of the angels will become attracted by the endless abyss after the sea of the soul is completed. Object. This is the real reason why Chu Hao said that Adeline should lead 1/3 of the angels. Also, this is the real reason why Chu Hao said a long time ago that Peter's angels would not interfere with his final duel. Me. Hearing Chu Hao's words, Adeline's heart seemed to be hit by a big hammer, and the dizzy shock made her almost unable to breathe. And Chu Hao's dark words from the abyss continued. Could it be that during this period of time, have you never thought about laziness and gluttony? Does this not match the advice of diligence and economy in Paradise Mountain? Could it be that the arrogance and rage you showed before were fake? What kind of thinking did you have to report to a more powerful angel after receiving my message in exchange for Heavenly Mountain's forgiveness? Chu Hao's words plucked Adeline's heart out cleanly, and let this beautiful angel be completely exposed to this God who is indistinguishable from devil, exposed to this, for the sake of her own cognition, she would not hesitate to destroy in front of everything. While talking, Chu Hao's image also began to change. The previous humanoid appearance gradually disappeared, and finally a pure but constantly surging darkness gradually replaced his body. Or is it the instinct to desire pleasure, the thing that is completely forbidden by Heaven Mountain, that drives you to come to me? Adeline. The endless darkness slowly enveloped Adeline. But its movements are as gentle as a lover's. After Adeline's reluctance to resist was fruitless, she finally chose Ren darkness to completely swept her in. Adeline, you should have seen clearly what was in your heart. Whether to live for free will or die for false dreams, this is the most important decision in your life. The surging darkness completely surrounded Adeline. And after a long time, all the surging darkness disappeared without a trace. The angel Adeline, to be precise, the fallen angel Adeline emerged from the darkness. She didn't have any traces all over her body, but at this moment, she didn't feel any shame. Fallen Adeline stroked her face that had become even more beautiful than the higher angels, looked at her body with a nearly perfect curve, and muttered to herself. It's an unforgettable joy, this powerful feeling, it's really amazing. Adeline, who walked out of the darkness, lost her once white wings, but she didn't feel any regret. Because she waved her shoulders gently, in an instant, the lost and found wings grew back from her back. But this time, her wings turned black. Countless black feathers fell off one after another, forming a black dress on her body. Her hair turned silver, and her eyes turned scarlet. And the feeling of being degenerate but free is really amazing. Adeline clenched her fists in an instant. Countless dark auras, along with a large amount of divine fire she inherited from Chu Hao, instantly burned the entire land clean. On the land, whether it is the dead corpses of the biochemical soldiers, or the weapons they left behind, or even the remains of the Void Zerg, they have all become dilapidated because of the dark aura. And Adeline also heard the call from inside the abyss at this moment. That is the Ring of 7 Deadly Sins, welcoming her arrival. This is also the biggest sin of the Ring of 7 Deadly Sins, arrogance, turned into the voice of authority and given to her. Then, Adeline glanced at Paradise Mountain in the distance and smiled. It's time for me to go there, but this time it's not for Paradise Mountain, it's for me. This is for my throne, for me, for those angels who should have surrendered to me. The black wings fluttered, and Adeline disappeared in place. On the ground, a footprint, a strong proof that the angel Adeline once existed. But Heavenly Mountain, at this moment, has harvested a betrayal who knows it best. And before the betrayer left, Chu Hao took away not only a large amount of divine fire, but also the thing she took away, and the one that was divided into 3 parts, which was realized by the Zerg gene sequence and the spiritual mask. The meatball that came out. And this meatball will also be the biggest cause for the collapse of Heavenly Mountain and the division of angels. Hey, it's really not easy. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao returned to the throne. Although Adeline is not the best person for me, it is enough to complete this step. Chu Hao said lightly. But an angel more powerful than her may require more effort to bewitched. Also, the stronger the angel, the lower the success rate of bewitching. For example, in the legend, the data angel hiding beside the punishment angel, I guess even if I fill half of the entire endless abyss, I can't persuade her. So, the current situation is not bad. As for the selection of Adeline, it is estimated that it can only be explained by fate. This is her destiny. Chu Hao sat on the throne, thinking about everything that happened before. At the same time, Dimon's message was once again transmitted to Chu Hao's ears. Lord, there is a new situation on the side of the lower gods and the combined army. Chu Hao rubbed his forehead, and said a little unconcernedly. What happened? The reason why he was a little careless was because the lower-ranked God Archangel allied army had already lost the game. No matter how they struggle, they will not escape the fate of eventual demise. But this time Dimon's report surprised Chu Hao himself. They completely gave up their own God's domain world. They shattered and fused everything in their own God's domain world. What? After Chu Hao heard this, he didn't react for a while. Because of such an operation, he really couldn't believe it. There is no one God who will voluntarily give up his own God's domain world. That is the proof of their achievement of the gods, that is the source of their divine fire, that is their hard work. Yes, Lord. Those low-level gods have all cut off the contact with the own God's domain world. Today, these worlds have become resource pools one by one. And they do more than that. They use these worlds and the family members they once created in the world as resources. Dimon's words made a trace of coldness appear behind Chu Hao. Then, they transported all these resources to the Void Zerg side. The number of Void Zerg, especially the number of Super Zerg in the most powerful area, has begun to recover explosively. Chu Hao looked at the battle report sent by Damon, successfully saw the tragic scene, saw what the gods did, and finally couldn't help sighing. These gods, after all, did not cultivate their own family as their subjects. Sure enough, the essence of the gods is a group of cold and inhuman deceivers. They once said that they are the guardians of this world, and now they are the real destroyers. Chapter 179. The edge of the battlefield in the rudiment of the multi-world. Inside a certain God's domain world. A top-down terrifying cataclysm that originated from the Creator is sweeping the entire world. Mom, I'm scared. In a certain corner of the world, a girl couldn't help trembling when she heard the endless screams outside the house. When she was young, she instinctively wanted to find the comfort of her relatives. So, holding the plush toy in her hand, she quickly ran to the living room. In Nyuta's living room, her mother was kneeling in front of a statue of the Creator whose face was blurred, and reverently chanted the other's kindness. Mom, I'm okay. Snapped. Before the child could hug his own mother tightly, the other party slapped him in the face. Go away. The mother's eyes were red, and she screamed with disheveled hair. Her current image is more like a lion in anger. Don't you see that I'm praying? The high priest said that when the doomsday comes, only those who have prayed most devoutly will be qualified to avoid this disaster. The mother pushed the child away and knelt down in front of the sculpture, praying that she would be spared from this disaster. But outside their houses, disasters have already swept the entire divine realm world. The earth that was once constrained by the rules of gravity gradually cracked and lifted into the air, becoming floating islands in the air. The rules of the world that once represented the light ones rising and the heavy ones sinking began to disappear with the denial of the Creator. Although the disappearance of the rules is not a one-time withdrawal, the disappearance of such rules will still cause a terrifying disaster that is enough to destroy the entire world. More importantly, such a disaster cannot be reversed. Unless a new, similar rule replaces the previous rule, the disappearance of this rule will be permanent. Moreover, this is only the impact of the disappearance of this basic rule. As the Creator gradually withdraws the rules in this world, everything in this world begins to enter the brink of destruction. But the high priest said yesterday that all this is the decision of the Creator, and the best thing we should do is to wait. The little girl hugged the stuffed toy, shrank on the sofa, and said to her mother in fear. And hearing her words, her mother turned her face again. This time, she didn't get angry, she just said sobbing. No, 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 no. The Creator has not abandoned us. He has not abandoned us. The girl hugged her mother and let the other party's tears wet her own doll. Finished. In the outer layer of the divine realm world, a low-ranking god said lightly. In his hand, there is a bead that has completely melted, showing colorful beads. And the inside of this bead is the entire world of gods. Everything in the entire divine realm world was decomposed by this god, and decomposed into the most basic resources. Shenzhuan held this bead with a sad expression. And his companions, that is, the rest of the gods, patted each other's back with empathy. It doesn't matter, as long as we are still alive, then everything has a chance to come back. A lower god said comfortingly. Beside him, another low-ranking god also spoke up. Yet, as long as we leave the scope of the disciplinary angel Peter, we can tell everyone about their atrocities at any time. At that time, these stupid pigs in Paradise Mountain will pay the price 100%. After hearing this, the god who just destroyed his own world of God's domain didn't know what to say for a while. He was just extremely lonely, and handed the bead in his hand that once represented his divine world to Tagore, who had been waiting for a long time. After Tagore got the bead, he nodded. In fact, it was Tagore's idea to destroy the world of God's domain and turn it into a resource. This pretentious guy, in order to survive, has done everything he can. Even when he cooperated with the Void Zerg to destroy his homeland, he did not have any scruples. After all, in his eyes, nothing is more important than living. And among so many gods, only his divine world has not been turned into resources. This is not because he has any privileges, but because he is the only one who has been promoted to a higher ranking god among this group of gods, so he must retain his own world of the gods and maintain his own strength. Otherwise, even if they killed Peter the angel of punishment, they would not be able to leave the blockade of the embryonic form of this diverse universe. This is something that this group of gods has decided together, and no one feels injustice. The weak are often attached to the strong in this way. Brothers, I promise, as long as I'm still alive, everything you've done will not be in vain. Tagore gritted his teeth. Heaven Mountain, there will be a price to pay for it. Trust me, with this batch of resources, the counterattack of the Void Zerg will hit the Heavenly Mountain army hard. It's a pity that these divine realm worlds are, but let's not forget them. We ourselves cannot eliminate Heavenly Mountain through these resources. Only the ever-expanding, never-ending Void Zerg can really make good use of these resources, and only their Zerg army can fight Heavenly Mountain. Hearing this, the rest of the gods also nodded. Tagore is right, these resources in their hands are indeed not as effective as the extremely sophisticated Void Zerg. And the army of the gods was also wiped out in the last war. Even if they have these resources, the speed at which they can create an army is far less than that of the Zerg. Among the two very poor options, it may be more acceptable to hand over the world of own God's domain to the Zerg. Seeing that all the gods had no objection, Tagore also took a breath. He released some magic slightly, and took these gods and went to the sphere of influence where the Void Zerg was with himself. After arriving there, Tagore and others directly transmitted those beads to the Void Zerg here. Of course, the Void Zerg themselves cannot use these resources wrapped in divine fire. But Tagore and others naturally thought of this. The gods behind Tagore took action one after another. No more than a moment. The endless resources disappeared with their divine fire and appeared in front of the Void Zerg who were already starving. Countless non-attribute elements are piling up into a tower-like mountain range in front of the Void Zerg. Moreover, there is not only one such mountain range, but dozens. The Void Zerg, who were extremely hungry and had not been supplemented by resources for a long time, immediately expelled their own workers and devoured these resources at the fastest speed. Countless worker insects have formed one after another of crystallized bugs because they devoured too many resources. After these worms become like this, the rest of the worker worms can move their bodies back to their own mother nest for the mother nest to eat. Compared with the resource conversion methods of other races, the resource utilization rate of the Zerg can almost be regarded as the highest. And when the mother nest swallowed these crystallized worker insects, her body began to expand rapidly. After her abdomen swelled, eggs with gray lines were born one after another. These eggs hatch at different speeds. But the only thing that is the same is that the creatures hatched from these eggs are all powerful, far exceeding the super Zerg of the demigod level. And the number of the entire Void Zerg has slowly recovered from the previous trough. These bastards! The punishment angel Peter angrily smashed the metal table in front of him. Countless metal fragments exploded like bullets, blowing everything inside the conference room to pieces. I really didn't expect that this group of bed bugs would actually choose to block me in this way at this time. It turned out that the previous angel of punishment, in order to speed up the end of this war, has been on the front line to eliminate the Void Zerg. When he heard that the lower gods had done this kind of thing, even if he wanted to stop it, it was too late. These lower gods, from making up their minds to handing over the world of the gods to the Zerg, only lasted less than 2 days. In 2 days, inside Nyuta's diverse universe, it was as short as a moment. Just 2 days. Peter was almost furious. This kind of played anger made his perfect face almost distorted. He himself can't remember how long he hasn't gotten angry since he became the Angel of Paradise Mountain. Maybe never? Just when Peter prepared everything and was about to go to those lower gods alone and trample all the bugs to death, his old friend, the Data Angel Maeve, stopped him in time. Countless blue rays of light fell from the sky and bound Peter for a few seconds. Of course, these restraints can only restrain the Angel of Punishment for a few seconds. But it was these few seconds that gave the mighty Angel One a chance to calm down completely. Peter, calm down. Haven't you found out by now that something is wrong with all of us? Maeve's icy voice finally made most of Peter's anger disappear. I don't know when it started, but the precepts of our heavenly mountain are rapidly disappearing. We began to become like ordinary creatures, and began to have negative emotions accumulated. Peter, who calmed down a little, heard Maeve's words and suddenly realized that his emotions just now seemed to be really out of control. The Venerable of Paradise Mountain, oh no, was the commandment issued by the old immortal guy, and it seemed that he did not bind himself just now. What exactly is the situation? Is it the ghost of the Void Zerg? Peter took a deep breath and asked the angel beside him who was in a state of extreme calm all the time. Maeve. What exactly is the accumulation of negative emotions you just mentioned? Just now, I really fell into an irresistible anger, which has never happened before. Maeve's electronic eyes remained steady blue at this moment, and she told Peter her own judgment without any nonsense. First of all, I found this out a few months ago. To be precise, it started after our commanders of Paradise Mountain came into contact with the devils from the abyss. All commanders who have been in contact with devil have a probability of close to 1/3 that there is a peculiar phenomenon of soul fluctuations. Although these weak soul fluctuations did not seem to change the behavior patterns of these commanders, nor did they change their judgment on the battlefield situation, but these commanders showed some abnormalities in many daily behaviors. After hearing this, Peter lost interest. It's just some anomalies, what does it matter? Maeve shook her head and said. No, it's a big deal. During my surveillance, I found that these commanders who have appeared in soul fluctuations, all without exception, have various hobbies. For example, a commander began to like a certain female commander, some commanders began to learn to observe creatures, and some commanders began to like reading books, and those from other worlds, acquired books that were identified as heretical books. These things are just the beginning. The number of commanders with hobbies is starting to increase. Peter, I have reason to suspect that the souls of these commanders are starting to be out of our control. Although they still showed great obedience, the seeds of denial of Paradise Mountain may have begun to appear in their hearts. Brother Peter, you should know the importance of this commander system. If they are really influenced by the enemy, then this only represents one thing, that is, someone has broken through the seal of the Lord. He took control of part of the soul from Paradise Mountain. This is a horrible thing that is even more unacceptable than defeat. There was a rare trace of panic in Maeve's icy tone, and Peter couldn't help frowning because of such a humane expression. Then what is your judgment? 2 choices, one is stop all commanders and freeze them all to prevent accidents from happening. Maeve said. Let the angels directly command the biochemical army. The biochemical army did not show any abnormality. That's impossible, Maeve. All Peter felt at this moment was a headache. If the commander system is stopped, most battlefields will fall into a state of chaos. After all, what the angels are good at is individual combat power, not battlefield command. What's the second option? The second option is for you to eliminate the source of all the commander's soul fluctuations before. Destroy that black-red vortex world, capture his master, and from his mouth, force the source of the commander's mutation. In the distance, the bottom of the endless abyss. Chu Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Everything is starting to go out of control. Chapter 180. What is the greatest feature of the endless abyss? Or in other words, what is the foundation upon which the endless abyss is built? Extreme chaos. A kind of confusion that cannot be described in words. What kind of state is this thing? This so-called chaos is a state that is enough to make any kind of strategy useless. In fact, this state does not make Chu Hao feel very happy. Because rationality is paramount, he relies most on strategy. And this state is the absolute nemesis of conspiracy, regardless of each other. When the endless abyss expands infinitely and occupies it, the extreme chaos within it will affect the fate of everyone. Including the master of the endless abyss, it cannot be avoided. Chu. In the conference room in Paradise Mountain, after Peter heard Maeve's suggestion for the endless abyss, his eyes became clearer immediately. The chaotic thinking before, gradually calmed down. You mean that the lower god emperor named Chu robbed the lord of the control of the soul of Heaven Mountain? But how is this possible? Maeve's words were obviously denied by Peter. How could a lower-ranking god's attainments in the soul realm be higher than that of the old man and not higher than that of the venerable? Peter's eyes moved slightly, staring at Maeve and said. That venerable is a genuine sequence Lord God. In soul realm and technology realm, venerable is a well-deserved number 1. Especially after the death of Moira, the master of the assessment world, there is no one who dares to challenge venerable in terms of these 2 realms. Peter is right, all the sequence Lord gods in this world are actually in their own realm, and they are the supreme beings. No matter what the outside world says, these sequence master gods are all super powerful beings. And their powerful origin comes from the realm that they are good at. Among them, the strongest of soul realm and technology realm is the Venerable who is in charge of Paradise Mountain. If Maeve denies Venerable's status in the soul realm, then she is also denying Venerable's dominance. But Maeve still maintained her calm before, she did not directly refute Peter. Instead, she took out the image of the endless abyss and showed it to Peter. Peter, I have no doubts about Venerable's strength in these two realms, and I have never said that this lower god can challenge Venerable. What do you mean? I mean, what really plundered Venerable's authority in the soul realm was the divine realm world that Chu had. The world with a black and red vortex. This strange world reveals everywhere, maybe that's the real reason for those commanders to change. Peter was silent for a moment. Finally, he also made a decision. I know, if that's the case, then I'll change the target. I will redeploy some of the previous troops. This time, Chu. You can't sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. As Peter spoke, he sent the own command. Countless angels who had just returned, under Peter's order, rearmed themselves. They will directly command this military operation. At the same time, those commanders who originally commanded the biochemical soldiers, in doubt, re-entered a state of dormancy. More importantly, this time Peter will also act with the rest of the angels. Chu Hao and the priority of the endless abyss were mentioned in the highest rank segment. He is about to be killed here. Tagore, did you see it? Punishment Angel Peter, his body has been dispatched again. Hearing this, Tagore shuddered. But its target is not us. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? For a moment, Tagore very much wanted to kill that fellow god who was gasping for breath. But when he saw the image that the god gave him, the feeling of uncontrollable joy still appeared between his brows. This joy can never be hidden. Because, when he was actually recycling those god realm worlds and handing them over to the Void Zerg as resources, he was ready to punish the angels coming. Because he knew very well that it was one thing for him to be hostile to the punishment angel Peter. It is another matter to hand over the world of own God's domain to the common mortal enemy of both parties. The death battle between the gods, although it looks brutal, at least the two sides are of the same type. But what about the Void Zerg? Although Tagore did not study these insects too deeply, he could also guess that these Zerg were probably the mortal enemies who planned to invade all the worlds of gods. Cooperating with such an enemy is enough to put him on the pillar of shame for the gods. This shame is something death cannot wash away. But even so, Tagore still chose to go to the enemy. After all, in his opinion, only by living can he have a chance to wash away his own shame. Yet, after Tagore showed a happy attitude, he immediately calmed down. Wait a minute, the goal of punishing Angel Peter has become Chu. Why is that? An unexpected situation, something must be wrong. This is what Tagore really thought in his heart. At present, he really couldn't understand why the punishment angel Peter would change his own attack target. Could it be, what happened to Chu Hao? Isn't this a good thing? One of the gods said indifferently. As long as the disciplinary angel Peter doesn't set his own target as us, and comes to kill us directly, then this is a good thing. Yeah. Maybe, that pretentious fellow Chu, something happened in his own world, for example, the Zerg parasitic in his world. After Tagore heard the chattering discussions of these lower gods, he felt upset for a while. In fact, this upset has been going on for a long time. It starts to expand from the endless abyss and gradually fills the prototype of the entire multidimensional universe. From that time on, Tagore discovered something strange. That is, he found that many of the things he planned secretly began to appear accidents. First some research on angel armies, and things started to go wrong. Then some plans to imitate the will of the Zerg and locate the Zerg's attack target on the side of the Paradise Mountain also failed. That's right, although Tagore didn't study the Void Zerg too much. But he, who is good at magic and magic energy, actually discovered that there are some traces of magic energy, electronic signals between the Zerg, in the body of the Void Zerg. This kind of electronic signal is very special, and it is also very cleverly hidden, just deep in the flesh and blood of every Zerg. They will determine the actions of each Zerg, determine what their descendants will look like, and even determine which direction they will go to attack their enemies. Therefore, once he has spare power, Tagore has been studying how to use this magical energy signal to manipulate the behavior of the Void Zerg. Once he succeeds in his research, then he can let all the Void Zerg get rid of the previous stupid battle plan, but go straight to Paradise Mountain without remembering the casualties. But this special research has been in failure since the Abyss expanded, although the previous progress was very smooth. What's more important is that in addition to these two scientific research plans, the fusion plan of the lower-ranking God Lower Union Army, which he relied on most, also failed. The failure of these two research projects, as well as a political project, led directly to the two greatest consequences. One consequence is that the lower-ranking gods and gods' combined army ended up fighting each other because of the filth between gods and gods. Originally Tagore's plan was to form an army that cooperated with each other according to the characteristics of each family. However, these gods with high eyes and low hands, although they are all jointly resisting the same enemy, but because of their wrangling and accusing each other, they did not form an army with a unified command in the end. Such a scattered army is definitely not an opponent of the Heavenly Mountain Army with formal and technological blessings. The billion-level army was directly slaughtered. Such an outcome also directly led to the birth of the second consequence. The desperate Tagore and the rest of the gods, after the fiasco of the army, actually handed over the world of their own gods to the Void Zerg. It can be said that it was the failure of one plan after another that made Tagore and this group of lower gods fall into their current state. After thinking of this, Tagore raised his head suspiciously. Above it, the territory of the endless abyss has occupied the interior of the entire prototype of the multidimensional universe. The territory transformed by these huge resources is like a pure black hole, swallowing these gods into their abdomens, secretly affecting all their behaviors. Could it be that the weirdness of this world has reached the point where the disciplinary angel Peter has to take it seriously? Or, the world of Chu can actually affect our luck? In the end, Tagore did not put all the mistakes he encountered on the endless abyss. After all, in his view, if these mistakes and failures, it is a matter of materialism. This has nothing to do with the so-called luck, the so-called fate. A strong man like him is definitely the master of his own destiny. But at this time, a strange idea appeared in Tagore's mind. Wait, if luck really exists, doesn't this mean that I will continue my research now? Tagore turned his head and suddenly stopped all the lower gods who were still excited and told them to stop and celebrate. He was very rude, and asked all the gods to hand over their own computing power to him, and let him complete a key research in the world of his own god's domain. As for the rest of the gods, although they were very unhappy, because they really had nothing to do right now, they could only hand over their own computing power, and let this temporary leader complete the crucial task in his mouth. And what shocked Tagore happened. When he started the experiment again, all the mistakes, all the failures, all disappeared. All the previous difficulties, one after another, were solved by him. It can be described like this: before his thinking, it was like being imprisoned. But now, his mind has been liberated. Finally, a huge wand made of divine power and various Zerg materials, a wand engraved with Tagore's divine script, appeared in his hand. What stunned all the gods? When Tagore raised this wand, all the movements of the Zerg stopped. They were very suspicious, but such doubts disappeared in an instant. Because in their minds, a coordinate appeared, a coordinate entered by Tagore. In the next instant, all the Zerg used to attack, like sea water, drowned the poor Paradise Mountain position. And behind them, is the crazy laughing Tagore. His expression gradually fell into madness. He laughed wildly, and he had escaped his fate. Maybe what he got rid of was only the current fate. The bottom of the endless abyss. A chaotic fate. The chaotic effects of the endless abyss. When Chu Hao saw the angels inside Paradise Mountain, the fish jumped out and gathered in the direction of the endless abyss. This was the first word he uttered. In fact, Chu Hao was a little surprised by such an ending. Because he didn't expect that his own layout would be broken into what it is today. Accidents and mistakes appeared in front of him one by one. From the moment when the lower gods suddenly turned against the water, from the moment Tian Shan Mountain underestimated the enemy and let the lower gods hand over the world of their own gods to the Zerg, he had this feeling vaguely. As someone who never likes to take action from the main body and controls everything behind the scenes, he finally understands what is the limitation of the strategy. Chu Hao raised his head, looked inside the multidimensional universe filled with endless abyss, and showed a faint smile. Yeah, that's right. Endless abyss. Isn't it chaos? What the hell am I complaining about since the other party wants to destroy us? At this moment, Chu Hao recalled the sleepy dream of his previous memory mixed with the environment. In the dream, the person asked himself if he was willing to go to the endless abyss, enjoy the process of endless chaos, and unlock the secrets of the endless abyss. Chu Hao's figure disappeared into the endless abyss. Then let him try it. In the next instant, the creatures in the entire multiverse universe all looked in the direction of the endless abyss. There, a condensed dark condensate suddenly jumped out of the endless abyss and slammed into the vanguard army of Paradise Mountain. Everyone heard the song from the abyss. At the same time, Devil's voice resounded in the multiverse again. In this battle, within the prototype of the multidimensional universe, there can only be one winner among the three parties. Chapter 181. Ha 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 ha. Above the sky, the punishment angel Peter, looking at the endless abyss that was like a black pillar in the distance, slammed into the heavenly mountain army, let out an extremely arrogant laughter. Sure enough, this kind of head-to-head confrontation is interesting enough, Chu. The angel of punishment pulled up his full hair and made a braid at the back of his head. Then, he took a deep breath and increased the number of own divine fires to the maximum. Countless divine fires from Heaven Mountain turned this mighty angel into a torch that burns forever. In this prototype of the multidimensional universe shrouded in the endless abyss, the burning torch he has transformed is so dazzling. Even in the endless darkness, his brilliance is still enough to light up large areas. Like a bright star. But Peter's appearance at this time is not simply to pretend. The next moment. Brush. The angel of punishment, Peter, suddenly rose into the air, and rammed into the black pillar rising from the endless abyss in the distance without showing weakness. He alone dared to challenge so arrogantly, the pioneer of the entire endless abyss. This is replaced by other gods, and it is absolutely not dare to do so. Because if you do this, you will easily encounter the traps set by the enemy, and it really does not conform to the rules of war between gods and gods. The wars between the gods often rely on their own families to attack each other. Only when one of the families suffers huge casualties, the gods will choose to take action. Moreover, such a shot often leaves room for it. After all, every shot of the gods requires a lot of divine fire. And Shenhuo, an extremely precious thing, is much more valuable than a family. But Peter doesn't care. Because, in his opinion, the so-called divine fire is just a resource. Heaven Mountain, the most indispensable thing is Shenhuo. That's why he dared to make such a crazy move in the eyes of outsiders. Boom! Ow! Just a contact between the two sides, Peter defeated the Black Pillar, the so-called vanguard of the endless abyss. Countless devils, the flames on the body of the punishment angel Peter, evaporated into ashes. Countless abyss creatures, even so weak, were evaporated without even making a scream. Just one blow is enough to prove Peter's strength. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes saw all this clearly. Shoo! Peter stretched out his hand and grabbed a devil with eyes all over his body. This powerful devil named Evil Eye was caught by the disciplinary angel. No matter how he attacked the opponent, he could not cause even the tiniest wound on Peter's body. Don't hide, come out. The punishment angel didn't even look at it, so he tore the evil eye's body into two halves. With the screams of devil's evil eyes, Peter's body was covered with devil's blood. "I know, you can see all this," the disciplinary angel said as he threw away the body of the evil eye, whose life and death were unknown. "Since you can see all this, I believe you should be able to understand that just relying on these ants can't stop me." The angel of punishment looked at the devils who were surrounded by circles and circles, and showed a charming smile. "So, why didn't you show up for a showdown between the gods?" Bang! The punishment angel's hand was on the ground. I saw the direction of his hand. Whether it was the darkness, the tentacles of the endless abyss, even the devils, all began to burn. These flames, like wildfires, raged wildly. No matter what means these abyss creatures use, they cannot resist the power of the punishing angel Peter. In this way, they were burned to ashes by this terrible flame. From body to soul. But this is not the end. When the surrounding flames disappeared, countless devil and abyss creatures swept over again. Once again, they formed a black encirclement from the side of the punishment angel Peter. Humph! No matter how many times an attack of this magnitude comes. Just as the punishment angel Peter smiled, he was about to wave his palm again to destroy this group of ugly, depraved, and quiet dark creatures. A beautiful face, hidden among countless devils, activated its ability against the punishment angel. That is issued by the succubus, involving the charm of the origin of the soul. Impossible to succeed. Courting death. In an instant, the punishment angel Peter was furious. He waved his palm violently and hit the ground. Countless flames reappeared and began to sweep everything. The reason why the punishing angel Peter was furious was because just now, at that very moment, he was actually influenced by a beautiful evil creature. Note, here is not the charm to live, nor to control, but to influence. Even though the effect of this beautiful evil creature on the punishment angel Peter only lasted for less than 0.00001 seconds, the other party did indeed do it. In this way, a sense of shame of being attacked finally broke out Peter, the punishment angel who has always been known for his nobleness and self-discipline. He never thought that there would be creatures in this world who would dare to implant that disgusting, unacceptable illusion of pleasure into their own minds. Not even trying. Want to run? When the flames began to sweep through everything here, the beautiful evil creature immediately ran away, but behind her, the wrath of the punishment angel was still chasing him. Moreover, behind her, one powerful devil after another, voluntarily or involuntarily, began to help her. These savage and brutal devils madly rushed towards the punishment angel Peter, trying to stop him. But the strength gap between the two sides has reached a peak. No matter how strong devil is, it can't stop the punishment angel for even a second, and it can't let this guy slow down even 1/10,000th of the speed of chasing and killing. Countless broken limbs flew into the sky like rain falling against it. And the flaming hands of the punishing angel Peter were about to pinch the beautiful creature in 10 seconds. Just this moment. Hoo. A beast, an abyss beast of eternal hunger, slammed out of the ground, opened its bloody mouth, bit at the punishment angel Peter, and swallowed him and the hundreds of devils around him in one bite. This is a devil larva, or an existence that used to be a devil larva, and now its size has exceeded the size of the medium plane. Its name is Gluttony, the endless glutton in the abyss language, and the master of gluttony in the 7 deadly sins. Boom! As the punishment angel Peter was swallowed, all the devils cheered in the entire battlefield. They naively thought that the angel of punishment Peter was dead. But the succubus that is still running away is enough to show that things are far from simple. Bo-oh! A huge explosion sounded from Gluttony's belly. An eternal burning flame emerges from the darkness in the eyes of all creatures. Accompanied by Gluttony's screams, the punishment angel Peter came out. Those digestive juices that can digest the strongest metals and substances, even the hair of the punishment angel Peter has not been damaged, even though the hundreds of devils with him have become a lump of indescribable liquid. Humph! Ugly creature! Under the terrified eyes of all devils, the angel of punishment Peter walked out of Gratny's abdomen. Then, he walked to Gratny's head and looked at the head, which was bigger than the ocean, with a look of disgust. Also worthy of defilement of the angels. After that, the disciplinary angel Peter was about to smash the opponent's head with his foot. But also at this time, Chu Hao's voice. The voice of the Lord of the Abyss finally appeared. Hey, Peter, how'd you be merciful to my pet? This is one of my favorites, very good. In the darkness in the distance, a pair of eyes emerged. It makes a lot of research, at least for me. The punishment angel Peter didn't make any more moves, but turned his head contentedly and looked at the darkness. In the darkness, all the devils disappeared. Obviously, Chu Hao has no plans to let these devils fight against the angel of punishment Peter. Oh? You finally appeared wrong. This is just your mind avatar, not your main body. The angel of punishment narrowed his eyes, from the previous smile to dissatisfaction. Obviously, he hates Chu Hao's behavior to avoid fighting. Indeed, but my body is at the bottom of my divine realm world. In the darkness, those indifferent eyes just stared at the punishment angel Peter motionless. The voice came from all directions, enough for the other party to hear clearly. This time, I won't change my position again. Peter smiled. What, have you given up? Aren't you ready to struggle? Those indifferent eyes with black and red swirls still did not show any emotion. Chu Hao just did it again, repeating the previous words. My body is at the bottom of my divine realm world. And with Chu Hao's words, the entire dark passage quickly split. A passage without the intrusion of the abyss appeared in front of the punishing angel Peter, long and deep. It's like a passage into a dark dungeon. Humph, I know. Since you have appeared, then I no longer have any interest in killing these ants. The punishment angel Peter took back all the flames around him, walking in the passage like an ordinary god, walking forward. Chu, you should have guessed what really interests me. The punishment angel Peter said while walking. Although the name is walking, but the gods are gods after all. The pace of his random walks was faster than the speed of sound, and in just a few breaths, he followed this passage and came to the entrance of the endless abyss. And down at the entrance, is the area where the body of the endless abyss is located. No, I didn't guess what you were interested in. Pairs of eyes appeared on both sides of the passage, looking at the punishment angel Peter who was walking in the passage and said. But I believe it's nothing to worry about. Indeed. Punishment angel Peter nodded. Because when I control you, I will slowly knock out the things you know from the sea of your mind, so this matter is not important. The important thing is that when the time comes, this war will also be over. Chu Hao interjected, interrupting the other. The outcome of this battle is not necessarily that you win and I lose. Haven't you thought about it, such as the void zerg over there, there seems to be a new mutation happening there. And the punishment angel Peter ignored the other party, and still said his own way. And after it's over, I'll return to the heavenly mountain headquarters again, becoming the top 3 backup gods in that sequence, and returning to that boring, disgusting day that I can't wait to end it all. So, what I really hope now is that you, Chu, this guy who makes the data angels feel terrified, will bring me some surprises in the next battle. Some of the surprises that can make me sigh again and again in my boring time. The feet of the punishing angel Peter stepped into the bottom of the endless abyss. Except for the most powerful devil and Chu Hao, no foreign objects have set foot in this place. Here is the core area of the abyss, and the birthplace of darkness in this twisted and fallen world. I'm here, Chu. When the chastising angel Peter finished saying this, all the darkness, all gathered. They turned into a pool of black liquid like fog condensed. In this pool of black liquid, there is pure darkness. But in this pure darkness, a pair of eyes emerged. Then, this pool of darkness began to beat strangely, like the heart of the endless abyss. Your body is a little ugly. Punishment Angel Peter said with a smile. You put so much thought into research, don't you have time to spend a little bit of computing power to transform the appearance of your own body? I actually thought about this too, but I thought about it, this kind of body is actually more suitable for my world, so I haven't changed it anymore. Punishment Angel Peter nodded. He was not in a hurry, because he had already confirmed that the darkness in front of him was Chu Hao's body. Chu Hao can't run. So Peter simply asked some of his most interesting questions, one of which was, you really showed up, do you think that you can completely defeat me now? No, I never felt that with my own hard power, I could defeat you, or to put it mildly, escape from your hands. Chu Hao said very honestly. Then why are you still? Punishing Angel Peter was a little puzzled. Because I have a guess. There was a hint of pride and excitement in Chu Hao's voice. My new guess is that the world I am in, the chaotic hotbed called the Endless Abyss, will turn everything inside it into chaos. But such chaos has a purpose. What purpose? The Punishment Angel Peter stretched out his hand, and the flame in his hand turned into a double sword. All chaos, in essence, is about the Endless Abyss. In the darkness where Chu Hao lives, endless twisted organs and indescribable deformed limbs began to be derived, each of them with the terrifying breath of the Endless Abyss. Beneficial. The Endless Abyss will find the fate that is most beneficial to it among the countless chaotic threads of fate. I am no exception. The two gods used their weapons and collided heavily. The first fire is lit, and the darkness is shattered. Chapter 182. Boom. At the bottom of the Endless Abyss, the first wave of confrontation between the Punishment Angel Peter and Chu Hao begins. And at the moment when the two collided, a terrifying shock occurred inside the body of the entire Endless Abyss. It starts from the bottom of the entire Endless Abyss and ends at the top of the Endless Abyss, the myriad abyss plane. One after another cracks suddenly appeared in various planes. The small cracks are about the size of a thumb, while the larger ones are thousands of meters in size. Among them, the largest crack appeared in the bottom plane of the Endless Abyss. The width of this crack is enough to split the bottom plane of the Endless Abyss into two planes. If Chu Hao still maintains his ability to control the Endless Abyss, then this plane will indeed be completely split due to the strength of this strike. Strong. This is Chu Hao's intuitive evaluation of the Punishment Angel Peter. Even before the two officially fought each other, Chu Hao had seen the Punishment Angel Peter kill a weak lower god in seconds. But Chu Hao's perspective at that time was completely different from now. This time, since Chu Hao is facing the Angel of Punishment, his senses are more profound and intuitive. Strong to terrifying. This is Chu Hao's new result for the Punishment Angel Peter after analyzing a lot of data. In the attack just now, neither Chu Hao nor the Punishment Angel used too much power, they were both testing each other. But such too many, however, do not meet the same criteria. If I give an example, it can be described in this way that the blow just now by the Punishment Angel Peter is only equivalent to the warm-up stage, and the opponent just swung the sword just now. But on the other hand, Chu Hao's side, he is really serious, and meticulously hit that blow, which is completely different from the calmness of the other side. But even so, Chu Hao and the Punishment Angel Peter still had a temporary victory and defeat after this strike. Because of the darkness condensed by Chu Hao, it was instantly burned by the flames in the hands of the Punishing Angel Peter. Countless flames and lights completely lit up the bottom plane of the Endless Abyss for the first time. It is also the first time that he was born at the bottom of the abyss in the dark, and clearly saw what the so-called light is. Wow! Not bad! After this strike, the Punishment Angel Peter waved his arms in surprise, and said to Chu Hao, "Although your strength is very poor, your attack just now really refreshed me." This extremely arrogant angel made no secret of his emotions. When you were just now, you didn't have the slightest sense of gratitude, and you didn't have any superfluous thoughts, which is rare. Even if you were just negligent just now, my attack may be effective. Chu Hao reassembled his own body, a body composed of pure darkness. Although the previous body has been wiped out, due to Chu Hao's advantage in this battle, he can quickly assemble it again. This is also one of the few advantages of Chu Hao today. That's something that can't be helped. The strength gap between me and you is too big, so I can only handle it with such care. Chu Hao was not bluffing, nor was he exasperated, but just told the truth indifferently. And when the punishment angel Peter heard Chu Hao's answer, he smiled and nodded. For this too-weak god in front of him, the punishment angel Peter really has no vigilance. After all, in his eyes, Chu Hao's existence is not much better than a weak animal. It's a pity, the power that Heavenly Mountain has given me really makes you useless, Chu. No matter how you struggle, your end is set. As for the chaos and fate you said before, I really disagree. After Chu Hao reassembled his own body, he decisively increased the number of Shenhuo used. Don't look at the fact that Peter is still talking and laughing at Chu Hao at the moment. In fact, Chu Hao, as a real god, has already sensed that the other party is also condensing his own god fire, and is preparing to condense these condensed god fire, for the next blow. The attack this time will be very different from the previous attack. This time, the attack method of the punishing angel Peter will mainly attack the core of Chu Hao. That is, when he became a god, he relied on the foundation of divine fire, and in the sea of mind, there were a lot of rules and authority bound to the endless abyss. Hiss! As soon as the words fell, the punishment angel Peter disappeared in front of Chu Hao's eyes without a trace. As if he never existed here. But Chu Hao didn't have any relaxed expression. On the contrary, at this time, he was more focused than ever before. Because he knew that the punishment angel Peter at this time was just too fast to track. The other party didn't disappear, it's just his backward observation method, unable to observe the other party. Boom! Although preparations were made in advance, Chu Hao's body in the abyss was still hit the key in an instant. Chu Hao instantly released all the divine fires in this body, trying to let these divine fires block some of the opponent's damage. However, due to the difference in strength between the two, what these divine fires can do is only the blocking effect of a mantis arm blocking a car. The final result was that Chu Hao's body that had just condensed was once again annihilated by flames and light. Oh! You really broke through the lower gods. The punishment angel Peter, who emerged as the flames emerged, looked at the dark flames burning on the ground, and said to Chu Hao, who was rapidly condensing his body in the distance. But unlike ordinary median gods, your god's domain world contains various rules that far exceed most gods. And such a number of rules, even the upper gods can't accommodate it, especially when there are thousands of energy operation systems in this god's domain world. How did you do it? Although the punishment angel Peter is still attacking Chu Hao, he can spare his extra energy to investigate the divine world that Chu Hao owns. And when he really checked the world of the gods that Chu Hao had, he was also shocked by the vastness of the endless abyss. In such a world of God's domain that is not so dazzling in appearance, its internal rules are actually complicated to the level of perversion. Nearly 100,000 different types of rules are intertwined, thousands of energy operation systems that interfere with each other but operate normally, and hundreds of large-scale planes. The world of the gods of ordinary higher gods, even if it only accommodates 1/3 of the number of rules of Chu Hao, it is estimated that there will be chaos. Because these rules are too messy. The appearance of many rules in the abyss made Peter, the angel of punishment, puzzled. For example, why are there basic rules for elements to have spirituality and wisdom in the endless abyss? Shouldn't such rules appear in the elemental plane and the magic plane? What is the reason for such a rule appearing in a world with life like the endless abyss? But the endless abyss is still surrounded by such chaotic rules, maintaining extremely normal operation, and it seems to be growing strong. All this made Peter, the angel of punishment, curious. He was curious about what kind of method Chu Hao used as a price to make such a world work. Do you want to know? In the distance, in the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes emerged from the darkness again. This time, Chu Hao changed the appearance of his own body based on the previous battle data. He appeared again, showing a whirlpool state. This is not for what face, but because of the appearance of this vortex state, on the same Shenhuo data, more. Resist beating. Think. Punishment Angel's eyes lit up, but then he refuted it again. But I don't have to worry too much. After all, after I defeat you, I can get all the knowledge I want to know from the sea of your soul. But looking at your state, it seems that you can last for a long time, and I don't want to wait too long. Chu Hao's indifferent voice came out and made a deal with Peter. So, how about you exchange the secrets of the endless abyss with the knowledge that only you have? Knowledge for knowledge is the most equal. The punishment angel Peter was stunned when he heard this, but then happily agreed. Because he heard the subtext in Chu Hao's words. That is, in this battle, only one of them can survive, so why don't the two of them communicate with each other? Since the other party is going to die no matter what, and the dead are the best at keeping secrets, why don't the two gods have a good chat now? Can. In that case, let me think about it. The knowledge I have will make you feel that you will not suffer. The angel of punishment thought for a moment, and then said a knowledge of the gods that made Chu Hao very excited. How about I use the knowledge that I only knew inside Paradise Mountain, and some of the rules that were transformed by Venerable weaponized, how about I exchange it with you? Weaponized knowledge of the rules inside Paradise Hills. Chu Hao's eyes lit up and immediately promised. Can. Okay, then I'll talk about it first. First of all, you should also know the basic concept of weaponization of rules. Using divine fire to solidify the rules and then transform them. That's right, that's the basic concept. The angel of punishment rushed over, slashed the black vortex with his sword, and said to the nothingness beside him. But in Paradise Mountain, we have discovered the weaponized rules in our long-term research, which can be further transformed by using the beliefs of the relatives, rather than divine fire. Further transformation, is it worth the appearance? Chu Hao condensed his body again and said curiously. At this moment, he no longer cares about the disappearance of the divine fire. The knowledge in the other's mouth made him even more fascinated. No, the transformation of the shape is really too childish. When I said the transformation from Paradise Mountain, I meant that these rules, after being solidified, will not remain the same, but will be weaponized with the rest. Together with the rules, a new form and meaning will be regenerated. But how is this possible? Facing Chu Hao's suspicion, the angel of punishment condensed the flame in his hand into a giant sword. You will know if you feel this great sword carefully again. After speaking, Peter swung his sword over and cut the darkness formed by Chu Hao in half. During this process, Chu Hao increased the level of investment in Shenhuo so that he could feel the great sword. Although the body constructed by Shen Zhou using divine fire would not really feel any physical pain, it was still not a comfortable thing for others to slash. Even if it is to gain knowledge. It is estimated that only a guy like Chu Hao who pursues knowledge to the point of madness will really do this. Sure enough, in the remaining half of the dark condensation, countless eyes emerged, staring at the flames over there under the scorching fire of God. Wait a minute, this thing, it's not a giant sword, it's one by one. Weaponized rules. At this moment, in Chu Hao's eyes, he could see very clearly that the shape of this giant sword gradually disappeared, and it turned into a regular shape like a flame. The punishment angel just now used this thing to attack himself? However, why is a single weaponized rule able to cause so much damage to its own body? Seemingly seeing Chu Hao's doubts, the punishment angel Peter laughed out loud. This is not a power that can only be achieved by a single rule. The core of this flaming giant sword is the first ray of fire in Paradise Mountain, plus completely different rules such as hope and blessing. How exactly? Chu Hao asked. It's very simple, the faith of the family members. A devout, unshakable faith. We artificially intervene in these relatives, so that when they bless venerable and give them flames, they inject meanings such as hope and prayer into the rules of flame. In this way, when they pray, they unknowingly think that the flame will give birth to beautiful things such as hope and blessing. In the end, when these rules are merged, they become an organic whole. Weapons fused in this way can be a powerful helper in battles between gods. Although there are only a dozen rules, but you have seen the power, it is very strong. After hearing this, the punishment angel Peter said with a smile to the silent Chu Hao. How about this kind of knowledge? Is it enough to exchange the secrets of the endless abyss from your mouth? But Chu Hao didn't reply, just kept silent. This embarrassing atmosphere made the punishment angel Peter a little furious. He couldn't believe that Chu Hao would go back on his previous agreement. Hey, don't break your word, I am. Suddenly, Chu Hao interrupted Peter's words. Wait, I'll tell you the answer in a while. What I want to ask is the weaponization rule you mentioned just now, is it the same? Moreover, Chu Hao he recondensed his human form, and he held a wriggling darkness in his hands. As the darkness kept squirming, in the endless abyss, countless rules began to gather towards the darkness. In the end, flames were also born in the darkness. But as soon as such a flame appeared, the punishment angel Peter felt extremely ominous. Because of these flames, there is no warmth at all. It gave him only coldness and fear, as if this flame was born to freeze and shatter everything in this world. In the end, these flames condensed into a black-red great sword engraved with various abominations and curses. In the abyss, the first weaponized rule was born. And in this weapon, there are a total of 66 rules. What kind of monster are you? The punishment angel raised his head and watched Chu Hao say so. Chapter 183. What kind of monster are you? The punishment angel Peter looked at Chu Hao in front of him and blurted out. This proud, holy angel never imagined that one day he would see such a jaw-dropping scene. A mere goddess, only after seeing and feeling the weaponization rules of Paradise Mountain, it took no more than 2 minutes to easily replicate a similar existence. How can that be? Peter shook his head. No, these are not important now. What's really important is that when Peter, the angel of punishment, observed the black long sword engraved with abominations and curses in Chu Hao's hand, he could feel very clearly that the number of rules contained in this long sword, at least. It is 3 times the flaming sword in his hand. Although the number does not directly determine the strength of the weaponization rules. But in the case of so many more, the angel of punishment Peter can still roughly guess that this black cursed sword must be very powerful. How did you do it? How many rules are there? And, how did you keep these rules together and stable without the blessing of faith? Faced with Peter's 3 questions, Chu Hao also answered honestly. I have condensed a total of 66 rules of the abyss here. Chu Hao raised the collection of rules embodied as a sword, and placed it in front of himself to observe carefully. When I was condensing the rules just now, I didn't specifically ask for the number of rules. With a slight wave of Chu Hao, the black cursed sword glowed with black flames. Like the core of the endless abyss, these flames are cold, indifferent, and frightening. I just simply want to copy a weapon like you, and then when my thoughts are scattered, some of the messy rules in my divine realm world will break away from the shackles of the abyss and automatically congealed. From the beginning to the end, I only paid part of the divine fire that I should have paid, and I didn't give any extra effort. To put it simply, they formed this appearance themselves. Chu Hao raised his sword and aimed it at the punishment angel Peter. As for your so-called beliefs that change the rules and maintain stability, I have some say in that. Above the blade, black flames are burning. These rules have never been stable. They just clump together, but never bond stably. In the endless abyss, the concept of stability never existed. Hearing this, the punishment angel Peter was silent for a moment. But soon, he smiled. Interesting. However, regarding the question I asked before, shouldn't you also answer me? Why is the world called the endless abyss in your mouth able to accommodate so many rules and energy transformation systems? Chu Hao didn't break his promise, and directly informed the other party of the answer. The reason why he didn't break his promise is because, in his opinion, breaking his promise is a very inferior behavior. After he became a god, breaking his word was a denial of his own godhead. After informing Peter of the particularity of the containment rules of the endless abyss, Peter's eyes lit up and said directly, "A genius idea. The fit between chaos and low-dimensionality. You have successfully proved that the real existence of the low-dimensional world is a very important discovery." Then, Peter said, "You must have graduated from Tianding University." Before Chu Hao could say anything, the angel of punishment continued to speak. "You don't have to deny or admit that the conflict between you and me will not ascend to your alma mater. You can rest assured about that. No matter what you and I are like, your alma mater will be very safe. Even if it's the sequence master god, he won't take action against your school." After hearing this, Chu Hao became curious instead. He didn't understand why Peter could directly guess his alma mater, and why the sequence master wouldn't take action against the school where he came from. "Why do you say that? Is it because of the talent transfer relationship between major universities and gods?" "No, definitely not." The angel of punishment Peter shook his head with a wry smile. "What kind of bullshit talent transfer? Those graduates from colleges and universities, in the eyes of the major sequence master gods, are just treated like consumables that are no different from mortals. The sequence master gods can let these stupid guys keep helping them improve the world for graduation. This in itself is the biggest use of colleges and universities. What the sequence master gods really want is one after another with extraordinary intelligence and great potential. Ordinary outstanding talents don't even have the qualifications to enter their circle. It's the same with those big families that have been producing geniuses steadily. Also, even if they do enter their circle, it will not be much better to meet the fate of these geniuses, because the sequence master gods will also be hungry and weak, and they want these people just for the sake of." Suddenly, Peter stopped his mouth. Seeing Chu Hao staring at him stubbornly, he hurriedly changed his mind and brought the topic back. "The one who really keeps your alma mater safe is your principal, the only relative of the dead witch. As long as that witch Moira's legacy is not found, your colleges, all colleges, will be safe." Chu Hao didn't speak anymore. He had vaguely seen the shadows of the sequence master gods from Peter's mouth. Although it was just a wisp of grey, it was enough for Chu Hao to feel the horror of the sequence master gods. Because just mentioning it, the powerful angel in front of him showed great resistance. This is enough to prove a lot of things. As for Chu Hao's silence, Peter seemed a little surprised. "You're very smart, you didn't ask further, Chu." Peter glanced at Chu Hao. "Can you tell me why?" "Because I know that information and knowledge are different, and information that is too advanced is harmful to me." "Haha, that's right. Information that is too advanced is indeed harmful to the gods who have not yet reached a certain level." The angel of punishment Peter raised the flaming sword in his hand again and said to Chu Hao, "Come on, this time, let me see how powerful your new weapon is." After finishing speaking, the figure of the punishment angel Peter disappeared again in this area, and when he appeared at the moment, Chu Hao instinctively raised the cursed sword in his hand to fight back, but Peter's strike still made the condensed black body dissipate again. The strength gap between the two sides has not decreased too much. Chu Hao's divine fire consumption rate is still frighteningly high compared to the other side. However, the weapon in Chu Hao's hand did not dissipate because of the disappearance of his body. It reappeared in Chu Hao's hands as it condensed into a new body. "Come on, my servants!" Ha 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 ha! In the distance, Tagore was simply exhilarating. Holding a wand in his hand, he easily released an invisible, intangible but real Zerg beacon onto the position of a certain heavenly mountain warrior. And the moment when this Zerg beacon appeared, all the Zerg in Tagor's control area will rush there spontaneously. These Zerg will not only rush there, but also follow Tagor's order to destroy all the soldiers of the Heaven Army in the fastest and least casual way. These poor warriors of the Heavenly Army are simply unable to resist in front of the vast Void Zerg army. Many of them, unable to even scream, were slaughtered by these Void Zerg, leaving behind the remains of the ground. The number of these Heavenly Mountain warriors is too small. When they are completely dead, other Heavenly Mountain warriors will come to support. But at this time, those Void Zerg will retreat strangely and quickly escape from here. They are no longer the same as before. Because of collecting the scattered resources here, they were wiped out by the reinforcements from the Paradise Army. On the contrary, they will leave the battlefield very quickly, and then regroup with the newly born Void Zerg, rushing to the next unprepared and less populated Paradise Mountain position. Although the casualties of each Heavenly Mountain are only about 1 million, it is not much compared to the huge base of the Heavenly Mountain Army. But when the frequency of doing so increases, the overall casualty situation becomes unacceptable. Moreover, the changes of the Void Zerg did not stop there. Reduce the number of bugs like locusts. Increase those armored bugs that are used to resist the opponent's strong firepower. My next wave's target is a reloaded unit. Tagore grinned and put a lot of divine fire into the wand in his hand. And as these divine fires were imported, the habit of hatching the female worms of the Void Zerg changed. Many of the locust eggs that have been produced are eaten again by them and turned into resources for the new Zerg to hatch. And the new eggs hatched by these female insects are those Void Zerg with heavy armor and huge bodies after hatching. Tagore, what you have done is really unbelievable. Beside Tagore, those lower gods gathered together, marveling at Tagore's operation. After the success of Tagore's experiment some time ago, their situation has changed. The situation of being chased and killed by the Heavenly Mountain Army before is gone forever, and now they, after having Tagore's beacon wand, immediately started a counterattack. You must know that although the previous Void Zerg were powerful, they were based on a huge number of them. Void Zerg, like a child with muscles, has power but no skills. Therefore, after losing the advantage of quantity, the Void Zerg no longer have the strength before. Their fighting style and details were hit by the Heavenly Mountain Army's dimensional reduction. Many times, the Void Zerg can easily win a battle, but because of the cumbersome behavior pattern, the opponent will seize the opportunity, thus killing a large number of Zerg soldiers in vain. But the addition of Tagore, the higher god, changed everything. This powerful god with a lot of computing power can easily attack the Zerg, and the planning is almost perfect. No matter how powerful the Heaven Mountain Army is, as long as the number is not large enough to wipe out these Void Zerg in a short time, then they can destroy them and then withdraw. After going back and forth several times, the Void Zerg have reversed the trend of decadence on the frontal battlefield, and even have a vague feeling of advantage. All of this stems from the magic wand in Tagore's hand, the artifact that can send beacons to the Void Zerg. Where did this go? Tagore's eyes were full of red bloodshots. He turned his head and looked at the group of lower gods with a sinister smile. With the success of this research, I can completely defeat the goddamn Paradise Mountain. Let everything perish at the feet of the Zerg. Then, I will manipulate these Zerg to help me on a stronger path. When the time comes, I can even replace those damn superiors with these cute little guys, and finally, become the new ones. Sequence Lord God. Tagore looked at Paradise Mountain in the distance and felt that life was so beautiful. He even felt that these Void Zerg were born to be controlled by him. They exist because they should serve themselves. He is the only natural choice in this prototype of the multidimensional universe. Hey, with this weapon, your strength has not improved much. After the punishment angel smashed Chu Hao's body again and again, he sat on Chu Hao's broken throne with his legs crossed, and said with some mockery. Although we are gods, you seem to have forgotten something. What I hold in our hands is not a so-called cold weapon, and we are not those savage monkeys. The battle between us is ultimately based on our own magic fire and our own abilities. Although it seems that our fighting style is very conventional, but don't put yourself in it, Chu. Once your divine fire is consumed by me. After Chu Hao condensed his own body, he also held the black cursed sword and said a little tiredly. Once my divine fire is exhausted, what I face is your absolute suppression. Without the divine fire for confrontation, there is often a one-sided slaughter between the gods. My rules will be easily wiped out under your divine fire. Bingu, you're right. The angel of punishment smiled and nodded. So, if you have anything else to do, take it all out. Let me see what other interesting abilities you have that can surprise me. Facing the opponent's provocation, Chu Hao was unmoved. He just raised the black long sword in his hand, pointed it at the other party, and said indifferently. Come again. This time, I already have a new idea.